Chapter 1496. The huge bone dragon was as huge as a mountain. It soared into the sky from the Dead Sea of the Yellow Springs. It was a dark mass that covered half the sky. Book C Pavilion - A yellow mist spread out from the bone dragon's body, and the powerful power of death spread out. Swoosh. Gu Fei did not hesitate and immediately attacked. The primordial spirit Dao sword shot out from his brow and pierced the bone dragon's skull. The power of the immortal path spread out in all directions. The power of a saint was unbelievably strong. Those who had not reached that level would not be able to understand how strong and terrifying this power was. Buzz. The Dao sword vibrated, and mysterious divine marks of the immortal path appeared, condensing the power of the great path. Anyone who was cut by this sword would be injured by the great path. Injuries of the great path were difficult to heal. This was a power that could injure a saint. The bone dragon seemed to sense the danger. It opened its mouth and spat out a dark yellow light of death towards the primordial spirit Dao sword. Yellow mist shrouded the world. However, Gu Fei's primordial spirit Dao sword was unstoppable. It broke through the yellow light of death, and its momentum did not diminish at all. It continued to pierce the bone dragon's skull. The bone dragon was shocked and hurriedly dodged. Swoosh. The primordial spirit Dao sword pierced through, and a large number of broken bones fell from the sky. The bone dragon roared, and a terrifying wave of wool swept out in all directions. Although it avoided being hit in its vitals, its bone body was still pierced by the primordial spirit Dao sword. This was a saint-level bone body, but in front of the primordial spirit Dao sword, it was like tofu and it was cut through. The primordial spirit Dao sword turned in the void and flew back again, attacking the bone dragon. This was a sword that had been given a will by Gu Fei. It would not stop until it hit its target. Boom. The void trembled, and the bone dragon, which was like a mountain, rushed into the sky. Then the light of the soul in the dragon's skull shone brilliantly, and a ball of soul fire rushed out of the bone dragon's skull. Under the burning of this yellow evil fire, even the void was annihilated. There were faint traces of the way in the fire. This was a terrifying kind of way fire. If one was burned, even a saint would be in danger. Gu Fei's primordial soul sword of the way collided with the yellow flame of the way. This was a confrontation of the power of the great path. Both the sword of the way and the flame of the way released the most powerful power of the great path. Then they dissipated in the void together. Gu Fei was secretly startled. This undead wasn't simple. It was a terrifying saint-rank existence. If he didn't have this saint-rank immortal Dao sacred body avatar, he would have died here today. Who are you? A voice rang out within Gu Fei's mind. It was a wave of divine sense that could directly affect a cultivator's mind. This undead creature was communicating with Gu Fei. Interesting. Gu Fei couldn't help but stare blankly when he heard this. Then he was delighted. Perhaps he could get what he wanted from this undead creature. Who are you? Gu Fei asked back. This was a conversation between experts. At this time, Gu Fei's real body and He Tian had already retreated thousands of miles away. They were quietly watching from afar. I am the Black Emperor War General under the Dark Lord. The bone dragon's words revealed a sense of arrogance. However, in front of Gu Fei it restrained a lot. It should be known that the expert in front of it was definitely not weaker than it. No matter where, no matter when, the strong would be respected. Dark Lord. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. The 9 underworld actually gave birth to a terrifying demon. This news shocked him. An expert like you should serve the Dark Lord. The bone dragon actually wanted to rope in Gu Fei. For millions of years, no human had appeared here. The bone dragon didn't know that this expert in front of it was from the outside world. The 9 underworld was a world of its own. People from the outside couldn't enter, and people inside couldn't leave either. Humph, that Dark Lord should serve me. Gu Fei said disdainfully. This Black Emperor actually wanted to rope him in. It was truly ridiculous. How dare you? The Black Emperor was furious. He didn't say anything else and directly attacked. A large amount of soul Dao fire rushed out from his skull, engulfing the void in front of him and burning towards Gu Fei. There was nothing more to say. Since their paths were different, then they would fight. A battle between saints erupted. Gu Fei used all kinds of sacred immortal techniques to fight against the bone dragon. His body was covered in 9 rays of immortal light as he walked within the bone dragon's soul Dao fire. Bang! Boundless divine power of the immortal Dao gathered on Gu Fei's right hand in a frenzy. Then he unleashed the sky-encompassing palm. The palm blotted out the sky, enveloping the entire space, directly breaking through the layers of soul flames of the way, emitting terrifying ripples as it slammed towards the Bone Dragon Dark Emperor. This was a shocking scene. A giant dragon bone body that was as large as a mountain was covered by a giant hand and then slammed down from the sky. What? The Bone Dragon Black Emperor was both shocked and angry. His opponent was too strong. He could actually suppress it. This was absolutely unimaginable to it. One had to know that in the entire underworld, there were definitely no more than 3 people who could defeat it. Boom. The giant bone body fell from the sky into the Dead Sea of the underworld, creating a huge splash. Many bones could vaguely be seen in the sea. Let's finish this quickly. Gu Fei didn't hesitate and immediately used the power of ascension. His combat strength instantly increased by 10 times. It was as if a supreme immortal had descended into this world. The void seemed to be unable to withstand his existence. The void around him rippled and pitch-black spatial cracks appeared one after another. Whoosh! Gu Fei directly dove down. At this moment, the Bone Dragon Black Emperor was struggling to rise from the sea. At this moment, a power so powerful that it made the Bone Dragon Black Emperor feel despair descended from the sky, scaring the Black Emperor out of its wits. Spare me! The Bone Dragon Black Emperor wanted to beg for mercy, but Gu Fei completely ignored its pleas. He directly attacked and shattered the Black Emperor's skull before capturing the soul fire within it. Gu Fei's hand shone with boundless immortal light. He used his domineering will to read the Bone Dragon Black Emperor's memories. This method was simple and direct. After a long while, Gu Fei finally stopped. By now, he had already wiped away the soul contained in the fire of the soul, turning it into a pure strand of soul energy. Gu Fei didn't waste this soul force. He directly refined it to strengthen his primordial spirit, because he knew that he would have a fierce battle soon. As it turned out, many demons had been born in this Yellow Springs world over the years. Among the demons, the Underworld Sovereign was the strongest. The Underworld Sovereign grew from a weak demon to the ruler of this world. His growth was simply a legend. It was unbelievable. The Underworld Sovereign defeated all the powerful opponents who were qualified to become the ruler of this world. He had 3 saint-level existences under his command, and the Bone Dragon was one of them. Just when the primordial spirit of the Bone Dragon was erased by Gu Fei, a black demonic jade suddenly shattered in a floating demon palace at the peak of the Yellow Springs Mountain. Swish! The moment the demonic jade shattered, 2 rays of blood-red light suddenly appeared from the depths of the demon palace. It was 2 terrifying gazes that swept out from the demon palace. Who is it? Who dares to kill my subordinates? An extremely powerful force erupted from the demon palace, causing the entire mountain to shake. Huge waves rose at the exit of the Yellow Springs, and skeletons could be seen floating. When the powerful divine consciousness swept out in all directions from the mountain, Gu Fei and He Tian had already escaped thousands of miles away. The Underworld Sovereign's demon palace is at the mouth of the Yellow Springs. He wants to obtain something from the mouth of the Yellow Springs. Gu Fei obtained an important piece of information from the Bone Dragon's memory. The Underworld Sovereign had been plotting for many years to obtain an ancient object from the mouth of the Yellow Springs, but he had never succeeded. However, what kind of ancient object was it? Even the Bone Dragon, one of the 3 saint-level battle generals under the Underworld Sovereign, didn't know. This surprised Gu Fei. The Underworld Sovereign is the ruler of this world. The thing he wants is definitely extraordinary. Could it be the legendary Gate of Reincarnation? He Tian muttered to himself. This was really hard to say. In this world, what else could cause the Underworld Sovereign to plot for thousands of years? Very likely. Gu Fei also believed that only the legendary Gate of Reincarnation could cause an existence like the Underworld Sovereign to covet it. However, since the Underworld Sovereign could be called a sovereign, his cultivation and strength were most likely much stronger than the Bone Dragon. Even if he wasn't an extreme evil demon, he was at least an emperor among saint-level experts. Such an existence, Gu Fei knew that even if he had the immortal Tao sacred physique, he wouldn't be able to deal with it. Gu Fei and He Tian felt a headache. Against such an existence, their lives might be in danger. They had to be cautious. They didn't want to die here. The ancient Buddha ship was still drifting on the Yellow Springs Sea. Gu Fei and He Tian roamed around the Yellow Springs Sea. They realized that the atmosphere in the Yellow Springs Sea seemed different. From time to time they could see powerful silhouettes in the fog. There were powerful evil demons patrolling. The Bone Dragon's death infuriated the Underworld Sovereign. However, the killer's tracks couldn't be found. However, there were various signs that the Bone Dragon died in the hands of an outsider. Even the Underworld Sovereign personally came out, but it was useless. Gu Fei and He Tian hid in their inner worlds at the crucial moment. No one could sense their existence. What should we do? Tian was at a loss. The underworld sovereign was too powerful. That kind of fluctuation made one's heart palpitate. When it appeared, the entire world would sink into darkness. It was like the supreme ruler of darkness. Its demonic might shook the heavens and earth. Compared to the bone dragon that died in Gu Fei's hands, it was unknown how many times stronger it was. We can only defeat it with our wits. Gu Fei knew that such an invincible evil demon couldn't be defeated by force. Even if he used an extreme saint weapon, it would be difficult to kill it in one strike. The only way was to defeat it with wits. Book C Pavilion Dash. Please share target equals _ blank. Chapter 1497. Date: October 18th. Indestructible Martial Sovereign. Main text. Chapter 1505. Chapter 1505. Digging a Hole for the Dark Lord. Indestructible Martial Sovereign. Main text. Chapter 1505. Chapter 1505. Digging a Hole for the Dark Lord. Shen Huan Fantasy. Indestructible Martial Sovereign. Main text. Chapter 1505. Chapter 1505. Digging a Hole for the Dark Lord. Return to Indestructible Martial Sovereign. Main text. Chapter 1505. Chapter 1505. Digging a Hole for the Dark Lord. Novel name: Indestructible Martial Sovereign. Author: Liang Family. Third Young Master Type: Shen Huan Fantasy. Indestructible Martial Sovereign. Remember, updated quickly. The Dark Lord was known as the strongest existence in the Yellow Springs. He was probably a Saint Emperor. Among the Saint Emperors there was a smile called the Strong List. Free novel. Such an existence was only one step away from becoming a great saint. He was incomparably terrifying. Killing a saint was as easy as killing an ant. Scheming against such an existence was easier said than done. If they were not careful, they might even lose their lives. Gu Fei and He Tian had no choice but to be cautious. For more than 10 days, Gu Fei and He Tian had practically traveled through the entire Yellow Springs. In this extremely evil world there were many terrifying regions. For example, 3,000 li to the east of the Yellow Springs, there was a valley shrouded in death qi. Under the ground, there was a spring that spewed out endless death qi. In the depths of this spring, there was probably a terrifying existence lurking. Gu Fei and He Tian did not dare to go near. 10,000 miles to the west of the Dead Sea of the Yellow Springs, there was a bloody light that soared into the sky. It dyed the sky the color of blood. There was a pool of blood with a radius of 10,000 feet. There was a kind of happiness called waiting. Although the pool of blood was only 1,000 zhang in circumference, it emitted an evil aura that caused the sky to change color. The blood in the pool of blood seemed to be the blood of a ferocious demon, full of demonic nature. Gu Fei and He Tian were 100 li away, but they were already affected by this demonic nature. Even their souls were shaken. They hurriedly retreated. This part of the world is too evil. Gu Fei and He Tian were incomparably shocked. Danger lurked everywhere in the 9 underworlds. Some places were even more terrifying than the forbidden areas of the human world and heaven world. After more than 10 days they found a few places where they could set up the formation. They wanted to trick the Dark Lord, and the place they chose was 30,000 miles away from the Yellow Spring Mountain. Even someone as powerful as the Dark Supremacy would find it hard to cover such a distance in an instant. This gave Gu Fei and He Tian time to catch their breath. Although it was only for a short moment, it was enough to determine their life and death. Free novel. For the next 6 months, Gu Fei and He Tian roamed the mountain ridges without alerting any undead creatures. In these 6 months, a big event happened in the Yellow Spring Mountain. A powerful demon actually wanted to challenge the Dark Supremacy, wanting to pull him down. Gu Fei and He Tian witnessed the battle. It was an ancient ship with monstrous demonic energy. It was riding the wind and waves of the Yellow Spring Sea, attacking the Yellow Spring Mountain. Dozens of demons rushed out of the ship like an invincible demon army, clashing with the Dark Supremacy's group of demon generals. That battle had caused the void to shatter. Countless demonic path powerhouses had perished. The demonic blood that rained down from the Yellow Springs Mountain dyed the waters of the Yellow Springs black. There was a kind of wisdom called being willing. In the end, the Dark Supremacy took action and forced the ship to retreat, protecting the Yellow Spring Mountain. There's a peerless demon in the ship. After the battle, Gu Fei and He Tian's scalp tingled. That ship was the ancient ship they encountered in the boundless dark space. They never thought that the demon inside the ancient ship would be so powerful that it could compete with the invincible Dark Supremacy in the Yellow Spring Mountain. There was a peerlessly powerful demonic being trapped in the ancient ship. From the beginning to the end, that peerless demonic being had not shown itself, but the demonic might that it exuded made Gu Fei and He Tian's hearts palpitate. It seemed like the peerless demon on the ancient ship wanted to challenge the invincible dark supremacy. That was why it didn't show its true strength. After that battle, the situation in the Yellow Spring Mountain changed dramatically. Many demons sought refuge with the great demon on the ancient ship. Inside the ancient ship, the subordinates of the unparalleled great demons quickly gathered many strong demons. This kind of situation became advantageous to Gu Fei and He Tian. The Dark Lord had to divert his attention to guard against the peerless demon in the ancient ship. In this way their chances of success increased by a little. In this half a year He Tian was almost exhausted. He carved a corner of the extreme Dao array pattern in a mountain ridge. Although it was only a corner of the array, it was enough to deal with the dark supremacy. Other than a corner of the extreme Dao incomplete formation, He Tian had also set up many ultimate formations, such as the 10 extreme formations, 7 slaughter formations and so on. He was going to kill the underworld sovereign, and the Great Qin Empire had to take a look. The Dark Lord was too powerful. He Tian felt that if he didn't put in enough capital, it would be impossible to trick this invincible expert of the Yellow Springs realm. The trap was dug. Now it was waiting for the dark supremacy to jump in. However, the dark supremacy was not a fool. There was no reason for him to jump into a trap. On this day, Gu Fei's figure appeared outside one of the strongholds of the Yellow Spring Mountain in the Yellow Spring Heng. It was a tall tower made of black stone, and its purpose was to monitor the movements of another force thousands of miles ahead of it. Bam! Gu Fei only punched once and the stone pagoda collapsed. Rubble flew everywhere, and the devils inside the stone pagoda immediately turned into minced meat. Several demons on the top of the tower were blown away. Rocks came crashing down. Immediately 2 demons' bodies were smashed into pieces, and only their primordial spirits escaped. Roar! Enemy attack! A demon's body emitted demonic light and shattered all the rocks that came crashing down. Then he soared into the sky. Clang! This demon's body pulled out a demonic sword and directly slashed at Gu Fei. A sword light crossed thousands of feet and fell on Gu Fei's head. You are... When he shouted, the demon's body realized that Gu Fei was not a demon. Instead, he was a life form that was full of vitality. He had never seen this kind of life form before. These demons were born in the Yellow Springs after the disappearance of the ancient Buddhist masters. They did not know the existence of the human race. However, these demons were also beast summoners who had transmigrated to another world in human form. Gu Fei did not hesitate. He punched again and directly shattered the sharp sword chi of the demon's body. Then, he soared into the sky and slapped the demon's body with his palm. Bam! This demon's body was directly shattered by Gu Fei's palm. The demonic sword in his hand was also shattered by Gu Fei's powerful strength. Gu Fei's strength was unparalleled. The 2 primordial spirits of the demons were frightened out of their wits. They immediately used the primordial spirit escape technique and fled in an instant. Gu Fei smiled. He did not make a move. If he wanted to kill the primordial spirits of the 2 demons, it could be said that it was effortless. However, he wanted the primordial spirits of the 2 demons to report to him. Swoosh! Gu Fei's figure disappeared in the void. However, a vigorous life aura condensed in the void. This was his aura. Soon, a figure rushed down from the Yellow Springs Mountain. A demon shadow was shrouded in a mass of demon chi. A pair of blood-red eyes emitted a frightening blood-red evil light. This ferocious demon had sensed the aura left by Gu Fei in the void. Foreign life form, it's him. He's finally appeared again. In the midst of the devil chi, the demonic figure muttered to himself. Then, in an instant, all the devil chi instantly converged. Swoosh! The devil chi and the demonic figure disappeared in the void. You can search for the latest updates of this book on Baidu. Indestructible Martial Lord Text, Era 1505. Chapter 1505 Digging a Pit for the Dark Lordies. The Liang clan's 3rd young master's indestructible martial revered good? If you haven't finished reading, you can add the immortal martial supremacy. Keyboard, enter key square root. Keyboard, recommended reading. Sword-wielding song legend mage another world survival record playing game arena flourishing China swallowing the stars unlimited strong martial arts innate genius Dr. Unlimited Wuxia dream. If you like the Liang family's 3rd young masters, indestructible martial arts revered. Please add indestructible martial arts revered to make it easier to read in the future. If you have any suggestions for indestructible martial arts revered, please send a message to the admin collecting all kinds of Xuanhuan and fantasy novels for you. Providing Indestructible Martial Sovereign Chapter 1505. Chapter 1505 To dig a pit for the Dark Lord. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1498. Date: October 19th. Indestructible Martial Sovereign. Text: Era 1506. Chapter 1506. Emperor Yu. Indestructible Martial Sovereign. Text: Era 1506. Chapter 1506. Emperor Yu. Xuanhuan Fantasy, Indestructible Martial Sovereign. Text: Chapter 1506. Chapter 1506. Emperor Yu. Return to the Indestructible Martial Sovereign. Catalog. Text: Era 1506. Chapter 1506. Emperor Yu's novel name: Indestructible Martial Sovereign. Author: Liang Clan's third young master. Type: Xuanhuan Fantasy. Indestructible Martial Sovereign. Remember, text. Update quickly. Let's see where you can run to in the dark world of online games. A demonic shadow flickered in and out of the dusky world. Every time it appeared, it would appear 100 miles away. The speed was unbelievably fast. Pureness, the demonic shadow, seemed to be chasing something, and soon disappeared into a mountain range. Boom. A terrifying wave suddenly erupted in the depths of a mountain range 30,000 miles away from the Yellow Springs without warning. A terrifying aura instantly swept through the entire Yellow Springs. Roar. A fearful roar came from the depths of the mountain range. Then rays of divine light of the great Tao shot out like dragons, piercing through the void and into the depths of chaos. What's that? What's happening? Are the two supremes fighting again? The terrifying wave shocked the Yellow Springs within 100,000 miles. This was a power different from the Yellow Springs. This power made all the demons feel extremely disgusted. This was the power of the Immortal Tao, the complete opposite of the demonic Tao. The Immortal Tao and the demonic Tao were natural enemies. These two powers could not coexist. This isn't a power that belongs to us. There's an outsider invading the Song of Heavenly Wings. Soon, some of the demons felt that something was wrong. The power of the Immortal Tao exploded, and in the depths of the mountain range, a domain of the Immortal Tao was opened. Under the cover of the Immortal Tao's aura, a shocking change occurred there. Grass burst out from the ground in that region. Flowers and grass grew rapidly and large trees began to appear. In just a short amount of time, the region enveloped by the power of the Immortal Path turned into a small world full of life. What a vigorous life force. All the demons were attracted by this life force. This exuberant life force could be transformed into pure demonic power. Many of the demons were tempted. Shahaj. Pure text. However, at this moment, the small world that was brimming with vitality was filled with Tao marks, and a figure emitting powerful mana fluctuations was rushing around. Swoosh. Tao marks of the great path rushed up from the ground and turned into a peerless killing light that strangled the demonic shadow. In just a short while, the demonic shadow was slain inside. Outside the mountain ridge, when the demons saw this scene, they were all incomparably shocked. Some of them recognized the origin of the demonic shadow and were even more shocked. The Dark Lord has fallen inside? Some people were dumbfounded when they saw that devilish figure fall in that small world brimming with life. They thought that the invincible devil sovereign of a generation had died just like that, becoming a god in another world. It's an incarnation. Someone saw through the truth. It was just an incarnation of the Dark Lord that was slain inside. However, even so, it was enough to stun all the demons. One should know that it was an incarnation of the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord was an invincible devil sovereign in 100,000 miles of the Yellow Spring world. What would happen if his incarnation was slain? Just when the demonic shadow was completely slain by the killing light formed by the Tao marks, a terrifying roar came from the direction of the Yellow Spring Mountain. The roar traveled for 30,000 miles, and it was still as shocking as before. With such an existence of demonic might, it was obvious who it was. The Dark Lord was coming. All the fiend race powerhouses were greatly alarmed, and then retreated far away in all directions. Rumble. The overwhelming devil chi came from the direction of the underworld mountain and covered the entire world. It was like a huge black curtain was covering the world. A terrifying demonic might spread out from the monstrous demonic aura, shaking the world within 100,000 miles of the Yellow Spring world. All the demons were trembling in fear as if a supreme devil lord had descended. How majestic. A cold snort came from another direction. A demonic ship surrounded by demonic aura came from afar. On the demonic ship, there was a terrifying demonic shadow that also exuded supreme demonic might. You Emperor! The monstrous demonic aura quickly surged over. A cold voice came from within the demonic aura. The voice was filled with killing intent. The underworld lord had actually gone against the demonic figure on the demonic ship. He had forgotten the heaven's love. Dark Lord, it's time for you to get lost. That thing in the Yellow Spring should be mine. The demonic shadow on the demonic ship was also filled with murderous intent. The Dark Lord did not speak. After a while he said, I didn't expect that the Yu Emperor who was banished to the eternal darkness could still return. I really want to know how you did it. Thank you for banishing me to that damn place. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have known that this place was just a cage. The demonic shadow that appeared on the demonic ship was the other giant demon that fought with the Dark Lord for the 100,000 miles of the Yellow Spring. This giant demon was the Yu Emperor who was once as famous as the Dark Lord. Back then, the Dark Lord and the Yu Emperor fought so fiercely that heaven and earth collapsed. Even the Yellow Spring was shaken. The intensity of that battle was really indescribable. In the end, the Dark Lord won. However, although he defeated the Yu Emperor, he could not kill him. Therefore, the Dark Lord banished the Yu Emperor to the eternal darkness. There was an endless dark void there. As long as one was banished there, even a Saint Emperor of the demons would not be able to find his way back. Among the demons, very few knew about the grudge between the Dark Lord and the Yu Emperor. Only the ancient demons knew about the great battle that happened countless years ago. It should be known that there were not many demons that survived that battle. In the 100,000 miles of the Yellow Spring, almost all the demons were exterminated. All the demons that supported the Yu Emperor were slaughtered by the victorious Dark Lord. Not a single one was spared. As for the demons that supported the Dark Lord, there were only a few dozen wind god transformations from another world that survived. The demons of the later generations all developed and grew with such a foundation. Since this is just a cage, why did you come back here? In the demonic aura, the Dark Lord was shocked. The other party seemed to know about this great secret of the world. I want that thing in the Yellow Spring. On the demonic ship, the demonic shadow directly stated his purpose. It was very simple. He wanted something in the Yellow Spring. This thing seemed to be very important to him. Impossible. The Dark Supremacy refused without even thinking about it. He had plotted for 1,000 years and even moved the Devil Palace to the Yellow Springs. All of this was for the sake of obtaining the item that was floating in the Yellow Springs. If that's the case, then there's nothing more to say. The Yu Emperor's tone immediately turned cold. At this time, the Dark Lord could no longer care about the small world in front of him that was filled with vitality. It should be known that countless years ago, the Yu Emperor was the only opponent that he was wary of. The two great Saint Emperors were facing off. The terrifying pressure of a Saint Emperor spread in all directions, shaking the heavens and the earth. All the experts of the demons were trembling in fear and terror. What should we do? Gu Fei and He Tian, who were hiding in the distant sky, could not help but be dumbfounded when they saw this scene. The development of the situation was no longer within their expectations. You can search for the latest updates of this book on Baidu. Indestructible Martial Saint Main Text Chapter 1506. The Dark Lord Emperor Yu? Is the Indestructible Martial Saint written by the Liang family's third young master good? If you haven't finished reading, you can add the Indestructible Martial Saint. Keyboard, enter square root. Keyboard, recommended reading. Sword-wielding song legend mage another world survival record playing game arena flourishing China swallowing the stars unlimited strong martial arts innate divine doctor unlimited wuxia dream. If you like the Liang family's third young masters, indestructible martial arts revered, please add indestructible martial arts revered to make it easier to read in the future. If you have any suggestions for indestructible martial arts revered, please send a message to the admin collecting all kinds of Xuanhuan and fantasy novels for you. Providing Indestructible Martial Sovereign Chapter 1506. Chapter 1506 The Ghost Emperor, target equals _ blank. Chapter 1499. Things had developed beyond Gu Fei and He Tian's expectations. They had wanted to trap the Dark Lord for a period of time with the incomplete Extreme Dao Array, and then they could sneak up the Yellow Spring Mountain to steal the ancient treasure in the Yellow Spring Eye. Book C Pavilion. However, the Nether Lord had schemed for 1,000 years to obtain the ancient treasure in the mouth of the Yellow Spring. Gu Fei and Erebus knew that their chances of obtaining the ancient treasure were very slim. But even if there was only a sliver of a chance, they could not waste it. However, the Dark Lord and the Ghost Emperor were facing each other. The two demons had fought before, and their fight had caused the heavens and the earth to lose color. The Ghost Emperor was extremely powerful, and he had almost killed his way to the peak of the Yellow Spring Mountain. The grudge between the two demons had reached a level where they could not live under the same sky. Rumble, the Dark Lord and the Ghost Emperor's power was increasing rapidly. On the ancient ship, figures with monstrous demonic aura walked out. They were powerful Buddha bodies and demonic corpses. The ancient Buddha monk's corpse had been taken over by the Ghost Emperor's demonic will. This was a supreme demonic art. More than a dozen demonic figures, and each of them emitted a powerful saint-level aura. The demonic figure that appeared on the demonic ship became more solid, as though it was going to materialize and walk out of the void. The pressure of a saint emperor shocked all directions. Opposite the demonic ship, in the demonic aura that shrouded half the sky, a demonic figure was faintly discernible, and it also emitted the terrifying waves of a saint emperor. Fight. In the demonic aura, the Dark Lord's cold voice came out. Kill. The Ghost Emperor's true body did not appear, but on the deck of the ancient ship, the dozen or so Buddha bodies and demonic corpses roared at the same time. They soared into the sky and charged towards the demonic figure in the demonic aura. The dozen or so Buddha bodies and demonic corpses roared at the same time. Their voices shook the void and visible transparent ripples appeared. A large amount of demonic aura was dissipating. Rumble. At the same time the ancient ship moved. Like 100,000 demonic mountains, it pressed forward and the void collapsed, forming terrifying spatial cracks. Bang! The Nether Sovereign made his move. Boundless demonic energy condensed into a demonic hand that covered the sky. It emitted terrifying demonic energy fluctuations and grabbed at the dozen demonic shadows that were rushing over. The two invincible Saint Emperors began to fight. The peerless devilish might swept through the heavens and the earth, causing all the demons in the entire Nether Spring to tremble with fear and terror, and it was as if doomsday had arrived. Let's fight, let's fight. It's best if both sides suffer. In the distant sky, Gu Fei and He Tian were secretly delighted. Then they silently fled into the distance. Under the cover of the inner world energy, no one would be able to sense their presence. At this time, the demons from the two camps rushed over from all directions and started fighting in the distance. A bloody battle broke out. The masters of the demons were attracted over, which was very beneficial to Gu Fei and He Tian. Although the distance of 30,000 miles was not short, with Gu Fei and He Tian's cultivation, it was only a matter of time. The Nether Spring Mountain soon appeared in their vision. Boom! Just as Gu Fei and He Tian arrived at the shore of the Nether Spring, a powerful demonic energy fluctuation erupted from the Nether Spring Mountain. Then, a demonic cloud rushed out from the Nether Spring Mountain and flew towards the direction of the battle between the Nether Sovereign and Emperor Yu. The Nether Sovereign's subordinates were mobilized. In the Nether Spring world, the demons who had cultivated to a certain level could fly freely, but outsiders like Gu Fei and the others were suppressed by this world. How do we cross the sea? This was a difficult problem. The closer they got to the Nether Spring Mountain, the stronger the demonic energy of the Nether Spring. On the shore of the Nether Spring Sea, Gu Fei and He Tian already found it difficult to fly. How difficult is this? Gu Fei took out the mountain and river cauldron and threw it into the sea. The mountain and river cauldron landed on the surface of the sea, and the water of the Nether Spring could not corrode the mountain and river cauldron at all. An extreme sacred artifact was extraordinary after all. Even the water of the Nether Spring, which could corrode all spiritual objects in the world, could not corrode the spiritual chi of an extreme sacred artifact. This works too. He Tian was dumbfounded. This was an extreme sacred artifact. If it sank into the Nether Spring Sea, it would be a tragedy. In this place, even sages would not dare to enter the Nether Spring Sea. Gu Fei ignored He Tian and jumped onto the mountain and river cauldron. Then he began to advance towards the Nether Spring Mountain. He Tian hurriedly jumped onto the mountain and river cauldron. At this time, there was a strange fluctuation in the Nether Spring Sea. Shadows of souls appeared at the edge of the dark yellow seawater and gathered towards the mountain and river cauldron. However, these evil creatures in the sea did not dare to get too close to the mountain and river cauldron. What is this? Gu Fei was very shocked. The Nether Spring Sea did not seem as simple as it seemed on the surface. There were strange evil creatures in the sea. Once something entered the Nether Spring Sea, these evil creatures would appear. Shadows of demons appeared on the surface of the sea, emitting a heart-palpitating aura. Soon, the sea near the mountain and river cauldron was densely packed with black shadows. I don't know. It's very evil. Mahakala couldn't tell what these black shadows were. If they were devils, they would have broken out of the water long ago. This kind of evil thing that looked like a soul but also like a devil's shadow gave off a hair-raising feeling. Gu Fei did not care what these things were. He drove the mountain and river cauldron quickly on the dark yellow sea. The mountain and river cauldron did not sink into the Nether Spring Sea. However, Gu Fei and the others could clearly sense that there was a strange force in the sea that wanted to pull the mountain and river cauldron into the sea. More and more black shadows gathered around the mountain and river cauldron. However, none of them dared to approach the mountain and river cauldron. Yellow mist floated above the sea. Gu Fei and the others quickly approached the Nether Spring Mountain without anyone noticing. The Dead Sea of the Nether Spring had a radius of tens of thousands of miles. The Yellow Spring Mountain stood in the center. The yellow spring water that flowed down from the mountain converged to form the Dead Sea. This was the most evil place in the world. It was considered the source of evil in the 3 realms and 6 Dao. As for Gu Fei and the others, they were heading towards the source of evil in the 3 realms and 6 Dao. The ancient treasure in the mouth of the Nether Spring should be the legendary Gate of Reincarnation. Something that could make a sacred emperor underworld lord covet it for 1,000 years was definitely extraordinary. Gu Fei and He Tian stood on the mountain and river cauldron. Primordial chaos chi rushed out of the mountain and river cauldron and enveloped them. The evil power in the Dead Sea of the Nether Spring could not affect them at all. Soon the Yellow Spring Mountain was in front of them. At the foot of the mountain, there were many palaces and historical sites. Gu Fei and the others even saw a dilapidated ancient temple among the historical sites. Some demons were on guard at the foot of the mountain. From time to time, demons could be seen patrolling the mountain. In this critical period, the demons under the underworld lord did not dare to be careless. Gu Fei and He Tian crossed thousands of miles of the Dead Sea without anyone noticing. Then they found their way to the Yellow Spring Mountain. Book C Pavilion. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1500. There were many historical sites on Yellow Spring Mountain, but most of them were in ruins. Only the new buildings built by the Dark Lord's subordinates stood tall on this mountain. Book C Pavilion. Rather than calling it a mountain, it would be more appropriate to call it a big fountain, because the peak of the mountain was the mouth of Yellow Spring. No one knew where the source of Yellow Spring was. Even the ancient Buddhist lord could not find the source of Yellow Spring. A peerless evil power spread out from this mountain, covering the entire 100,000 miles of Yellow Spring. There was only the demonic power of Yellow Spring in this place. The 100,000 miles of Yellow Spring rejected all other powers. It was difficult for any other power to survive in this place, and eventually, it would be worn away. Gu Fei and He Tian had the protection of the mountain and river cauldron, so the evil power of Yellow Spring Mountain could not affect them at all. The power of the Extreme Path sacred weapon was enough to fight against this evil power. This was also the reason why Gu Fei and He Tian dared to touch Yellow Spring Mountain. If it was someone else, even a great saint would not be able to stay in this place. In the end, they would have to retreat. Only the power of the Extreme Path could fight against the power of Yellow Spring Mountain. Gu Fei and He Tian smoothly reached the halfway point of the mountain. But just when they thought that they could go all the way to the peak, a powerful demonic thought swept down from the peak of Yellow Spring Mountain, instantly making it impossible for them to hide. Enemy attack. A loud shout shook the void. Then, powerful demonic shadows rushed out from all over Yellow Spring Mountain, surrounding Gu Fei and He Tian. On Yellow Spring Mountain, demonic aura suddenly surged, and the experts of the demons on the mountain jumped out. A terrifying demonic shadow looked down from the peak. Blood-colored demonic light shot out from its demonic eyes. It was thousands of feet long, and the terrifying demonic power made people's hearts palpitate. When the experts of the demons saw Gu Fei and He Tian, they were all dumbfounded. The power of these two seemed to be their nemesis, making them feel that they did not dare to approach them. It's not Emperor Yu's men. It's an intruder from the outside world. On top of the mountain peak, the peerless great demon shouted. Gu Fei and He Tian were brimming with life force. They were completely incompatible with the 10,000 miles of Yellow Springs. Seeing that they had been exposed, Gu Fei and He Tian immediately took action. Bus. Gu Fei slammed his palm against the bottom of the mountain and river cauldron. When the mountain and river cauldron stood up, it let out a rumbling sound. The primordial chaos chi erupted and a powerful aura emanated from the mountain and river cauldron. What? The group of demons only felt that this ancient cauldron was like a divine sun. The energy fluctuations that erupted from it made their hearts tremble, and they actually felt fear. A large amount of demon chi was dispersed by the mighty aura of the mountain and river cauldron. Kill. A beam of purple-gold divine light emerged from between Gu Fei's eyebrows. Swoosh. A divine eye seemed to open between his eyebrows, and a beam of purple-gold divine light shot out. A group of demons hundreds of feet in front of Gu Fei was hit by the purple-gold divine light. Their demonic body immediately exploded, and even their primordial spirit could not escape. Both their bodies and souls were directly destroyed. At the same time, He Tian also made his move. An almost transparent sword light flew out from his hand, instantly killing 3 demons, and then it flew back to his hand. Ever since the heavenly tribulation, He Tian's control over the invisible divine sword had become even more proficient. He used the power of the heavenly tribulation to erase a saint-tier imprint on the invisible divine sword. This divine weapon was now He Tian's divine weapon of protection. What? The surrounding devil race powerhouses were shocked, and they hurriedly retreated. These two outsiders were incomparably powerful, and they actually killed 4 powerhouses in one go. Such combat strength made all the demons' hearts palpitate. How dare you? The demonic shadow on the mountain peak rushed into the sky and then pounced towards Gu Fei and He Tian. Monstrous demonic chi instantly shrouded the entire world. Virum. With a loud sound, the power of the Wei condensed between Gu Fei's eyebrows, and a purple gold sword rushed out. The primordial spirit sword tore through the void, directly piercing towards the terrifying demonic shadow in the demonic chi. This was the power of the Great Path. However, after the primordial spirit sword left the area covered by the power of the cauldron of mountains and rivers, it was also suppressed by the world. The 100,000 miles of the netherworld suppressed all external forces. Even so, the demonic shadow and the demonic chi that pounced down was still threatened. The supreme sword chi of the primordial spirit sword destroyed everything, leaving a sword mark on the demonic shadow. Devour the world. The big demon roared and endless demonic chi surged. A huge demonic shadow appeared between heaven and earth. This demonic shadow opened its mouth and swallowed the primordial spirit sword. This is a demon saint. Gu Fei and He Tian were shocked. They knew that the underworld sovereign had 3 demon saints under him. Among the 3 demon saints, the bone dragon had already been killed by them. The other demon saint had already led a group of demons to help the underworld sovereign. Gu Fei and the others did not expect that there was still a demon saint guarding the netherworld mountain. It should be known that the underworld sovereign and the ghost emperor were fighting, and experts from all sides were coming in and out. Bam! Gu Fei did not hesitate. He slapped the bottom of the cauldron of mountains and rivers again. Then a figure rushed out of the cauldron of mountains and rivers. Saint-level power spread in all directions, dispersing the surrounding demonic chi. This is 2 beams of blood-colored demonic light shot out of the head of the 10,000 zhang tall demonic shadow. It swept its gaze over the figure that rushed out of the cauldron of mountains and rivers. It was extremely shocked. This was a figure that was surrounded by 9 beams of immortal Tao divine light. It was like a supreme immortal descending from the 9 heavens. This person was Gu Fei's saint-level clone. At this time, Gu Fei had no choice but to use his saint-level clone because he wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. Swish! The violet gold divine sword appeared in the hand of the saint-level clone. It then rushed towards the 10,000 zhang tall demonic shadow. The sword chi that spread out from the violet gold divine sword repelled the surrounding demonic power of the yellow springs, so that Gu Fei's immortal Tao sacred physique was not suppressed by the demonic power of the yellow springs. Gu Fei's saint-level clone attacked with full force. Saint-level immortal Tao power erupted from the immortal Tao sacred physique. The immortal Tao sacred physique seemed to have turned into a divine Sunday. It emitted billions of immortal Tao divine light, illuminating the entire world. Endless demonic chi was dissipating. The 10,000 zhang tall demonic shadow showed signs of dispersing under the illumination of the immortal Tao divine light. The demon saint in the 10,000 zhang tall demonic shadow was shocked. The other party was extremely powerful. This kind of power made him feel great danger. He could not help but be moved. Swish! It was just one slash, a full force slash. This slash almost drained all the power of Gu Fei's immortal Tao sacred physique. Under the infusion of endless immortal Tao divine force, this slash became the only thing left in the world. The 10,000 zhang tall demonic shadow was split in half by this slash, shocking all the experts on the yellow springs. How is this possible? A demon saint's primordial spirit dissipated along with the 10,000 zhang tall demonic shadow. The dazzling sword light caused the yellow springs to lose its color. After the sword light killed the demon saint, it landed on the mountain. Rumble! The entire Yellow Springs mountain was shaking. A 10,000 zhang long sword mark appeared on the mountain. At the peak of the mountain, a gap appeared in the Yellow Springs. A stream of Yellow Springs water gushed out from the gap, flowing down for 300,000 zhangs. Wuxia Pavilion Dash. Please share target equals _ blank. Chapter 1501. With lightning speed, Gu Fei unleashed a powerful sword strike that killed the demon saint. The purple gold divine sword unleashed a powerful sword chi that left a terrifying sword mark on the Yellow Spring Mountain. Wuxia Pavilion Dash. The power of the extreme sacred sword shook a hole in the mouth of the Yellow Spring. The dark yellow water of the yellow spring poured down from the top of the mountain and flowed down for 300,000 feet. Gu Fei did not expect the sword strike to be so powerful that it created a hole in the yellow spring. The water of the yellow spring poured down. This was no joke. Boom. The water fell from the sky and washed away most of the demons on the mountainside. Only the strong demons had time to soar into the sky and escape. Gu Fei and He Tian jumped onto the mountain and river cauldron and drove it up to the top of the mountain. His sacred body of the Immortal Way was almost exhausted. However, he had a lot of divine materials that could help him recover his strength. He threw out a large pile of divine materials and used the mystic art of the Immortal Way to devour the divine materials that contained the vast chi of heaven and earth. Beams of immortal light rushed out from the front of Gu Fei's sacred body of the Immortal Way and entered the sacred body of the Immortal Way. The sacred body of the Immortal Way recovered its chi quickly. After killing the demon saint guarding the Yellow Spring Mountain, Gu Fei and the others were invincible. Some strong demons rushed up but were killed by Gu Fei's sacred body of the Immortal Way. Buzz. The divine sword vibrated. The sacred body of the Immortal Way kept devouring the spiritual chi of the divine materials. At the same time, a wisp of sword chi leaked out from the purple gold divine sword and swept out. Buzz. The strong demons that rushed up were immediately turned into a cloud of blood mist and dissipated in the void. Their bodies and souls were destroyed, leaving nothing behind. Although it was only a strand of sword energy fluctuations leaked out from the extreme Tao sacred sword, it was enough to cut through everything. The demonic artifacts of the demons were all turned to dust by the sword energy. The immortal Tao's sacred physique's powerful battle prowess intimidated all the demons on the Yellow Spring Mountain. Gu Fei and the others charged all the way to the mountain peak. There the yellow spring was boiling and yellow mist shrouded the entire mountain peak. The most evil energy in the world was vast and mighty. Even with the protection of the Extreme Path sacred weapon, Gu Fei and the others still felt their minds trembling. This was a place that only existed in legends. The mountain had a circumference of at least a dozen miles. Within the yellow mist, there was a pitch-black demon palace floating. At this moment, a large gush of yellow spring water gushed out from the opening created by the purple gold divine sword chi. One could vaguely see bones flowing out from the yellow water. Could it be that this yellow spring water is really corpse water? Mai Tian was incomparably shocked. The demonic power of the yellow springs surged in all directions. Although it was repelled by the power of the mountain and river cauldron, it still made Mai Tian feel a great deal of pressure. This was a demon eye. Moreover, it was a demon eye that had existed since the era of myths and legends. It was regarded as the source of evil by the ancient ancestors. The evil energy that enveloped the entire yellow spring came from this place. Open. Gu Fei and He Tian stood on the mountain and river cauldron. Their eyes shone with the divine light of the great path. They used the martial path heavenly eye to break through the yellow mist above the mouth of the yellow spring and look directly into the yellow spring. Gu Fei vaguely saw an ancient object floating in the mouth of the yellow spring below. When he wanted to take a closer look, a wave of yellow spring demonic power rushed out of the mouth of the yellow spring. Gu Fei was shocked. He felt a pain in his eyes and quickly closed them. However, a wisp of yellow spring demonic energy had already attacked Gu Fei's eyes. Blood seeped out of his eyes. What's wrong? He Tian, who was beside Gu Fei, couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. It's nothing. Gu Fei's vitality was incomparably strong. The recovery power of his martial body had reached an astonishing level. His eyes were rapidly healing. The blood from the depths of his eyes flowed back. In just a few breaths he opened his eyes. They were still full of vigor and there was a divine light flashing in them. The yellow spring demonic energy condensed below is too strong. There seems to be an inexplicable demonic pattern that can actually hurt me. Gu Fei was secretly alarmed. He had been a little careless. This demonic eye was the legendary yellow spring. Many peerless demons had appeared here before. Even the ancient Buddha Lord had found it difficult to refine this demonic eye. In the mouth of the yellow spring, there were demonic marks left behind by a peerless great demon. Not everyone could enter. Otherwise, the Dark Lord would not have plotted for 1,000 years and still failed to retrieve the ancient item from the mouth of the yellow spring. Brr. At this moment, an angry roar came from 30,000 miles away. The sound shook half of the yellow spring. Even the demonic clouds in the sky were dispersed by the sound waves. Emperor, you actually colluded with outsiders to conspire for that thing. Damn it. The underworld sovereign's voice sounded between heaven and earth. He was furious and wanted to rush back from 30,000 miles away. At this time he already knew that something had happened to his base camp. "Ah, you stay." Another voice sounded. The Emperor Yu was laughing. He and the Underworld Sovereign were mortal enemies. He was happy to see the Underworld Sovereign suffer. He used great divine abilities one after another to stop the Underworld Sovereign who wanted to rush back to the Yellow Spring. Roar! The Underworld Sovereign roared again and again. Monstrous demonic aura enveloped half the sky. He started a battle of life and death with the Emperor Yu. He was going to risk his life. He had plotted for 1,000 years and was about to succeed, but someone actually wanted to snatch it away. This made him want to skin those who dared to plot against him alive. The earth-shattering battle 30,000 miles away was obviously not something that Gu Fei and the others could ignore. They paid close attention to the movements 30,000 miles away. Seeing that the Underworld Sovereign was stopped by the Emperor Yu, they all heaved a sigh of relief. It should be known that the Underworld Sovereign was an invincible existence at the Saint Emperor level. In the current world where saints were extinct, no one could fight against him. No one would have thought that the legendary Yellow Spring could give birth to such a powerful demon sovereign. Right now, Gu Fei and He Tian were just two weak ants in the eyes of the Underworld Sovereign. Only Gu Fei's Immortal Path Divine Body Avatar could make the Underworld Sovereign pay attention. The demonic patterns in the eye of the Yellow Spring have almost collapsed. As long as we draw out a wisp of the power of the extreme Tao, we can break the demonic formation here. He Tian's eyes shone with yin-yang divine light. In his eyes, the great Tao of yin and yang was evolving. All the patterns in the world appeared in front of him one by one. Then what are we waiting for? Gu Fei was not an indecisive person. He acted on his thoughts. The Immortal Path Divine Body Avatar went forward. At this time, the Immortal Path Divine Body Avatar had recovered to its peak state after devouring a large amount of the spiritual qi of the world contained in the divine materials. However, Gu Fei felt that this was not enough. He opened his inner world, and the mountainous divine materials fell out of his inner world. He drew the power of the mountain and river cauldron and fixed them in the void in front of him. The mountainous divine materials flowed with immortal light and divine splendor, illuminating the entire world. The endless qi of death was dispelled, and rays of divine light rushed out from the peak of the Yellow Spring. Seeing so many divine materials, He Tian drooled. These were all peerless divine materials that were rarely seen in the world. Each of them contained a huge amount of spiritual qi of the world. If he wanted to obtain the antique in the eye of the Yellow Spring, Gu Fei would have to spend a lot of money. Book C Pavilion Dash. Please share target equals _blank. Chapter 1502. A large pile of peerless divine materials was brought out by Gu Fei. The divine materials that caught his eye were definitely not simple. Among them there was the 9 heavens divine jade that emitted 9-colored immortal light, and the primal chaos black iron essence that was born from the primal chaos. Book C Pavilion. He Tian even saw a 10,000-year-old king ginseng among the pile of divine materials, which made him drool all over the ground. A 10,000-year-old king ginseng was already a rare king herb. This kind of king herb needed to be nurtured for 10,000 years. Not all divine medicines could grow for 10,000 years without being taken away by cultivators. Even though He Tian was a mighty immortal cultivator now, if he consumed such a king herb after a battle, it would be enough to restore his vitality in an instant. What a pity. He Tian couldn't help but shake his head. He really wanted this 10,000-year-old king herb, but in the end he didn't ask Gu Fei. At this time, Gu Fei's immortal sacred physique started to circulate the immortal arcane art to devour the large pile of divine materials and herbs in front of him. Streams of essence rushed out from the pile of divine materials and herbs before being devoured by the immortal sacred physique. Buzz. The void trembled as 9 rays of immortal light rushed out of the immortal sacred physique and danced around it. An unimaginably powerful fluctuation emanated from the immortal sacred physique. There was no worldly spiritual energy in the Yellow Springs, only demonic energy. Here, Gu Fei's immortal sacred physique couldn't absorb any worldly spiritual energy from the outside world. Therefore, Gu Fei had to consume large amounts of divine materials and medicines to provide endless spiritual energy for the immortal sacred physique. The terrifying aura of a martial sage surged over the Yellow Springs. Rays of divine light rushed out of the immortal sacred physique, dispelling the yellow demonic energy that had enveloped the Yellow Springs for countless years. The divine materials and divine medicines that were as tall as a small mountain gradually lost their essence and turned into powder. The immortal sacred physique's body gradually expanded as a shocking power condensed. The violet gold divine sword in the immortal sacred physique's hand vibrated and pulsed with violet gold sword energy. Almost done. Gu Fei and He Tian steered the mountain and river cauldron to escape into the distance. At this moment, a large pile of divine materials had almost all turned into dust, and all the essence qi had been devoured by the immortal Tao sacred physique. Roar! The sacred physique of the immortal Wei exhaled and the entire space shook. After the last few strands of essence were devoured by the sacred physique of the immortal Wei, its power had reached its peak. Ascend. The sacred physique of the immortal path roared furiously and his aura skyrocketed again. Visible ripples appeared in the space around him, as if the space around him could not contain his unbelievably powerful body. Buzz. The violet gold divine sword vibrated as the sacred physique of the immortal Tao gripped the sword with both hands and slowly lifted it up. Immortal Tao divine power surged madly into the violet gold divine sword, and the sword qi on the violet gold divine sword gradually grew stronger. Swoosh! A beam of violet gold divine light shot up thousands of miles and pierced through the space. The power of the violet gold divine sword began to awaken under the infusion of endless immortal Tao divine power. However, it was impossible to truly awaken the power of the violet gold divine sword. Even the existence of a great sage could not make the divine weapon of the extreme path unleash the true power of the extreme path. However, Gu Fei did not want to completely awaken the violet gold divine sword. The violet gold divine sword only needed to release a strand of the extreme path's power. The demonic array patterns in the eye of the yellow spring had almost dissipated. One had to admit that the Dark Lord was indeed impressive. He used 1,000 years to slowly erase the demonic array patterns in the eye of the yellow spring. This kind of patience and persistence was not something an ordinary person could achieve. Unfortunately, his 1,000 years of hard work had gone to someone else. Break for me. The immortal Tao sacred physique's immortal power was vast and mighty. He displayed the power of ascend and slashed with all his might. The dazzling sword light traveled thousands of miles and landed on the eye of the yellow spring. Swoosh! The void was directly cut apart, and the demonic array patterns collapsed under the violet gold sword light. The entire eye of the yellow spring shook violently. The yellow spring water was directly separated, and the ancient object floating in the eye of the yellow spring was revealed. The entire mountain top was split in half by the sword. The eye of the yellow spring collapsed, and the yellow spring water surged down from the mountain, almost drowning the entire yellow spring mountain. This was a shocking scene. The legendary yellow springs had actually been split open by a single sword strike. The immortal Tao sacred physique saw the ancient object in the eye of the yellow spring and couldn't help but be surprised. This ancient object did not seem to match the legends. At this time there was no time for him to think. The immortal Tao sacred physique, under the control of Gu Fei's primordial spirit, directly rushed into the eye of the yellow spring. At this time, the remaining demonic array patterns in the eye of the yellow spring had already been destroyed by the sword qi of the violet gold divine sword. Collect. Gu Fei's immortal Tao sacred physique displayed the supreme immortal Tao sacred technique. He separated the void with both hands and directly evolved a side of the world to collect the ancient object. Swoosh! The immortal Tao sacred physique soared into the sky and rushed out of the collapsed eye of the yellow spring. Boom! Just as Gu Fei's immortal Tao sacred physique collected the ancient object, a monstrous wave of yellow spring demonic power suddenly surged from the depths of the yellow spring, as though something was about to rush out from the depths of the yellow spring. What? Gu Fei was shocked. The immortal Tao sacred physique turned into a beam of divine light and directly rushed over, converging with his true body. Then he drove the mountain and river cauldron into the distance. Rumble! The yellow spring mountain was shaking and cracks appeared on the mountain. The yellow spring water rushed out of the mountain, and the entire mountain was collapsing. Endless yellow spring water surged in all directions. What happened? 30,000 miles away, the Underworld Supremacy and the Ghost Emperor were shocked, especially the Underworld Supremacy. At this moment his expression was extremely rich. His demon palace was swallowed by the boundless yellow springs water the moment the demonic power of the yellow springs exploded. Everything that the Underworld Sovereign had collected in the demon palace was now gone. Brr! The Underworld Sovereign roared. His anger was about to burn the 9 heavens. 2 of his demon sages were killed, and his demon palace was destroyed. All of this almost drove him crazy. Ghost Emperor, I want you dead. The Underworld Sovereign gritted his teeth and directly attacked the Ghost Emperor. He was fighting with his life, displaying his supreme demonic power. He turned into a 10,000-meter tall demonic body and attacked the ancient ship that the Ghost Emperor was residing in. Like a supreme demonic lord that opened the sky, the underworld sovereign's fists caused the entire heaven and earth to shake. The void under his fists even collapsed and shattered, turning into a terrifying destructive storm that rushed towards the ancient ship. The Ghost Emperor sneered, directly toward the void, and chased in the direction of Gu Fei and the others. "You trash of the demon Dao, you really colluded with outsiders." The underworld sovereign was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He also tore the void with his demon Dao mystique and chased after the Ghost Emperor. What? When Gu Fei saw the Ghost Emperor and the underworld sovereign chasing after him, he was really shocked. Wuxia Pavilion Dash. Please share target equals _blank. Chapter 1503. Date: October 21st. The two terrifying Saint King existences chased after Gu Fei and He Tian at the same time. Terrifying demonic might shook the heavens and earth. The two invincible demons ripped open the space as they traveled. In just an instant they had traversed 10,000 kilometers, which shocked Gu Fei greatly. Gu Fei circulated his martial arts as hard as he could. The space of the five elements surged from his body, wrapping around He Tian and the cauldron of mountain and river. Then he charged forward with all his might. This was an extreme movement technique created by fusing the 8 desolate steps and the space of the 5 elements. It was even faster than the 8 steps. Gu Fei seemed to have fused with the space. He could traverse 3,000 kilometers with each step. Gu Fei used his extreme movement technique and immediately left the two Saint King demon sovereigns behind. So what if they were demon sovereigns? They still had to eat his dust. What? The Yu Emperor and the underworld sovereign were both shocked. They never thought that a guy who was not even a saint would possess such speed. It was unbelievable. Damn it. The underworld sovereign roared furiously. His voice shook the sky and a demonic eye split open between his eyebrows. Demonic power then condensed in his demonic eye. Swish. A streak of dark light shot out from his demonic eye like a black bolt of lightning. It shot towards the fleeing Gu Fei. This was the power of the ways of the demonic path. Saint King existences condensed their own power of the ways and possessed various unbelievable abilities and powers. The speed of the demonic light was extremely fast. It actually passed by Emperor Yu and pierced through Gu Fei, who was in front of Emperor Yu. Even the void was torn apart. Bzzz. Gu Fei shook the cauldron of mountain and river and blocked the demonic light. The demonic light was unable to break through the chaotic primordial powers that surged from the cauldron of mountain and river. However, the demonic power contained within the demonic light could not be underestimated. Like a giant hammer, it ruthlessly struck the giant bell, causing the mountain and river cauldron to make a trembling sound. Gu Fei used the demonic energy to charge several thousand kilometers away with the cauldron of mountains and rivers. He increased the distance between him and the two Saint King demons by quite a bit. The two of them chased each other in the sky. This was an unforgettable scene for the demons. 2 invincible demon sovereigns were chasing 2 outsiders. Torrential devil chi covered half the world, causing the yellow springs to lose color. Wherever the 2 invincible demon sovereigns passed, all the demons knelt on the ground, their bodies trembling. Their supreme demonic might shook the entire Yellow Springs world. The Yellow Springs world was not large. Gu Fei and He Tian had nowhere to hide, which was why the Yu Emperor had allowed Gu Fei and He Tian to charge into the Yellow Springs mountain. At this moment the Yellow Springs mountain collapsed. Water surged in all directions, drowning large swathes of the region. The entire Yellow Springs Sea expanded by several times. Many demons who could not dodge in time were devoured by the surging water. The collapse of the Yellow Springs mountain caused an unimaginable disaster. The entire Yellow Springs was affected. In particular, the Yellow Springs demonic power that surged out from the depths of the Yellow Springs caused the entire Yellow Springs to shake and shake the heavens and the earth. A deep roar rang out from the depths of the Yellow Springs eye, as if a supreme demon that had been suppressed for countless years had been awakened. Clang. Other than the roar, there was also the sound of metal clashing. It was as if a terrifying demonic creature was struggling in the Yellow Springs eye. But at this moment, the Yu Emperor and the Underworld Lord could not care so much. There was only one thing they had to do now, and that was to snatch the ancient item from Gu Fei's hands. The ancient item in the Yellow Springs eye was too important to them. Leave that item behind and I will spare your life. The Yu Emperor sent a voice transmission to Gu Fei. They had already crossed paths in the endless dark void. At that time, the Yu Emperor was still in a special state and could not unleash the power of a divine emperor. If the Yu Emperor had recovered to his peak state at that time, Gu Fei and He Tian would probably be in for a tragedy. F***CK. Do you think we are fools? He Tian cursed. The Yu Emperor's voice transmission was not only directed at Gu Fei. The Yu Emperor's voice also rang in He Tian's heart. I can't get rid of those two fellows. Gu Fei was a little anxious. The two fellows behind him were divine emperors. Their realms were too much higher. No matter how heaven-defying Gu Fei was, he could not fight against such existences. Even if he had an extreme Dao holy weapon. Gu Fei's immortal Dao holy body avatar was also not a match for divine emperors. Although it was a battle tool refined by a great sage of the human race, it could not unleash the power of a divine emperor. In this situation they could only escape. Boss, this world is only so big. Why don't we hide in the inner world? He Tian said. This could not go on. As long as they were still in the Yellow Springs Eye, they would eventually be caught by those two fellows. Once they were caught, Gu Fei and He Tian would probably die with a grievance. That's the only way. Gu Fei used the void step and sprinted at full speed. At the same time he activated the power of the inner world and tore through the void. He wrapped He Tian and the mountain and river cauldron and rushed into the inner world. Swoosh. Gu Fei and He Tian, along with the mountain and river cauldron, disappeared from the sky in an instant. It was as if they had escaped into the void. This made Emperor Yu and the underworld lord dumbfounded. I sensed the aura of heaven and earth. Emperor Yu did not hesitate. He attacked directly. Powerful demonic power pierced through heaven and earth. He wanted to break through that space and barge in. Rumble, the void was shattering. Gu Fei's inner world was shaken by this demonic power. Gu Fei, He Tian, and the mountain and river cauldron were sent flying by a destructive force. Buzz. The mountain and river cauldron flew up. Streams of primordial chaos chi fell from above. A mighty force that could intimidate the mountains and rivers spread from the mountain and river cauldron. The shattered void was suppressed. A ferocious demon appeared in the chaos. Its hideous demonic face was terrifying. However, when the mountain and river cauldron pressed down, the demonic face quickly retreated like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bow. Bam! The void shook. The power of the mountain and river cauldron directly cut off the passage between Gu Fei's inner world and the outside world. The shattered void in the inner world was quickly repaired. At this moment, Gu Fei and He Tian, who were sent flying by the demonic power outside, landed on a mountain peak. Success. The Demon King snatched food from the mouth. Gu Fei and He Tian relaxed. Gu Fei wiped the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth and sat on the mountain peak. He then used the surrounding spiritual energy to heal himself. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1504. Roar. In the Yellow Springs, terrifying demonic howls kept ringing from the depths of the spring. Huge waves rose in the Yellow Springs Sea and many huge skeletons floated above the sea. Book C Pavilion. After Gu Fei broke open the Yellow Springs Eye and took away the ancient item, the depths of the Yellow Springs Eye changed. It was as if a supreme existence that had been suppressed had awakened. Yu Emperor and the Dark Sovereign were watching and they felt threatened. Half a month passed. Gu Fei and He Tian, who had disappeared, did not appear again. During this period, the Ghost Emperor and the Underworld Sovereign fought a few more times, causing the void to shatter and the earth to sink. But these two Saint Emperor-level existences couldn't suppress the other. Two demonic powers formed in the Yellow Springs world. Rumble. The entire Yellow Springs world suddenly shook. In the Yellow Springs Eye, Yellow Springs demonic chi exploded and yellow demonic chi rushed out from the depths. With a clang, a demonic figure appeared above the Yellow Springs Eye. The demonic figure stood tall like a mountain, giving people a feeling of endless terror. Huge chains coiled around the demonic figure's body, binding it to the heavens and earth. This wasn't a true great demon, just a phantom. But the demonic might that it gave off was enough to shock the entire Yellow Springs world. Even Yu Emperor and the Dark Sovereign were wary of that demonic figure. The Yellow Springs Eye is suppressing the demon ancestor. On top of a mountain in the Yellow Springs, an ancient ship floated at the peak of the mountain. A demonic figure stood on the deck. The demonic figure's eyes shone with a blood-red light as he stared in the direction of the Yellow Springs. Yu Emperor's real body could already walk on the ancient ship, but he still couldn't leave the ancient ship. He hadn't completely refined the power of the Buddhist Tao. Back then he was exiled into the eternal darkness by the Dark Sovereign and met an ancient Buddha saint. This ancient Buddha saint used supreme Buddhist techniques and imprisoned him in this ancient Buddha ship. Yu Emperor's figure then disappeared from the deck. In another direction of the Yellow Springs, in a valley shrouded in demonic chi, a demonic figure opened his eyes. His demonic eyes seemed to be able to see through the void as he looked towards the mouth of the yellow springs. This world is going to fall into chaos. After saying these words, the underworld sovereign no longer spoke. Then he closed his eyes and sat there cross-legged, not moving at all. No one dared to approach him. After plotting for 1,000 years, it was picked up by someone else. The Dark Lord had no place to vent his anger. There was once a strong demon who walked 1,000 feet behind the Dark Lord and was slapped into meat paste by the Dark Lord. Just as the Yellow Springs was about to undergo a great change, Gu Fei and He Tian were hiding in their inner worlds, studying the antique that they had taken out of the Yellow Springs. This is the legendary Gate of Reincarnation. In a valley where immortal qi lingered, my Tian circled around an ancient object. His face was filled with confusion. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't look like a divine gate that could allow people to reincarnate. This antique was a pitch-black stone tablet. It was only 3 feet tall, but it gave people the feeling that they were facing a huge mountain. On the ancient tablet, flowers, birds, insects, fish, rivers, seas, and lakes were engraved. There were even figures of ancient ancestors. It was as if everything in the world was engraved on it. This stone tablet is extraordinary. Gu Fei stared at the ancient tablet for a long time and finally said this. The ancient tablet exuded an endless ancient aura. It was definitely an antique from before the ancient age. No one knew how long it had existed in the world. Could it be something from the era of myths and legends? He Tian knew that this ancient tablet was extraordinary. He had once used the yin-yang divine eye to look at it, but he couldn't see anything. At this moment, Gu Fei walked over and flipped his right hand. The purple gold divine sword immediately appeared in his hand. He held the sword and slashed at the ancient tablet in front of him. Clang! The sword light flashed and the purple gold divine sword slashed at the ancient tablet. When they clearly saw where the purple gold divine sword had struck the ancient tablet, Gu Fei and He Tian were extremely shocked. There wasn't even a mark left on the ancient tablet. Even a divine weapon of the extreme path can't damage it at all. He Tian couldn't believe it. It should be known that the purple gold divine sword was a divine weapon of the extreme path. Even if it didn't display the power of the extreme path, there weren't many things that could withstand a strike from the purple gold divine sword without being damaged. This was just a stone tablet, but it could withstand a strike from a divine weapon of the extreme path. Could this be an ancient tablet that had been refined by an extreme path supreme being? This thing can't be the gate of samsara. Gu Fei kept the purple gold divine sword and pondered for a long time before saying this. How could the legendary gate of samsara be an ancient tablet? What should we do? Without the gate of samsara, I'm afraid there's only one way for us to leave this place, said He Tian. If there was a second way, he really wouldn't want to take that path. This stone tablet seems to have ancient Tao patterns on it. Let's see if we can activate these Tao patterns. Gu Fei realized that there seemed to be naturally formed ancient Tao patterns on the ancient tablet. Perhaps it was these Tao patterns that gave the stone tablet an immortal nature. Even the purple gold divine sword couldn't damage it. Looks like we have to study it seriously. He Tian also noticed this phenomenon. The Tao patterns on the ancient tablet were definitely extremely ancient. They were Tao patterns from before the primordial age. Such Tao patterns were only recorded in the most ancient books. Without hesitation, Gu Fei and He Tian began to set up in the valley. A few days later, the valley began to emit psionic power. Spiritual qi from all directions began to gather in the valley. Gu Fei and He Tian gathered the spiritual qi of heaven and earth in an attempt to activate the ancient Tao patterns on the ancient stone tablet. Time passed. Days passed one after another. Gu Fei and He Tian were in no hurry. This ancient tablet was too strange. There were no energy fluctuations on it, but it was immortal. He Tian set up a large array to gather the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Endless spiritual qi drowned the ancient tablet. A month passed. The ancient tablet that was bathed in the vast spiritual qi did not move. 2 months passed. The spiritual qi in the valley was so thick that it was about to turn into liquid. However, the ancient tablet still did not move. Could it be that we used the wrong method? Gu Fei and He Tian looked at the ancient tablet. They had a feeling that they could not do anything. However, just as they were about to give up, the ancient tablet in the valley suddenly trembled. At this moment, in the 100,000 miles of the Yellow Springs, a monstrous devil qi gushed out from the mouth of the Yellow Springs. A real figure appeared in the sky above the mouth of the Yellow Springs. Roar! The ferocious demon roared to the sky, and pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the entire void. The world almost collapsed. This was the result of the roar of this peerless great demon whose entire body was shrouded in yellow demonic chi. Several long black chains hung down from the body of the peerless great devil. Devil chi rose. No one could see the appearance of this great devil clearly. The terrifying devil chi shook the 100,000 miles of the Yellow Springs, causing all the demons to panic. Friends who want to communicate with Liang San, please add a new group, 274673223, please go to the first post without advertisements. Wuxia Pavilion dash. Please share target equals _ blank. Chapter 1505. The fiendish demon that was suppressed in the Yellow Springs was released. It broke free from its shackles and appeared above the Yellow Springs. Its terrifying demonic aura shook the entire Yellow Springs and made thousands of demons bow down. Wuxia Pavilion dash. Rumble, the entire Yellow Springs was shaking. Huge waves rose in the Dead Sea of Yellow Springs. Endless demonic power surged out from the depths of the Yellow Springs and entered the fiendish demon's body. Many huge skeletons floated above the Dead Sea of the Yellow Springs. There were even human skeletons among them. There seemed to be countless living beings buried in the mouth of the Yellow Springs, giving birth to the most terrifying demonic power in the world. Clang. The three black chains hanging from the fiendish demon's body collided with each other from time to time, emitting crisp sounds of metal clashing. The chains pierced through the fiendish demon's body. Although the fiendish demon had broken free from the Yellow Springs, the chains on its body couldn't be removed. The pitch-black chains were engraved with ancient Tao runes. There was a supreme existence suppressing the fiendish demon in the Yellow Springs. Gu Fei took away the ancient tablet, allowing the fiendish demon to break free. This was something that Gu Fei did not expect. The fiendish demon's release had serious consequences. After devouring the endless demonic power of the Yellow Springs, the fiendish demon was shrouded in dark yellow demonic aura. Its figure became blurry, but it became even more powerful and terrifying. Swoosh. The fiendish demon disappeared into the void. Boom. The next moment, in a place where the demons gathered in the Yellow Springs, the void shook violently. Then a terrifying demonic shadow appeared in the sky. An endless amount of demonic aura poured down from the demonic figure, enveloping the entire world and the countless demons below. What happened? Is the Ghost Emperor attacking? I don't want to die. The place where the devil race resided was immediately thrown into chaos. The terrifying devil might that descended from the sky caused the group of devils to tremble. This pressure was too strong, causing all the devil race to almost be unable to breathe. Immediately after, screams filled the air. The demons that were enveloped by the demonic chi were quickly losing their demonic chi. Then they turned into dried corpses that fell to the ground. All of their chi had been sucked dry. In an instant, most of the demons in the settlement of tens of thousands of demons fell down and turned into dried corpses. Even the demons guarding the place were struggling. The power of the demonic Tao in their bodies was being drawn out uncontrollably. To the demons, the demonic essence energy was their life force. Once the demonic essence energy was completely devoured, they would die even if they were demons with immortal bodies. Soon, the entire settlement of the demons calmed down. Tens of thousands of demons, as well as the powerhouses among the demons, had all turned into hideous and terrifying mummies. Even their primordial spirits had been sucked out. The demonic chi receded like the tide. That peerless fiendish demon roared, and then the fiendish demon's figure once again disappeared in the sky. Very soon, another area of the devil race's settlement was enveloped by demonic chi. The unparalleled demon was devouring the essence energy of the demons to strengthen itself. This was a massacre. All the demons in the 100,000 miles of Yellow Springs became the prey of the unparalleled demon. The demon seemed to want to quickly recover its strength. More than a dozen demon settlements were slaughtered by the demon. Large numbers of demons turned into dried corpses without any demonic essence energy. Such a massacre of demons alarmed the Ghost Emperor and the underworld supremacy. Demons being massacred in large numbers was something that had never happened before. It should be known that the 100,000 miles of Yellow Springs was a paradise for demons. If this continued, the demons would be wiped out sooner or later. In the area controlled by the Ghost Emperor, many demon settlements were also slaughtered by the demon. Not a single demon escaped. All of them had their demonic essence energy devoured. The unparalleled demon did not simply devour the demon's essence energy. It did not even let go of the primordial spirits of the demons. The power of the primordial spirit could strengthen the demon's divine soul. This was an unbridled massacre. Just as the demonic power of the unparalleled demon was rapidly increasing, in Gu Fei's inner world, The ancient monument that Gu Fei and He Tian had used countless methods to no effect suddenly shook. The ancient monument seemed to have sensed that the unparalleled demon had escaped from the mouth of the yellow springs. The void shook. The Tao patterns on the ancient monument began to emit divine light. The ancient patterns were like ancestral dragons, swimming around the ancient monument. The patterns engraved on the ancient monument seemed to have come to life. What's going on? Gu Fei and He Tian were extremely shocked. They had not figured out what was happening to the ancient monument. They did not dare to get too close and only watched from afar. The ancient monument has suddenly awakened. Could something be about to happen? He Tian was a little uneasy. In the valley, the ancient monument was shaking as though it was about to fly away. This thing had existed for countless years. Perhaps it could be traced back to the era of myths and legends. No one knew what would happen to this ancient monument. Even He Tian, who was proficient in array formations, knew nothing about this ancient monument. The ancient Tao patterns engraved on the ancient monument seemed to be a type of array formation. After studying it for a few months, He Tian could only see this. And just as the ancient monument was gradually awakening, the 100,000 miles of the Yellow Springs was already in chaos. The unparalleled demon appeared and slaughtered demons everywhere. It devoured the demonic essence energy and the primordial spirits of the demons. The death of countless demons caused Emperor Yu and Underworld Lord to be unable to sit still. Boom. Nether Supremacy was the first to make a move. Just as that ferocious devil was about to slaughter another devil race's settlement, Nether Supremacy arrived just in time and struck that peerless ferocious devil. The entire void shook under the Dark Lord's demonic hand. The ground was cracking. On the ground, countless demons fled in all directions. It was as though doomsday had arrived. Roar! The peerless ferocious demon roared. The Underworld Supremacy's attack had enraged the ferocious demon. 3 black chains flew out from the ferocious demon's body. One of the chains pierced through the demonic hand that the Underworld Supremacy had condensed with boundless demonic power. The other 2 chains pierced through the Underworld Supremacy's body. The black chains looked rusty and almost completely rotten. However, they were still extremely terrifying. Every chain was engraved with ancient Tao patterns. Moreover, these Tao patterns could restrain the power of the demon Tao. Swoosh! The Dark Lord felt danger. He left an afterimage on the spot and appeared above the demon's head in the next moment. I, the lone demon. The Dark Supremacy let out a loud shout and displayed the supreme divine ability of the Devil Path. He opened up a demonic sky, and it was a void that was like a boundless demonic domain. He sucked in the ferocious devils below. Book C Pavilion Dash. Please share target equals _blank. Chapter 1506. The Nether Sovereign displayed his Saint Emperor's invincible divine ability, conjuring a boundless demon domain and pulling the unparalleled demon into it. Book C Pavilion. This was the inner world that he had cultivated. Here it was a world of its own. Standing in this infinite demon domain, he was like a supreme demon that ruled over this infinite demon domain. With a thought from the Underworld Supremacy, the entire infinite demon domain shook. Endless power came from all directions and obliterated the demon. Demonic patterns appeared in the void, bringing with them the power of the Great Path. He wanted to use the power of the inner world to suppress and kill this demon. Roar! The ferocious devil threw his head back and roared. He seemed to have sensed danger. A blood-red demonic light shot out from his eyes, piercing through the void. An extremely evil demonic energy erupted from his body. It was like 100,000 volcanoes from hell had erupted at the same time. This demonic power shook the entire infinite demon domain. Cracks appeared in the terrifying infinite demon domain. The power of the inner world of the Underworld Supremacy was scattered by this demonic power. His demonic body shook again and again. What? The Underworld Supremacy was shocked. He never thought that this demon would be so powerful. He suffered a great impact and spat out demonic blood. Swoosh! At this moment, 3 black chains rushed out from the demon's body and crushed everything. The demonic patterns were collapsing. The chains directly tore the infinite demon domain that the Underworld Supremacy had created. This unparalleled fiendish devil directly broke through the Infernal Exalt's devil domain space and rushed out. The infinite demon domain was broken by someone. The Underworld Supremacy was seriously injured. He spat out demonic blood. The infinite demon domain was connected to his breath. It was equivalent to an extension of his demonic body. He wanted to use absolute power to suppress and kill this demon. However, he was seriously injured by this crazy demon. Even the inner world was unable to trap this unparalleled fiendish demon. This caused even the Dark Sovereign to be terrified. This kind of demon simply possessed an undying body. The underworld supremacy withdrew his inner world. At this moment, a pitch-black chain suddenly pierced through the underworld supremacy's demonic body. The chain pierced through the underworld supremacy's back and came out from his chest. A large amount of demonic blood spurted out. The underworld supremacy looked at the rusty black chain protruding from his chest. He couldn't believe his eyes. How was this possible? He was an invincible demon emperor. To think that he would suffer severe injuries consecutively. The strength and terror of his opponent had far exceeded his imagination. Then, something happened that scared the hell out of underworld supremacy. The black iron chain that had pierced through his demonic body seemed to have some kind of evil power. His demonic essence was being continuously sucked out by the iron chain. Roar! The underworld supremacy roared in terror. This ferocious demon was really devouring his essence chi. It actually wanted to take away all the fruits of the way that he had painstakingly cultivated. The overlord of the Yellow Springs world was, after all, an invincible demon sovereign who had experienced countless storms and waves. The Nether Sovereign reacted very quickly. His right hand turned into a demonic blade and slashed behind him, wanting to cut the chain. However, the Nether Exalt's hand did not even leave behind a mark when it landed on the chain. The rusty, almost decayed chain had actually managed to endure a strike from a Saint King of the demonic path. How is this possible? The Nether Sovereign's shock was no small matter. At this moment, the other two chains also wrapped around the Nether Sovereign. As long as he was wrapped by the two chains, the Nether Sovereign would not be able to break free. The Nether Sovereign wanted to charge forward, but a powerful suction surged from the iron chain that had pierced through his body. It locked his entire demonic body in place. Arg! The Nether Supremacy tried his best to circulate his mana, but his mana was being drained even faster because of that. However, he couldn't care so much at this moment. Surviving was the most important thing right now. The other two chains slithered up from behind the Nether Sovereign like two spiritual snakes. Then they wrapped around the Nether Sovereign and began to devour his surging demonic power. In just a few breaths, the Nether Sovereign's demonic power had already been drained by half. Die. The demonic power on the Nether Sovereign's demonic body swelled wildly. Then he roared and his demonic body suddenly exploded. He had actually disintegrated. Boom. With an earth-shattering sound, the entire void was annihilated. The void within a 10,000-mile radius collapsed and turned into chaos. The power of destruction destroyed everything. The netherworld realm within a 100,000-mile radius shook. This was the self-destruction of a Saint King demon sovereign. The heavenly demon disintegration was a supreme demonic technique. It could burn demonic blood and instantly increase the demonic power of the caster by 3 times. That terrifying demon had actually forced a demon sovereign to self-destruct. This was something that no one had expected. Even the Nether Sovereign himself found it hard to believe that he would be forced to such a state. The power of destruction annihilated everything. The extremely evil demon was also engulfed by the power of destruction. In the chaos, a demonic light wrapped around a figure and instantly disappeared into the dark world. Haha, to think that the Nether Sovereign would have such a day. In the distant sky, an ancient ship quietly floated there. A demonic figure stood on the deck. This person was the archenemy of the Nether Sovereign, the U-Emperor. The U-Emperor's power was recovering. Very soon he would be able to convert the Buddhist power in the ancient ship into demonic power. At that time, not only would his cultivation and strength recover to its former peak, but he would even be able to reach a higher level. The power of the Nether Sovereign's self-destruction was too great. Everything within a 10,000-mile radius was destroyed. It directly blasted a huge hole in the netherworld realm, and even the chaotic aura was blasted out. Just what was that thing that actually forced the Nether Sovereign to self-destruct? The U-Emperor muttered to himself. He was also extremely shocked. The Nether Sovereign was a demon sovereign that could rival him. Even the Nether Sovereign could not defeat him. If he were to face this guy, his outcome would probably not be any better than the Nether Sovereign's. That guy should be dead. This was the self-destruction of a Saint King demon sovereign. If that person could survive, then he really did possess the legendary undying demon body. That Dark Lord has self-destructed his demonic body and injured his core. He's no longer my match. Thank you for helping me get rid of this huge threat. The U-Emperor was reaping the benefits of the fisherman. The situation now was in his favor. The boundless destructive power wreaked havoc for several hours before it gradually weakened. The shattered void was rapidly mending itself. In the chaos, a blurry figure could be vaguely seen. What? On the deck of the ancient ship, the Ghost Emperor could not help but be dumbfounded when he saw Imowen's figure. Book C Pavilion Dash. Please share target equals _ blank. Chapter 1507. Rumble, the destructive power raged and the void collapsed. The power of the Dark Lord's self-destruction was too strong. It shattered the void for thousands of miles. Book C Pavilion. The earth was sinking and the yellow springs were evaporating. Nothing was left. However, a demonic figure could be vaguely seen amidst the chaotic and destructive power. This was a figure that even the Ghost Emperor felt threatened. Although he was thousands of miles away, the Ghost Emperor could clearly feel that the demonic figure was staring at him. It was not a good thing to be targeted by this unparalleled fiendish demon. He didn't die even after this. The Ghost Emperor was shocked. This was the power of an invincible demon's self-destruction. This power was so strong that it was unbelievable. It could shatter a part of the void and the yellow springs were affected. The Emperor knew that it was hard for him to fight against such destructive power. If he was in that demon's place, he would have been destroyed long ago. The destructive power wreaked havoc for more than half a day before it gradually calmed down. The shattered void was quickly repaired by the yellow springs' demonic power from the yellow springs void. Clang. The sound of metal chains clashing could be heard. The demonic figure was like an eternal demon with an indestructible body. It emitted an extremely dangerous aura. The Ghost Emperor did not attack. He was very wary of this demon that had escaped from the yellow springs. Before he could figure out the other party's background, he chose to retreat. The demonic figure on the deck disappeared and the ship retreated without a sound. On this day, all the demons in the yellow springs were shocked. The invincible demon of the yellow springs, the Dark Lord, was defeated by a demon. The legend of the Dark Lord's invincibility was shattered. According to ancient legends, the yellow springs was the source of evil in the world. It was the birthplace of the demons. However, the demon that came from the birthplace of the demons wanted to destroy all the demons. This did not make sense. All of the devil race felt that a great calamity was about to befall them. Because that ferocious devil was on the move again, the devil race's residences were slaughtered one after another, countless devil race people were dying. At this speed, the billions of demons in the yellow springs would be wiped out in less than half a year. The number of demons was the foundation of demons' reproduction. Large numbers of demons were killed. This shook the foundation of the demons in the yellow springs. The Dark Lord was defeated. The Ghost Emperor did not fight. The demons welcomed their darkest era. While the unparalleled fiendish demon was reaping the lives of the demon race, the ancient tablet in Gu Fei's inner world emitted a dazzling divine light. All of the inscriptions on the ancient monument lit up, as though they had come to life. The savage beasts and ancient ancestors all seemed to be walking out from the ancient monument. An aura that seemed to originate from the primordial chaos spread out from the ancient tablet. What's going on? Gu Fei and He Tian were shocked. Previously, they tried everything they could but failed to activate any of the Dao patterns on the tablet. But now, the tablet was reviving on its own. The ancient monolith woke up on its own, emitting a terrifying might that could shake the heavens and the earth. The great formation that Erebus had set up around the valley collapsed in an instant. All the array patterns seemed to be blown away by an invisible astral wind and dissipated into the void. The endless heaven and earth spiritual chi gathered by the array was also devoured by the tablet. The entire tablet started to emit a divine aura of the extreme Dao. Gu Fei and He Tian were dumbfounded. There was no doubt that this tablet had been refined by an extreme Dao supremacy. Otherwise it wouldn't be like this. It's the work of one of the ancient supremes. The divine aura of the extreme Dao appeared in Gu Fei's inner world. It was unimaginable. If it was an ordinary person's inner world, it would have collapsed. But Gu Fei's inner world was different. His inner world was nourished by several divine springs of life and the extreme Dao sacred weapon, the mountain river cauldron. Even if the tablet was completely revived, it wouldn't be able to damage his inner world. The Dao patterns on the tablet seemed to transform into ancestral dragons. They wandered around the tablet and interweaved into countless heaven and earth Dao diagrams. This was an array of the extreme Dao. An extreme Dao supremacy left an array on the tablet. He Tian was shocked. This kind of extreme Dao array was not something that anyone could see. An extreme Dao supremacy was an invincible ancient sage. A wisp of their aura was enough to destroy a part of the world. The extreme Dao array contained the invincible great Dao of an extreme Dao supremacy. If one could comprehend it, they would be able to achieve the extreme Dao fruit. Countless Dao patterns wandered and reorganized. Suddenly the space around them trembled. The runes on the ancient monument weaved together to form an enigmatic Tao diagram. Then the space around them collapsed, forming a spatial tunnel. When Gu Fei and He Tian saw this change, they couldn't help but be shocked. At this time, a terrifying roar came from the pitch-black spatial passage into Gu Fei's inner world. An extremely terrifying demonic aura caused all living beings in Gu Fei's inner world to tremble. "What is that?" He Tian exclaimed. This demonic aura seemed to be even stronger and more terrifying than the demonic aura of the underworld supremacy and the Ghost Emperor. It was like a supreme extreme Tao demon suppressing demonic aura was roaring. Rumble! The ancient tablet rose from the ground and suppressed the spatial passage in front of it. The entire void trembled and was on the verge of shattering. The extreme Tao divine aura emitted from the ancient tablet blocked the demonic power coming from the other end of the spatial passage. Like a heavenly tablet, it suppressed the surging demonic power from the other end of the spatial passage. The ancient tablet flew into the spatial passage. How can this be? Gu Fei and He Tian were indescribably shocked. Could the ancient tablet have been bestowed with the will of an extreme Tao supremacy and was going to suppress the unknown demon on the other end of the spatial passage? One had to know that the extreme Tao ancient weapon contained the God's will. It was a supreme saint artifact with intelligence. Could this ancient tablet also be an extreme Tao ancient weapon? It can connect to the myriad worlds. Could the ancient tablet be the reincarnation gate of legends? At this time, the ancient tablet was about to disappear into the spatial passage. Gu Fei and He Tian hurriedly flew into the sky and directly rushed into the spatial passage. At the same time, in the Yellow Springs, a terrifying demon was devouring the essence of countless demons below in a region filled with monstrous demonic aura. After devouring the essence of tens of thousands of demons, the demon's power seemed to have reached a certain level and broke through some kind of shackle in his body. Boom! The heaven and earth shook. 3 iron chains fell off from the demon's body and were grabbed by the demon's hand. A terrifying supreme demonic aura swept across the Yellow Springs. Just as the demonic aura of this peerless fiendish demon reached its peak, the space in front of him suddenly rippled like water, and a terrifying force emerged from the void. A spatial passageway appeared in front of the peerless fiendish demon. The demon instinctively felt threatened. He roared at the sky and the demonic power on his body exploded. It shook the heaven and earth, shocking the demons in a radius of tens of thousands of miles. That old demon is getting stronger and stronger. The underworld sovereign's soul hiding in the 9th underworld spring was alarmed. He was using the boundless demonic aura in the 9th underworld spring to reconstruct his demon body. When he fought with the great demon that had rushed out from the depths of the Yellow Springs, he had been forced to self-destruct. Only his soul had escaped, but his vitality had been injured. With a great enemy before him, the underworld sovereign immediately came to the 9th underworld spring. He wanted to recover his peak cultivation as soon as possible, but it was not something that could be done in a day. The aura of the demon had already spread into the 9th underworld spring. This demon was so powerful that even the Saint Emperor Sovereign's heart trembled. The underworld sovereign's soul frantically gathered the demonic aura. Boundless demonic aura gathered from all directions, completely drowning his soul. A demonic figure vaguely appeared in the demonic aura. In the region controlled by the Ghost Emperor, an ancient ship was hidden in the demonic clouds in the sky. "It's too powerful. It's impossible to defeat." Such words came from the ancient ship. Just as all the demons were feeling hopeless, a force that was strong enough to go against the murderer appeared. An extreme godly aura instantly swept through the entire Yellow Springs world. The underworld sovereign and the Ghost Emperor were alarmed again. This extreme divine might shock the heavens and made them very fearful. Fortunately, this power was not targeted at them. Rumble! At this time, a pitch-black stone tablet appeared in the spatial passageway in front of the demon. It emitted billions of divine halos and suppressed the demon. Bam! The demon was extremely ferocious. He actually punched the spatial passageway in front of him. The void shattered and the powerful demonic power shattered the world. He wanted to cut off the spatial passageway and seal the ancient stone tablet in the void. However, the stone tablet was like a heavenly tablet. It emitted endless divine laws of the Great Path. It dissolved the demon's punch and froze the spatial passageway. At the same time, endless power of the Great Path condensed on the ancient stone tablet. The divine laws of the Great Path turned into divine chains of the Great Path and entangled the demon. Swoosh! The ominous demon sensed danger and immediately retreated. The divine chains of the Great Path condensed from the divine laws of the Great Path possessed great power and could lock up all evil demons. Even the powerful ferocious demons did not dare to face them head-on. Roar! The vicious demon roared angrily. Then it shook the black chains in its hands. King Chang sounds rang out continuously. The three chains were like three spiritual snakes as they twisted towards the great Tao divine chains in front of them. This was the collision of the power of the great path. Demonic patterns appeared on the black iron chains, and the power of the great path of the demonic path surged. The three iron chains intertwined with the divine chain of the great path that came from the ancient tablet. Clang! The three iron chains in the hands of the ferocious demon crumbled in an instant. They could not withstand the divine chains of the great path that were condensed from the ancient tablet. Even a peerless ferocious demon was forced to retreat. Wuxia Pavilion Dash. Please share target equals _ blank. Chapter 1508. Date: October 2nd. Indestructible Martial Sovereign Text, Year 1516. Chapter 1516. Ancient Monument Town Ominous Demon Indestructible Martial Sovereign Text, Year 1516. Chapter 1516. Ancient Monument Town Ominous Demon, Xian Huan Fantasy, Indestructible Martial Sovereign, Text Chapter 1516. Chapter 1516. Ancient Monument Town Ominous Demon Return to Indestructible Martial Sovereign Text, Year 1516. Chapter 1516. Ancient Monument Town Ominous Demon Novel Name, Indestructible Martial Sovereign Author Liang Clan 3rd Young Master Type, Xian Huan Fantasy Indestructible Martial Sovereign Remember, update quickly. The ancient monolith awakened and displayed its supreme divine power on its own, wanting to suppress the peerless great demon that had escaped from the Yellow Springs Eye. The power of the extreme Tao spread throughout the entire Yellow Springs. Wei Yixiao read the full text. The 100,000 miles of Yellow Springs gathered an endless amount of demonic energy, but at this moment, the demonic energy couldn't suppress the ancient monument at all. The ancient monument displayed a strand of the extreme Tao's godly power. Not only did it want to suppress the demon, it also wanted to suppress the entire 100,000 miles of Yellow Springs. Before the godly power of the extreme Tao, any laws of heaven and earth were nothing. The extreme Tao Supreme stepped on the great Tao of the heavens, ignoring all the power of heaven and earth, surpassing the boundaries of heaven and earth. This kind of power could suppress everything. The divine chains of Tao laws from the ancient monument wrapped around the demon, shattering the three black chains in the demon's hands. The demon had no choice but to retreat in fear. Genius son stupid mommy squinted. This demon seemed to have a problem. Ever since it appeared, it hadn't said a single word. It only knew how to kill and devour the Yuanshan essence of the demons. The unparalleled fiendish demon seemed to have lost his mind. All his actions seemed to be an instinctive reaction. At this time, Gu Fei and He Tian used the cauldron of mountain and river to protect themselves and rushed out from the space tunnel that was about to disappear. The strand of godly power from the ancient monument wasn't something they could contend against. They needed the power of the cauldron of mountain and river to approach this place. After coming out from the space tunnel, they couldn't help but be startled. They appeared in the Yellow Springs again. The ancient monument actually rushed back here on its own. This ancient tablet can't really be the legendary gate of reincarnation, right? Both Gu Fei and He Tian were bewildered. This ancient steel was actually able to create a space tunnel in Gu Fei's inner world and rush out of it. This sort of power was very similar to the legendary gate of reincarnation. According to legend, the gate of reincarnation could connect to the six paths and allow people to enter and exit the six paths at will. The gate of reincarnation is a stone tablet? Gu Fei and He Tian didn't dare to come to a conclusion. This was far too different from the gate of reincarnation they had imagined. They had thought that the gate of reincarnation was just a door that led to the six paths of reincarnation. No one knew the origins of the stone steel and no one could explain its origins. No one knew if this stone steel was the reincarnation cycle of the six paths of reincarnation in the legends. Gu Fei and He Tian hid far away, not daring to approach the battlefield. The terrifying power of the Tao laws could threaten them. Under the power of the extreme Tao, even with the protection of the mountain and river cauldron, they had to be careful. The ancient steel shook and the void was collapsing. Pitch-black spatial cracks spread out in all directions with the ancient steel as the center. It was like black lightning was blooming. A total of 9 Tao Law God chains stretched out from the ancient steel. It was something condensed from the power of the great Tao, and it could lock down any powerful existence in the world. The 9 Tao God chains shot out tens of thousands of feet towards the unparalleled ferocious demon. The ferocious demon seemed to know the danger. It kept roaring and retreating. The ancient steel was like 100,000 ancient divine mountains moving in the sky, suppressing the ferocious demon. The appearance of this extreme Tao power alarmed all the demons in the Yellow Springs. Even the Underworld Lord and the Yu Emperor couldn't sit still. The Yu Emperor's ancient ship appeared in the sky, not daring to approach. The Underworld Lord had lost his demon body and didn't dare to appear at all. One should know that he was only left with his primordial spirit. He was no match for the Yu Emperor. If he went out, he would be courting death. The extreme Tao power shocked the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and even the ferocious demon had to retreat. However, the ferocious demon had nowhere to run. He had to retreat towards the eye of the Yellow Springs. There was boundless Yellow Springs demonic chi that he could use. Monstrous demonic chi surged towards the eye of the Yellow Springs. It covered the sky and it was a shocking scene. It was a chemical summoner. What kind of demon is that? Gu Fei and He Tian were extremely shocked. Within the demonic aura, a terrifying demonic shadow was faintly discernible. That demonic shadow was not the Dark Sovereign, nor was it the Yu Emperor. It was a great demon that they did not recognize. The Tao Law God chains that rushed out from the ancient steel pierced through the layers of demonic chi. They almost pierced through the ferocious demon's body a few times, but the ferocious demon used his supreme demonic Tao divine power to avoid them. The ferocious demon roared, shattering the sky and earth. He slaughtered countless demons and devoured a huge amount of demonic chi to strengthen himself. Under the nourishment of the demonic chi, the ferocious demon's body was almost indestructible. Even the destructive power produced by the Underworld Lord's self-detonation could not destroy this ferocious demon. However, facing this ancient steel, the ferocious demon was very afraid. He instinctively retreated, not daring to fight against it. The power of the demonic Tao rushed out of the ferocious demon's body, forming boundless demonic clouds. In the demonic clouds, one could vaguely see many terrifying demonic shadows. No matter how ferocious the ferocious demon was, the ancient steel still suppressed it. A large amount of demonic chi was destroyed by the extreme Tao divine power that came from the ancient steel. Without any suspense, the 9 Tao Law God chains seemed to pass through the void. They rushed thousands of miles, broke through all the divine powers, and pierced through the ferocious demon's demonic body. A terrified roar came from the ferocious demon. In the end, he could not escape the suppression of the 9 Tao Law God chains. His demonic body was pierced, and then he was pulled to the Angry Monkey Sales pirate list. Endless demonic chi was shaken away, and the true body of the ferocious demon was revealed. It was a middle-aged man with a pale face. He was wearing ragged, almost rotten clothes. The 9 Tao Law God chains pierced the middle-aged man's forehead and limbs. 4 Tao Law God chains pierced through the ferocious demon's body. The ferocious demon struggled, but it was all in vain. At this time, the ancient steel emitted billions of divine light and shot up into the sky. Then, it suppressed the ferocious demon that was locked down by the 9 Tao Law God chains. Boom! The entire underworld shook violently. The ancient steel suppressed the ferocious demon beneath it. Endless demonic chi surged from the bottom of the ancient steel, and then it was destroyed by the mighty power of the ancient steel. The ancient steel shook. The ferocious demon did not die and was still struggling. He had an indestructible demonic body, so it was difficult to truly kill him. Even an extreme supreme would not be able to do so. The ferocious demon was incomparably powerful. Even saint emperors were defeated by him. But in the end he was suppressed by an ancient steel. The power of the great path surged. An ancient extreme supreme had bestowed the ancient steel with an indestructible will. An illusory figure appeared from the ancient steel. Although it was only an illusory figure, Gu Fei and He Tian were both shocked. They felt an urge to submit to the figure, as if the supreme ruler of all things had appeared before them. You can search for the latest updates of this book on Baidu. Indestructible Martial Saint Main Text Chapter 1516. The Ferocious Demon. Ancient Steel Town Ferocious Demon is the Liang clan's third young master's indestructible martial saint. Good? If you haven't finished reading, you can add the indestructible martial saint. Keyboard, enter square root. Keyboard, recommended reading. Sword-wielding and singing legend mage surviving in another world. Planar gaming arena flourishing China devouring the galaxy. Unlimited martial arts innate divine doctor. Unlimited martial arts dream. If you like the Liang clan's third young master's indestructible martial saint, please add the indestructible martial saint for future reading. If you have any suggestions for the indestructible martial saint, please send a short message to the administrator. Collecting all kinds of fantasy and fantasy novels for you. Providing the Indestructible Martial Saint. Chapter 1516. The Ferocious Demon. Ancient Steel Town. Chapter 1509. Date, October 25th. Indestructible Martial Saint Main Text Chapter 1517. Love is Love the Final Battle. Indestructible Martial Saint Main Text Chapter 1517. Love is Love the Final Battle. Xuanhuan Fantasy, Indestructible Martial Saint, Main Text Chapter 1517. Love is Love the Final Battle returns to the Indestructible Martial Saint Main Text Chapter 1517. Love is Love the Final Battle. Novel name, Indestructible Martial Saint. Author, Liang Clan's Third Young Master. Category, Xuanhuan Fantasy. Indestructible Martial Saint. Remember, updated quickly. Gu Fei and He Tian were dumbfounded at the sight of the demon being suppressed by the ancient tablet. This was the means of an extreme Tao supremacy, bestowing an indestructible will upon the ancient tablet. Novel, although countless years had passed, the ancient tablet could still awaken on its own, displaying its godly might. To Gu Fei and He Tian, the ancient tablet of the legendary era and the supreme martial artist of the legendary era were far too ancient for them to be suppressed by an extreme martial artist. Could it be that the unparalleled fiendish demon that was suppressed was actually an extreme martial artist of the legendary era? Gu Fei and Erebus couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Rumble, the ancient tablet was like a heavenly tablet, peerlessly powerful, towering into the clouds. Endless Tao laws intertwined on its surface, forming a terrifying force to suppress the evil. The ferocious demon struggled beneath the tablet, but in the end, it was completely suppressed by the tablet. It was pulled into the tablet and turned into a fiend god diagram at the bottom of the tablet. Gu Fei and He Tian were dumbfounded, for they knew that the ancient tablet was engraved with countless patterns, including flowers, birds, insects, fish, ancient beasts, ancient ancestors of the human race, and so on. It could be said to be all-encompassing, representing everything in the world, including Empress Lung and Concubine Bo. At the base of the ancient tablet, demonic energy swirled, forming a demonic realm of hell. A demonic shadow loomed, trying to rush out from the tablet. When the ancient tablet's myriad Tao laws evolved to the extreme, it was as if three worlds appeared on it. At the top of the steel was a celestial land, where immortal kings were patrolling. It was an extreme Tao immortal domain, and below the celestial land was a primordial world of wilderness. In the wilderness, the figures of the ancient natives appeared. They were kneeling in worship of the legendary gods and devils. In the boundless mountains, there were extremely powerful beasts roaring. Novel, Heaven Realm, Earth Realm, Hell? He Tian was shocked. He thought of a legendary item. What appeared on the ancient tablet were only the shadows of three worlds. However, this was enough to shock the people of the world because it was the legendary three realms. The three realms here were incomparably ancient, and it was the origin of the three realms and six Taos. The ancient tablet involved a great secret of the world. Even He Tian did not know where it came from. However, he was certain that this ancient tablet was not the legendary gate of reincarnation. This is the legendary monument of three boundaries. He Tian said the name of this mysterious ancient tablet. The monument of three boundaries. In the legends, it could communicate with the three realms and suppress the six Taos. Such an item had actually appeared here. Someone had placed the monument of three boundaries in the mouth of the Yellow Springs to suppress the most evil place in the world. His disciple, the sect leader, had arrived to read the full text. In the end, the Tao laws on the ancient tablet completely suppressed the hell below. Then, the divine light on the ancient tablet began to converge. The tablet gradually shrunk, turning back into a stone tablet that was about 3 meters tall. Heaven Realm, Earth Realm, Hell. The shadows of the three worlds were hidden on the ancient tablet, turning into the Tao diagram on the ancient tablet. The ancient tablet was completely silent. The extreme Tao's divine might was completely restrained. The terrifying pressure that shocked the 9 heavens and 10 earths disappeared. All the demons in the Yellow Springs heaved a sigh of relief. This is the monument of three boundaries? He Tian stared at the ancient tablet in front of him. His eyes lit up and his saliva dripped down. This was a supreme divine item in the legends. Legend had it that the monument of three boundaries could communicate with the three realms of heaven, earth, and man. Boss, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and take this stone tablet away. He Tian said anxiously. The demons would soon regain their composure if the unparalleled demon lord was suppressed. If the two invincible demon lords made a move, there would be nothing left for them to do. The ancient tablet suppressing the demon had truly shocked Emperor Yu, who was watching from afar. He had his reservations and did not dare to approach. Gu Fei opened up his inner world and stored the ancient tablet inside. Then he entered the inner world with He Tian and disappeared into the void. Boom! There was a loud sound. Just as Gu Fei and He Tian entered He Tian's territory, A mountain-like demonic palm slammed down from the sky, blasting the place they were just at into a chaotic mess. The servant concubine of the cold-faced lord. Emperor Yu was a demon lord who had experienced great storms. He quickly recovered from his shock and decisively attacked Gu Fei and He Tian. However, it was too late. Emperor Yu roared. Demonic chi swept through the sky and earth. The powerful demonic might of a saint emperor shocked the world. All the demons in the area were unsettled. Gu Fei and He Tian disappeared and entered the inner world. Even if Emperor Yu was stronger, he could not kill his way into Gu Fei's inner world. This was because Gu Fei's inner world was guarded by the extreme Dao divine weapon. This made Emperor Yu very wary. Rumble, the ancient ship was like an ancient demonic mountain, sailing across the sky. The vast and mighty demonic might it exuded caused the sky to tremble, intimidating all the demons. Ninth Underworld Spring? At this moment, a demonic light flew from the sky and entered the ancient ship. Then Emperor Yu's cold voice came from the ancient ship. It's time to end things with the Dark Sovereign. The ancient ship quickly disappeared into the dark world. As the unparalleled ferocious demon was suppressed by the ancient tablet, the disaster of the demons was resolved. All the demons heaved a sigh of relief. That ferocious demon was too terrifying and powerful. It was almost impossible to defeat. The hidden demon race powerhouses jumped out from all over the place and entered the love list. However, the 100,000 miles of underworld spring was ravaged by the unparalleled ferocious demon. The news that the Dark Sovereign's body was destroyed by the unparalleled ferocious demon started to spread among the demons. Some people used this to attack the Dark Sovereign. Some demons that were still watching started to rely on Emperor Yu. The Dark Sovereign's body was destroyed and his vitality was injured. It was impossible for him to fight against Emperor Yu. However, another rumor spread among the demons. It was said that the Dark Sovereign's vitality was not greatly injured. When he fought the ferocious demon, it was only a clone that exploded. Emperor Yu then announced that they would attack the 9th Underworld Spring in 3 days. When this news came out, the entire demons were shocked. A large number of demons started to gather in the demon city where Emperor Yu was. A decisive battle was about to happen. However, many demons also gathered in the 9th Underworld Spring where the Dark Sovereign was. Many experts of the demon race were loyal to the Underworld Sovereign. They did not believe that the Underworld Sovereign would lose to that fierce demon. This was just a rumor spread by the Dark Emperor's side. The goal was to weaken the morale of the Underworld Sovereign's side. Only the Dark Sovereign and Emperor Yu, the two Saint Emperors, knew how terrifying the unparalleled ferocious demon was. The 100,000 miles of Yellow Springs surged. The atmosphere was oppressive. The battle was about to happen. All the demons were extremely nervous. A bloodbath was about to happen in the 100,000 miles of Yellow Springs. Dear readers, please add a new group, 223. Liang San will announce the latest news of the indestructible martial lord in the group. You can search for the latest updates of this book in Baidu. Indestructible Martial Lord Chapter 1517 Chapter 1517. The Final Battle. The Final Battle is the Indestructible Martial Lord written by the Liang clan's third young master. Good? If you haven't finished reading, you can add keyboard, enter square root, keyboard, recommended reading, sword-wielding song legend mage another world survival record playing game arena flourishing China swallowing the stars unlimited strong martial arts innate divine doctor unlimited Wuxia dream. If you like the Liang family's third young masters, indestructible martial arts revered, please add indestructible martial arts revered for future reading. If you have any suggestions for the indestructible martial arts revered, please send a message to the administrator. The Indestructible Martial Lord, to the Liang clan's third young master. Chapter 1517. The Final Battle. The Final Battle is coming. Target equals _ blank. Chapter 1510. Date: October 25th. Indestructible Martial Sovereign. Main text. Chapter 1518. Chapter 1518. Breakthrough. Indestructible Martial Sovereign. Main text. Chapter 1518. Chapter 1518. Breakthrough. Xuanhuan Fantasy. Indestructible Martial Sovereign. Main text. Chapter 1518. Chapter 1518. Return to Indestructible Martial Sovereign. Main text. Chapter 1518. Chapter 1518. Breakthrough. Novel name: Indestructible Martial Sovereign. Author: Liang Clan. Third Young Master. Type: Xuanhuan Fantasy. Indestructible Martial Sovereign. Remember, updated quickly. The flames of war were about to ignite within 100,000 miles of the Yellow Springs world. Emperor Yu decided to launch a decisive attack on the Dark Sovereign. He wanted to take back the ruling rights of this world and become the owner of this world. White paper fan. Rumble, In the demon city where the ghost emperor was, there was a thunderous sound. In the entire demon city, countless demonic patterns appeared. Demonic energy from all directions was drawn and gathered in the demon city. In the sky above the central square of the demon city, there was an ancient ship floating there. At this time, the demonic voice of the great Tao resounded in the demon ship. The ghost emperor was using the supreme demonic technique of the demon way, borrowing the great formation of the demon city to gather endless demonic energy to pass through. He wanted to completely refine the Buddhist power in the ancient ship. Back then he was exiled by the Dark Sovereign into the endless dark void and met an ancient Buddhist sage. He was captured by the ancient Buddhist sage and sealed in an ancient Buddhist ship. After countless years, the ghost emperor successfully broke through the seal and refined the endless Buddhist power, turning all the corpses of the ancient Buddhist monks on the ship into powerful and terrifying Buddhist corpses. But he was still restrained by the Buddhist power and could not leave the ancient ship. Now he wanted to use the supreme demonic technique to sever the connection between himself and the ancient ship and completely break free. Then he would appear in front of all the demons who supported him in his strongest form. The demonic energy from all directions was drawn and the entire demon city was gradually drowned in demonic energy. The ancient ship floating in the sky above the demon city was madly devouring the gathered demonic energy. This was a demon city that had existed for countless years. It was said that this demon city had existed since the formation of this land. The reason why this ancient demon city could exist and was not devoured by the power of time was because of the countless demonic patterns imprinted on it. Pure. The entire ancient city was a super demonic formation. 48 hours later, a loud noise suddenly came from the ancient city. Then a demonic figure rushed out from the ancient city. A powerful demonic aura spread out from the figure, shocking everything within 30,000 miles. Ah, I can finally come out. Dark Lord, today is the day you die. The demonic aura was monstrous as the demonic figure uttered words filled with murderous intent. The vast demonic might that emanated from the demonic figure shook the heavens and the earth, causing the void where the demonic figure was to tremble. Cultivators of the city of romantic cultivators, the ghost emperor's voice reverberated in the air. The demons under him quickly gathered. In the distant sky, chariots pulled by demonic beasts charged over. As it turned out, the ghost emperor's people had been waiting for a long time. Once the ghost emperor successfully broke free, they would attack the 9 underworld spring immediately. The chariots rumbled, the demonic beasts roared, and the war banners fluttered. The emperor gathered all his power. He was determined to fight the underworld sovereign. After today, there would only be one invincible demon sovereign in the 10,000 miles of netherworld spring. Just as the demon's army set off to attack the underworld sovereign, in Gu Fei's inner world, Gu Fei and He Tian were carefully studying the legendary 3-boundary monument. The simple and unadorned ancient tablet stood in a valley. There was no movement on it. After suppressing the peerless demon, the stone tablet had completely quietened down. If the monument had not suppressed the unparalleled ferocious demon, Gu Fei and the others would definitely not have been able to revive the Tao pattern on the monument. However, they had seen the monument evolve into various Tao laws, so they had captured quite a bit of information. This was especially true for Erebus, who had already cultivated the way of formations to an unimaginable level. Thanks to his deduction, they had actually succeeded in reviving a corner of the Tao pattern on the ancient tablet. He Tian gathered the spiritual qi of heaven and earth and poured it into the corner of the Tao pattern. The ancestral dragon-like Tao pattern began to wander, and a primordial aura emanated from the corner of the monument. The corner of the Tao pattern on the monument gradually formed a blurry Tao diagram. Then, at the location of the Tao diagram, the void changed and a spatial passageway appeared. This was a spatial passageway that led to an unknown place. The most terrifying thing was to encounter it and become an anglerfish. Gu Fei and He Tian were pleasantly surprised. It was said that the 3-boundary monument could connect the heaven, earth, and man realms. It did not seem to be as simple as it seemed. Should we go in? He Tian was eager to try, but he was very careful. They still could not truly control the monument. The spatial passageway was not that stable. If they could enter but not leave, it would be a tragedy. In the end, Gu Fei and He Tian did not enter the spatial passageway that led to an unknown place. But they were still very excited. This 3-boundary monument might really be able to connect the 3 realms. He Tian stopped the spiritual qi that gathered towards the monument. The spatial passageway that the Tao pattern had evolved collapsed and disappeared into the void. The heaven realm, man realm, and hell were the origins of the 3 realms and 6 Taos in the legends. In that era of legends, there was no such thing as 3 realms and 6 Daos. If the 3-boundary monument could really connect the 3 realms, then it would not be a problem for Gu Fei and He-Tian to return to the Heaven Realm. They could even enter and leave the Heaven Realm freely. He-Tian was very excited. Next, he studied the monument in a frenzy, while Gu Fei entered the mountain and river cauldron. He wanted to raise his cultivation and strength. In front of the underworld supremacy and the Yu Emperor, he felt that he was inferior to an ant. This feeling made him very unhappy. He wanted to use the mountain and river cauldron to raise his cultivation and strength. In the mountain and river cauldron, there was a void that seemed to have no end. It was almost infinitely vast and there was primordial chaos chi lingering around. Gu Fei sat cross-legged in the void and seriously reviewed the path that he had taken in the Spirit Sword records. He was adjusting his state of mind. After sitting cross-legged for several hours, he started to guide the power of the mountain and river cauldron to temper his body. The primordial chaos chi started to gather towards him. Roar! Gu Fei tried to guide a trace of primordial chaos chi into his body. But it was only for an instant. The primordial chaos chi rushed left and right in his meridians. It made him feel that his martial body was about to explode from this trace of primordial chaos chi. The Tao pattern that he had imprinted on his bone body started to radiate with Tao light. It stopped the deterioration of his martial body. At this moment, there were already more than 10 cracks on his body. The primordial chaos chi is indeed worthy of being called the ancestral chi of the heavens and earth. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. It was just a trace of primordial chaos chi, but it could almost destroy his mighty martial body. However, after refining this primordial chaos chi, Gu Fei obtained many benefits. His physical body became stronger and his flesh shackle was comparable to a saint weapon. Gu Fei continued to guide the ancestral chi of the heavens and earth to temper his martial body. This was a cruel process. The primordial chaos chi had caused his martial body to explode several times. However, at Gu Fei's level of cultivation he could still endure this level of physique tempering. Roar! Gu Fei constantly roared. Using primordial chaos chi to temper his martial body was definitely an extremely bold move. One must know that this was the ancestral chi of the heavens and earth. Just a trace of it was enough to collapse a mountain range. As the primordial chaos chi tempered his body, Gu Fei's muscles, bones, and flesh were constantly smelted with a trace of primordial chaos chi. It was a qualitative change. He could feel that the bottleneck of his cultivation was beginning to loosen. You can search for the latest updates of this book on Baidu. Indestructible Martial Saint Chapter 1518, Chapter 1518, Chapter 1518 Breakthrough Young Clan's Third Young Master's Indestructible Martial Saint is good? If you haven't finished reading you can add the Indestructible Martial Saint. Keyboard, enter square root, keyboard, recommended reading, sword-wielding song legend mage another world survival record playing game arena flourishing China swallowing the stars unlimited strong martial arts innate divine doctor unlimited Wuxia dream. If you like the Liang family's third young masters, indestructible martial arts revered, please add indestructible martial arts revered for future reading. If you have any suggestions for the indestructible martial arts revered, please send a message to the administrator. To help you collect all kinds of fantasy and fantasy novels, please provide the Indestructible Martial Saint. Chapter 1518, Breakthrough. Breaking through, target equals underhook. Chapter 1511. Date, October 25th Indestructible Martial Sovereign Main Text Chapter 1519. Chapter 1519 Primordial Chaos Refined True Body Indestructible Martial Sovereign Main Text Chapter 1519. Chapter 1519 Primordial Chaos Refined True Body Xuanhuan Fantasy, Indestructible Martial Sovereign, Main Text Chapter 1519. Chapter 1519 Primordial Chaos Refined True Body Returns to Indestructible Martial Sovereign Main Text Chapter 1519. Chapter 1519 Primordial Chaos Refined True Body Novel Name, Indestructible Martial Sovereign Author, Liang Clan Third Young Master Type, Xuanhuan Fantasy Indestructible Martial Sovereign Remember, update quickly. Gu Fei's cultivation had reached a bottleneck. At this time he entered the mountain and river cauldron and drew upon its power to refine his martial body and break through the shackles of cultivation. Mechanical puppet from a different world. Strands of primordial chaos ancestral chi circled around his body. He drew upon the primordial chaos ancestral chi to strengthen his body. Such an action was undoubtedly crazy. If he was not careful, even a powerful martial body would be torn to shreds by the primordial chaos ancestral chi. One must know that this was the ancestral chi of heaven and earth that was born from the primordial chaos. It was the foundation of the evolution of all things. A strand of ancestral qi was enough to crush a mountain ridge. Gu Fei had only guided a strand of ancestral qi to his body, but his powerful martial body was already on the verge of exploding. Terrifying cracks appeared on his body. Like a perfect porcelain that had been shattered, Gu Fei's powerful martial body glowed with divine light. It was crystal clear as great Tao runes faintly appeared on his body. These were the great Tao runes that he had comprehended himself. After successfully severing one's Tao, a powerful martial artist had already taken a step into the path of enlightenment. They could condense their own unique Tao runes and draw upon the power of the great Tao to strengthen themselves. The divine voice of the great Tao rang out from within Gu Fei's body. Tao runes circled around his body. The cracks on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Vigorous vitality surged through his body. Streams of primordial chaos energy fell from the top of Gu Fei's head, directly pouring into his body through the crown of his head. Popping sounds like beans popping came from within his body. His bones were shattering, his meridians were collapsing, and his organs were turning into meat paste. Chaos Grand Mist essence energy rampaged through his body like destructive lightning, riddling Gu Fei's body with holes. Bright red blood splashed everywhere. Each drop was Gu Fei's blood essence, and each drop contained a huge amount of life essence. Although it splashed out, it immediately flowed back into Gu Fei's body. Pureness. Even Gu Fei's skull cracked. His flesh, blood, tendons, and bones were all being tempered by the primordial chaos energy. Divine runes of the great Tao faintly appeared within his body, drawing upon the power of the great Tao to protect the demonic bow that his divine soul imprinted on. Gu Fei's immortal Tao primordial spirit had also withdrawn from the immortal Tao sacred body and was sitting cross-legged in Gu Fei's Niwen palace, accepting the baptism of the primordial chaos qi. In Gu Fei's Dantian, the speed at which the yin and yang energy were converted into the chaotic energy was 10 times faster than usual. The mass of chaotic divine light was already the size of a fist. There seemed to be a world of primordial chaos being born there. In front of the primordial chaos energy, Gu Fei's bones, which were branded with the divine runes of the great Tao, were as fragile as mud. His bones crumbled, but the Tao runes on his bones were indestructible, blooming with dazzling divine light. This was the mark of the great Tao of martial arts. Although Gu Fei did not cultivate his primordial spirit and only cultivated his life, he still needed to comprehend the great Tao and condense his own unique Tao runes. Gu Fei's immortal Tao primordial spirit could only be said to be an unexpected gain. This also allowed Gu Fei to have an extra life compared to ordinary martial artists. The Tao runes emitted the inextinguishable divine light of the great Tao, fixing Gu Fei's body and divine soul in place. His primordial spirit sat cross-legged in his Niwen palace, like an immortal, also emitting the light of the great Tao. Rumble. Gradually the primordial chaos ancestral qi turned into bolts of primordial lightning, descending from the sky, bombarding Gu Fei. This was a terrifying lightning tribulation formed from ancestral qi. Under the bombardment of this lightning, Gu Fei's flesh was instantly shattered. In the void, the divine runes of the great Tao bloomed with divine light. Although Gu Fei's flesh was shattered, the divine runes of the great Tao did not dissipate. Instead, they became even more resplendent, imprinted in the void, forming a human-shaped landlord. Yes, it was a human figure formed by the divine runes of the great Tao. Gu Fei's spiritual soul and even his primordial spirit were safe and sound under the protection of the human-shaped Tao runes. Gu Fei's spiritual soul was a mass of spiritual divine light, but it was different from the spiritual fire of the undead creatures. Gu Fei's spiritual divine light was like an indestructible divine fire. Under the baptism of the primordial chaos energy, it became more and more vigorous. Within the spiritual divine light, there was a life imprint. This was the life that Gu Fei cultivated. It was integrated into the Tao runes, but it could also come out, merging life and the great Tao together to achieve eternity. This was the supreme method of dual cultivation of body and life on the path of martial arts. When cultivated to the level of great success, it would be the indestructible body of a martial artist. Gu Fei's shattered flesh and bones were surging. They were guided by the mighty power of the Tao runes and slowly reformed. This process was very slow. In the face of the primordial chaos energy, the martial body of a great cultivator was extremely fragile. Only the Tao runes existed forever, protecting the spiritual soul and primordial spirit so that Gu Fei would not die. But even so, he still had to take a great risk. The primordial chaos energy almost shattered the Tao runes he had comprehended. The Tao runes vibrated, emitting the divine sound of the great Tao, as if a supreme existence was chanting scriptures. Gu Fei's mind was completely immersed in a kind of Tao realm. He was perfecting his Tao. Although there were only 81 Tao runes in the shape of a human, these 81 Tao runes seemed to be all-encompassing. However, Gu Fei still felt that everything in front of him was hazy, and it was difficult for him to grasp anything. He wanted to break through this thin veil and see more clearly, but no matter how hard he tried, he could only feel that it was illusory and difficult to grasp. This made him very uncomfortable. Just a little bit more, just half a step, and he could see more clearly. But it was this half a step that prevented him from reaching that level of a dragon in the official sea. He wanted to roar, but in this state he couldn't do so. His spiritual divine light violently pulsed, and the human Tao runes showed signs of collapsing. This was a crisis. If Gu Fei couldn't overcome it, he might die here. Buzz. The mountain and river cauldron vibrated. This spiritual supreme divine tool seemed to sense that Gu Fei was in danger. An illusion of an ancient cauldron appeared in the void, and then covered the figure formed by the divine pattern of the great Tao below. Seeing that the human Tao runes were about to collapse, they immediately calmed down. The primordial chaos divine lightning no longer fell, and only the divine sound of the great Tao lingered between heaven and earth. Gu Fei's state of mind gradually calmed down. The aura of the mountain and river cauldron pulled him back from the brink of collapse. His flesh and bones were being reconstructed, and the power of yin and yang was transformed into the power of primordial chaos, which was smelted into Gu Fei's spiritual soul. His immortal path primordial spirit floated in the void, and on the primordial spirit's brow, a primordial chaos life mark appeared like a flame. The yin and yang faded away, and the power of primordial chaos condensed. Yin and yang transformed into chaos as he refined his primordial chaos true body. Gu Fei's physical body was being reconstructed at a much faster speed. His divine bones were branded with the marks of the great Tao, and his flesh and blood were refined with endless chaos essence energy. His primordial spirit returned to his mud pill palace, and his divine soul turned into a mark, fusing with the martial body. A brand new martial body was born, sitting quietly in the void, giving off an incomparably powerful feeling. You can search for the latest updates of this book on Baidu. Indestructible Martial Lord Text, Year 1519. Chapter 1519 Primordial Refined True Body is the Liang clan's third young master's indestructible martial revered good? If you haven't finished reading, you can add the Immortal Martial Supremacy. Keyboard, enter key square root. Keyboard, recommended reading. Sword-wielding song legend mage another world survival record playing game arena flourishing China swallowing the stars unlimited strong martial arts innate genius Dr. Unlimited Wuxia dream. If you like the Liang family's third young masters, indestructible martial arts revered. Please add indestructible martial arts revered to make it easier to read in the future. If you have any suggestions for indestructible martial arts revered, please send a message to the admin collecting all kinds of Xuanhuan and fantasy novels for you. Providing Indestructible Martial Sovereign Chapter 1519. Chapter 1519 Primordial Chaos Refinement True Bodium, Target equals _ blank. Chapter 1512. Date: October 25th. The reason why Gu Fei chose to break through in the mountain and river cauldron was because he had considered all sorts of situations. The gods inside the mountain and river cauldron would be able to react when he was in danger. The facts proved that Gu Fei's thinking was correct. When the heart demon attacked, the mountain and river cauldron's power protected Gu Fei and pulled him back from the brink of qi deviation. At this time, Gu Fei had truly undergone a complete rebirth. The yin-yang true power had been tempered by the primordial chaos ancestral qi and transformed into chaotic true power. But chaotic true power was of a higher level than yin-yang true power. The transformed chaotic true power was 1/10,000th of the original yin-yang true power. Gu Fei's yin-yang martial body had transformed into chaotic martial body. Although it was only the most basic chaotic martial body, it was many times stronger than before. The strength of his muscles, bones, blood and flesh had greatly increased. The complete transformation of his fleshly body allowed his fleshly body to contain even more power. His bones were sparkling and translucent like peerless divine metal. There were Tao patterns faintly appearing on it. The Tao patterns were no longer blurry. They had formed and stabilized. Gu Fei had taken another big step on the path of cultivation. Rumble. His body emitted the sound of wind and thunder. Although the chaotic qi on his body was weak, a strand of chaotic qi circulated in his body. His true power surged like thunder. Gu Fei felt his entire body was filled with power. Rays of chaotic divine light swam on the surface of his body. A powerful aura surged out from his body. There was no lightning tribulation. Gu Fei felt that he had consecutively broken through 2 shackles of cultivation. He had successfully stepped into the almighty 5th heaven. He had accumulated a lot and successfully broken through in one go. There were 9 levels in the almighty realm. Every time he broke through a small realm, the heavens would sense it and send down a lightning tribulation. But there was no lightning tribulation in the mountain and river cauldron. The mountain and river cauldron was worthy of being an invincible saint weapon refined by an extreme Tao sovereign. It could even isolate the lightning tribulation. Gu Fei knew that once he left the mountain and river cauldron, the heavenly tribulation would immediately descend. He needed to adjust his mental state. Although it was only a minor heavenly tribulation, it was still very abnormal. If he was not careful, Gu Fei would still be affected. Therefore, he did not dare to be careless and had to deal with it carefully. There was no sun or moon in the mountain and river cauldron. Gu Fei didn't know how long he had been in there. Finally, he retracted all the Tao patterns in his body. Then he let out a long breath and stood up in the void. He stretched his muscles and bones, and his body immediately emitted a series of explosive sounds. Without hesitation, he charged out of the mountain and river cauldron. The heavenly tribulation did not descend. Gu Fei suppressed his cultivation and strength, but he could not maintain this state for long. He had to find a place to undergo the tribulation as soon as possible. An unfathomable power that came from the heaven and earth was acting on his body, causing him to feel extremely oppressed. The true power in his entire body seemed to be boiling. Gu Fei knew that even if he wanted to suppress the power that was about to explode in his body, it would be difficult to do so. At this time, He Tian was studying the ancient monument. However, when Gu Fei charged out of the mountain and river cauldron, He Tian sensed it and charged towards Gu Fei. "Boss, you..." Although Gu Fei had intentionally suppressed his cultivation and strength, the aura on his body had changed drastically. It was as though he was facing a volcano that was about to erupt. He Tian could sense that there was an extremely strong power hidden in Gu Fei's body. It shocked him. In just a few short months, Gu Fei's cultivation had already broken through to a level that was comparable to his. What a freak. How did he cultivate? He Tian was incomparably shocked. One must know that the path of martial arts created by the peerless martial ancestor was extremely difficult to cultivate. Some people would not be able to achieve anything even after obtaining the true inheritance and cultivating for their entire lives. The path of martial arts was much more difficult than any other cultivation system. It was a method that relied on strength to prove one's Tao. Gu Fei had cultivated for less than 1,000 years and had already become a martial almighty. This was something that had never happened since the late primordial era. It was an anomaly. "What's the situation outside?" Gu Fei asked. A few months had passed. He didn't know what had happened in the Yellow Springs world. Had the battle between the Underworld Sovereign and the Ghost Emperor come to an end? "Boss, you would have never thought that there would be no demon sovereign in the Yellow Springs world." He Tian laughed sinisterly. What? Gu Fei couldn't help but be surprised and overjoyed when he heard that. Didn't that mean that the Yellow Springs world was his? With his 5th heavenly layer cultivation, he was able to fight against those pinnacle almighty or even half-saints. The 5th heavenly layer was a watershed. Almighties who stepped into the 5th heavenly layer had another title, Almighty Emperor. The Emperor among the Almighties. The current Gu Fei was an Almighty Emperor. It turned out that a few months ago, the Ghost Emperor had successfully severed his connection with the ancient ship. He had mobilized millions of demon soldiers to attack the 9 Underworld Spring where the Underworld Sovereign was. The Ghost Emperor had personally seen the Underworld Sovereign being forced to self-destruct by that peerless demon. The Underworld Sovereign's vitality was greatly injured. It was impossible for him to recover in a short period of time. After losing his demon body, the Underworld Sovereign was undoubtedly at his weakest. Taking advantage of this rare opportunity, the Ghost Emperor wanted to kill the Underworld Sovereign in one fell swoop before completely wiping out the faction loyal to the Underworld Sovereign. However, no one expected that when the Ghost Emperor led his army to the 9 Underworld Sovereign, the already extremely weak Underworld Sovereign actually charged out from the 9 Underworld Sovereign. The Underworld Sovereign knew that he wasn't the Ghost Emperor's match. He actually fused with an incomparably evil demon weapon and used the demon weapon to transform into a demon body. He displayed supreme demonic arts to fight against the Ghost Emperor. That battle shook the heavens and earth. It was even more terrifying than the battle between the Ghost Emperor and the Underworld Sovereign 10,000 years ago. It was so huge that the heavens and earth collapsed. The Yellow Springs nearly evaporated. In the end, the 2 supremes of the demonic Tao were both injured. Although the Underworld Sovereign had fused with the extremely evil demon weapon, he was still defeated by the Ghost Emperor. However, just as all the demons thought that the Ghost Emperor was going to rule the world, the Underworld Sovereign suddenly exploded with an extremely dangerous aura. He actually pulled the Ghost Emperor into the 9 Underworld Spring. After the 2 Supremes of the demonic Tao fell into the 9 Underworld Spring, they never came out again. No one expected such an ending. Did the Ghost Emperor and the Underworld Sovereign perish together? The Ghost Emperor and the Underworld Sovereign disappeared. Hence, other powerful demonic Tao experts began to fight for the ownership of the Yellow Springs. The Yellow Springs inevitably entered a period of chaos. At this time, a few powerful demons rose to control a region. Gradually they formed an independent situation. Target equals _blank. Chapter 15:13. There was no demon sovereign in the Yellow Springs. The Underworld Sovereign and the Ghost Emperor had actually disappeared. No one dared to enter the 9 Underworld Springs because it was a terrifying demonic cave that was connected to the boundless dark void. Book C Pavilion. Back then, the Underworld Sovereign and the Ghost Emperor had fought for the 100,000 miles of the Yellow Springs void. The Underworld Sovereign defeated the Ghost Emperor and exiled the Ghost Emperor into the depths of the 9 Underworld Springs. The 9 Underworld Springs was connected to the boundless dark void. Moreover, the depths of the 9 Underworld Springs had an incomparably strong suction force that could devour everything that came close. Even the Underworld Sovereign didn't dare to enter it. Some of the old demons in the Yellow Springs naturally knew this secret. Therefore, these old demons knew that the Underworld Sovereign and the Ghost Emperor might not appear again. Those that were exiled into the boundless dark void, no matter how strong they were, would find it hard to return. Over the years, only the Ghost Emperor could return after being exiled into the boundless dark void. No one knew how the Ghost Emperor returned. Actually, even the Ghost Emperor himself probably accidentally returned to the 100,000 miles of the Yellow Springs void. The disappearance of the Underworld Sovereign and the Ghost Emperor caused the 100,000 miles of the Yellow Springs void to fall into chaos. Various powerful demons rose up and some old demons that had been in seclusion for many years couldn't sit still and jumped out. After several months of fighting, 3 great demon monarchs appeared in the 100,000 miles of the Yellow Springs void. These 3 demon monarchs all had the cultivation and strength of a sage. The 3 demon monarchs formed a tripartite situation. Each demon monarch had gathered countless powerful demons under them. They carved out a territory and became a ruler. Gu Fei found out from He Tian what had happened in the 100,000 miles of the Yellow Springs void in recent months. He never would have thought that it would be such a situation. The Ghost Emperor and the Underworld Sovereign had actually disappeared. At this time he could no longer suppress the power in his body. He needed to find a place to undergo the tribulation. Otherwise the tribulation would descend. It wasn't a good thing to undergo the tribulation in one's own inner world. It might even destroy this sacred land. Boss, there are only 3 saint-rank old devils left outside. How about we kill them all? He Tian knew that Gu Fei was about to undergo tribulation, so he came up with this idea. He Tian had already guessed that Gu Fei wanted to find an unlucky fellow and then run to him to undergo tribulation. Very well, let's do that. Gu Fei nodded. As long as he killed the 3 saint-level old devils outside, no one within 100,000 miles of the netherworld would be his match. At that time he could slowly search for the origin of heaven and earth and the legendary gate of reincarnation. He did not give up searching for these 2 things. Thus, Gu Fei opened his inner world and walked out. He Tian also followed Gu Fei outside, but he didn't dare to get too close to Gu Fei, for fear of attracting his own heavenly tribulation. This was because at this moment, Gu Fei had already been enveloped by a mysterious power of heaven and earth. This power even made He Tian very fearful. This was a power that could ignite a cultivator's body and attract the heavenly tribulation. Anyone who came into contact with this power would be unlucky. Once they came into contact with it, they would bring about the heavenly tribulation. Thus, if there was a cultivator undergoing tribulation, other cultivators would hide far away. The dragon demon was a great demon that died. The dragon corpse was tainted with the netherworld demon power and turned into a great demon. This great demon was one of the 3 great demon monarchs. It had the tyrannical power of a saint-level expert. If the Underworld Sovereign and the Ghost Emperor hadn't disappeared, this demon sage wouldn't have jumped out. The disappearance of the Ghost Emperor and the Underworld Sovereign gave these demon sages hope of becoming supreme demonic cultivators. On this day, the dragon demon that was cultivating in a demon stream felt a sudden palpitation, as though something was about to happen. Just as the dragon demon was on guard, a figure appeared above the demon stream. Roar! A roar came from the depths of the demon stream. Then, monstrous demon chi surged from the depths of the demon stream. instantly covering the entire sky. It was as though night had suddenly descended. I didn't expect you to still dare to appear. A demon sense came from the depths of the demon stream. A voice rang out in Gu Fei's heart. The dragon demon's powerful aura locked onto Gu Fei. As long as Gu Fei made any strange movements, the dragon demon would immediately attack. The dragon demon had been secretly watching. It knew of the existence of Gu Fei and He Tian. It didn't jump out because it was wary of the Ghost Emperor and the Underworld Sovereign. Now that the Ghost Emperor and the Underworld Sovereign had disappeared, it could jump out and fight with the other demon sages for the position of Supreme Demonic Cultivator. The Supreme Demonic Cultivator, the master of the 100,000 miles of Netherworld domain, controlled the life and death of billions of demons. This kind of supreme status and power was a fatal temptation to every expert of the demonic cultivator. Who didn't want to become an invincible supreme ruler of a world? Why wouldn't I dare to appear? Gu Fei smiled. He restrained the power in his body well. The dragon demon didn't know that he was a volcano that could erupt at any time. An ant dares to wander in front of a giant dragon. You really don't know what's good for you? A giant dragon shadow rushed out from the depths of the demon stream. Within the endless demon chi, there was a terrifying saint-level aura. The supreme demonic might made it hard for Gu Fei to breathe. This is the power of a sage. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. The power of a sage was too strong. Even though he had stepped into the fifth heaven of Almighty and became Almighty Emperor, he was still as weak as an ant in front of a sage. I want to become stronger. Gu Fei shouted in his heart. As long as he grew into a martial sage, he would be able to go anywhere in the world. Die ant. The voice of the dragon demon sounded in Gu Fei's heart. Then a pitch-black dragon claw reached out from the monstrous demon chi and grabbed at Gu Fei. This is the moment I've been waiting for, Gu Fei shouted. Then he no longer suppressed his aura. An extremely powerful wave of power surged out from his body. Boom. The void where Gu Fei was located trembled violently. The power that rushed out from his body shook the void between heaven and earth, dispersing all the demon chi in the surroundings. The sudden change in the aura of Gu Fei surprised the dragon demon. Could it be that this ant is still struggling on his deathbed? Although the power here was strong, it was still not enough. However, in an instant the dragon demon felt that something was wrong. The other party was too calm. This kind of expression was definitely not the expression of someone who came to seek death. Boom. Without any warning, a huge lightning suddenly blasted down from the sky. The dazzling lightning tore through the void, bringing with it a terrifying power of destruction. What? The dragon demon was shocked. He felt threatened and instinctively retracted his dragon claw that was aimed at Gu Fei. However, it was already too late. Gu Fei moved and pounced on the devil dragon in the midst of the demonic aura. Rumble. In just an instant, endless lightning fell from heaven and earth. The demon chi above the demon stream was instantly dispelled by the power of lightning. A giant dragon that was thousands of feet long appeared between heaven and earth. This giant dragon emitted an extremely powerful wave of saint-level power. This was a terrifying demon dragon that could contend with a sage. However, this demon dragon that could contend with a sage was now like a bird that was startled by the mere twang of a bow. It quickly rushed down the demon stream, trying to avoid the lightning attack. This demon dragon was also impressive. It had already seen through Gu Fei's action. Gu Fei wanted to pull it along to cross the tribulation together. It was a great demon that was transformed from a dragon corpse. It was especially sensitive to the heavenly tribulation and was most afraid of the power of the heavenly tribulation. However, Gu Fei possessed the world's fastest speed. Even if the demon dragon was a demon saint, it was absolutely impossible to get rid of Gu Fei at such a short distance. Boom. Endless tribulation lightning fell from the sky and instantly engulfed the demon dragon. Roar. The demon dragon roared angrily. Its voice was extremely frightened. The demon chi in its body was suddenly ignited by the power of heaven and earth. This was the power of attracting tribulation. This demon saint's heavenly tribulation was attracted. The tribulation of a saint-level existence was a terrible disaster. The tribulation lightning that fell from the sky suddenly became many times stronger. Roar, you deserve to die. In the tribulation lightning, the demon dragon kept roaring. It rushed towards Gu Fei, trying to kill Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei had already retreated far away. With endless tribulation lightning, Gu Fei rushed to the next place. I am not willing. The demon dragon roared. This was the heavenly tribulation of a saint level. It was attracted by the power of attracting tribulation on Gu Fei's body. The demon dragon's whole body was ignited. It rushed left and right trying to get rid of the tribulation lightning, but it was all in vain. It used several doppelgangers in succession, but still couldn't cut off the power of the tribulation lightning on its body. Roar! The demonic dragon was in despair. The demonic energy in its body was gradually being obliterated, and then dissipated into the void. After struggling for a full 2 hours, the demonic monarch finally died with a grudge. A demon monarch of a generation, his death was truly unjust. And in another region, the place where Black Hell Devil Monarch was cultivating. On top of a mountain, a figure descended from the sky with endless lightning power. A terrifying pressure gushed forth in all directions, causing the entire Devil Mountain to tremble. A devil figure rushed out from the mountain wanting to escape. However, Gu Fei displayed the world's fastest movement technique and caught up to that demon shadow. Without any suspense, that demon shadow was also pulled along by Gu Fei to undergo tribulation. Good. In the distant sky, He Tian couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised when he saw this scene. Another demon monarch was unlucky. With the heavenly tribulation on his body, there was only one outcome: death. Black Hell Devil Monarch's ending was already decided. Gu Fei's heavenly tribulation continued. The power of lightning was tempering his divine soul and body. His divine soul and body absorbed the fragments of the great Tao in the world, strengthening and perfecting his own Tao. Next target, Red Moon Devil Monarch. Gu Fei displayed his fastest movement technique and rushed towards the area where Red Moon Devil Monarch was. He felt that his heavenly tribulation wouldn't last much longer. After all, this was only a minor heavenly tribulation. He wanted to use the power of the heavenly tribulation to kill the 3 demon monarchs. Pulling a demon monarch to undergo tribulation together was something that had never happened in the 100,000 miles of the Yellow Springs world. This was because there was no heavenly tribulation in the Yellow Springs world. However, Gu Fei's body emitted a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth. All the demons had no choice but to retreat. They instinctively felt fear. Book C Pavilion. Target equals _blank. Chapter 15-14. Crimson Moon Devil Monarch was a devil saint that rose from the 100,000 miles of Yellow Springs world. He was incomparably powerful and occupied the largest territory among the 3 devil monarchs. Countless demons had submitted to this devil saint. Under Crimson Moon Devil Monarch, he had a strong army and was the most promising Devil Tao expert to unify the 100,000 miles of Yellow Springs world. However, today someone had killed his way to the Crimson Moon Devil Mountain. Endless lightning descended from the sky, shrouding the entire Crimson Moon Devil Mountain. Roar! All the demons on the mountain were alarmed. Lightning bloomed from their bodies as they rushed out. However, those demons that rushed out turned into a pile of ashes under the bombardment of the lightning, dissipating with the wind. How could this be? All the demons on the Crimson Moon Devil Mountain were scared out of their wits. This sudden calamity caused all the demons to be at a loss as to what was going on. All the demons felt the devil energy in their bodies being ignited. Their life force was burning. The terrifying lightning that descended from the sky brought with it an almost irresistible destructive force. There was no heaven's tribulation in the 100,000 miles of Yellow Springs world. All the demons had no idea what was going on. They had no idea how to deal with this crisis. Gu Fei's tribulation energy enveloped the entire Crimson Moon Devil Mountain. He pulled all the demons on the mountain to cross the tribulation together with him. The scene was spectacular to the extreme. The entire Devil Mountain was shrouded by the tribulation lightning. The tribulation lightning connected the sky and the earth, forming a single piece between heaven and earth. The area within a radius of hundreds of miles was shrouded in it. The demons turned into ashes under the tribulation lightning. These demons didn't even know how they died until their bodies and souls were destroyed by the tribulation lightning. Roar! Is the heavens trying to forget me? Some demons struggled in the tribulation lightning. Existences at this level had an incomparable sensitivity to the power of heaven and earth. Some demons could already feel that the power of lightning came from the heavens and earth. As for how this terrifying power of heaven and earth was triggered, no one knew. Who plotted against this devil king? An angry and panicked voice came from the peak of the Crimson Moon Devil Mountain. A blood-colored devil aura stood on the mountain, resisting the endless tribulation lightning alone. At this time, Gu Fei had already escaped far away, but the large area of tribulation lightning was very conspicuous. It was noticed by the Devil King's shadow on the mountain. Then the shadow soared into the sky and chased after Gu Fei. Rumble! At that moment, streaks of lightning that looked like Tao patterns descended from the sky. The power of the great path of heaven and earth erupted. Endless Tao pattern lightning engulfed the demonic shadow. The sky was filled with lightning. Even the Devil King's moon. Of the Devil King was the Devil King was King's sovereign. Kingest Devil King's moon was king. Who was King's demon? Devil King's dragon demon was King's king. It had to be said that the Red Moon Devil King was much more powerful than the other two Devil Kings. If it were not for Gu Fei's sudden move, he would have probably unified the entire netherworld. Even so, the outcome will be the same. Gu Fei appeared on a mountain peak 1,000 miles away. At this time, his heavenly tribulation had gradually weakened. The heavenly tribulation was about to pass. His body and divine soul had become even stronger under the baptism of the tribulation thunder. His entire body was bursting with endless lightning. He was drawing the heavenly tribulation to temper his body and soul. Only Gu Fei would be so crazy as to take the initiative to draw the power of the heavenly tribulation onto himself. If it was anyone else, they would definitely not dare to let the power of the heavenly tribulation affect them. In just a few breaths, more than half of the demons on the Crimson Moon Demon Mountain had fallen. Under the bombardment of the heavenly tribulation, their bodies and souls were destroyed. However, there were still many powerful demons on the Demon Mountain. They were desperately displaying their Devil Path's magical powers to resist the heavenly tribulation. However, all of this was in vain. One by one, the demonic weapons were shattered under the heavenly tribulation. The Devil Chi was dispersed. The tribulation thunder exploded from within their bodies, blasting the demons into pieces. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. What kind of hatred do we have? Why are you doing this to us? Some demons discovered Gu Fei, who was 1,000 miles away, and roared at Gu Fei. They were unwilling to die like this. It was not worth it. Demons are the greatest enemies of all living beings in the 6 realms. Gu Fei did not soften his heart. It was the responsibility of a cultivator to eliminate demons and defend the Tao. In the world of cultivation, it was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. Many demons soared into the sky along with endless tribulation thunder, pouncing towards Gu Fei, who was 1,000 miles away. However, they were merely putting up a last-ditch struggle. All of them were struck by the tribulation thunder and turned into ashes in mid-air. After being contaminated by the tribulation attracting power on Gu Fei's body, all the demons on the Crimson Moon Demon Mountain passively triggered their own heavenly tribulations without exception. There were no heavenly tribulations within 100,000 miles of the Yellow Springs. These demons triggered their own heavenly tribulations, which was a disaster. One by one, they perished under the heavenly tribulation. Even the strongest Devil Lord, Crimson Moon, was not spared. However, Crimson Moon Evil Lord was incomparably powerful. He brought along thousands of tribulation thunder and rushed towards Gu Fei. At this time, the tribulation attracting power on Gu Fei's body had already disappeared. Good timing. Gu Fei stretched his body. Immediately, a series of explosive sounds came from his body. A violent aura erupted from his body. After going through the heavenly tribulation just now, his realm had completely stabilized. His cultivation was at the 5th heaven of Almighty Realm. He had already stepped into the realm of Almighty Emperor. He took a step forward and rushed up. He threw a punch and the whole world shook under his fist, displaying an invincible fist will. At this time, Crimson Moon Evil Lord was already an arrow at the end of its flight. His Devil Path source was constantly being eroded by the heavenly tribulation, and his realm had fallen from the sacred level. However, even though Crimson Moon Evil Lord's cultivation realm had fallen from the sacred level, he still had the powerful strength of a peak almighty. He wanted to drag Gu Fei to hell with him. Boom! Endless tribulation thunder suddenly appeared. Each tribulation thunder was as huge as a mountain. The void between heaven and earth was torn apart by this destructive power. Gu Fei directly rushed into the tribulation thunder and completely ignored the terrifying tribulation thunder. He attacked Crimson Moon Evil Lord. Under his fist, the tribulation thunder was scattered. Bang! Gu Fei's fist collided with Crimson Moon Evil Lord's fist, which was bursting with thousands of lightning bolts, producing a dull sound. Roar! Crimson Moon Evil Lord roared angrily. On his right fist, demonic blood splattered everywhere. The flesh and blood on his arm exploded from the shock. The powerful force sent Crimson Moon Evil Lord flying. How can this guy be so powerful? Crimson Moon Evil Lord was taken aback. At this time, his entire body was blooming with tribulation thunder. The destructive power brought by the heavenly tribulation had already penetrated his demonic body. His demonic body could collapse at any time. Again, Gu Fei was incomparably powerful. His eyes were as sharp as lightning. He continued to approach Crimson Moon Evil Lord in front of him. Target equals Undercommit. Chapter 15:15. Date: October 27th. Indestructible Martial Saint. Main text. Chapter 1523. Chapter 1523. Return to the Heavenly Realm? Indestructible Martial Saint. Main text. Chapter 1523. Chapter 1523. Return to the Heavenly Realm? Xuanhuan Fantasy, Indestructible Martial Saint. Main text. Chapter 1523. Chapter 1523. Return to the Heavenly Realm? Return to the Indestructible Martial Saint. Main text. Chapter 1523. Chapter 1523. Return to the Heavenly Realm? Novel name: Indestructible Martial Saint. Author: Liang Family. Third Young Master Type: Xuanhuan Fantasy. Indestructible Martial Saint. Remember, updated quickly. Gu Fei's strength made the Red Moon Evil Lord's heart palpitate. Such a character was not a being from the Yellow Springs world, but a foreign expert, the heart-locking Jade. This person's life aura was vigorous, and his blood and chi soared to the sky. He was incompatible with this part of the world. But at this time, the Red Moon Evil Lord was already on the verge of death. How could he care about anything else? He attacked with all his strength, and blood-colored demonic chi enveloped the area. However, under the heavenly tribulation, the Red Moon Evil Lord's demonic source was rapidly weakening. The demonic chi dissipated, and his body was badly mutilated. Who knew how many bones were broken? Struggle before death. Gu Fei's face was expressionless as he continued to attack. His fists evolved into yin and yang chaos, and chaotic chi surged out from his fists, forcing the Red Moon Evil Lord to retreat again and again. Roar! The Red Moon Evil Lord was so depressed that he vomited blood. The power from heaven and earth was eroding his source, and this power could not be cut off at all. Even his doppelganger was used, but it was still useless. He knew that he would die here today. I came to my daughter's land. Bam! Not only did the Scarlet Moon Evil Master have to resist the heavenly tribulation, but he also had to guard against Gu Fei's attack. Unable to attend to one thing, Gu Fei's punch finally landed on his chest, and it immediately collapsed. Wah! The Red Moon Evil Lord spat out blood and flew backward. Thousands of tribulation lightning fell from the sky, instantly bombarding his body. Demonic blood splattered, and his demonic body fell from the sky like a broken bag. The demonic body of the Evil Lord was incomparably strong, but under the double attack of the heavenly tribulation in Gu Fei, it was almost broken. Die! Gu Fei's aura suddenly increased tenfold, and a terrifying pressure caused the void to tremble. He used the Heaven Ascension secret technique, and his battle prowess instantly increased tenfold. Bam! With just a single punch, thousands of tribulation lightning bolts were dispersed by his fist. The power of his fist was so strong that even the void was collapsing and collapsing. Without any suspense, the Crimson Moon Evil Lord could only let out a roar filled with unwillingness under the bombardment of such power. His demonic body crumbled under Gu Fei's fist. Thousands of tribulation thunderbolts fell down, and the fragments of Red Moon Evil Master's devil body were blasted into ashes by the tribulation thunderbolts. A blood-red light wrapped around a primordial spirit and soared into the sky, trying to escape. However, the power of the heavenly tribulation had already enveloped the demon Venerable. Under the bombardment of the tribulation thunder, the primordial spirit of the Scarlet Moon Demon Venerable was shattered in the void. A demon monarch had died under his own heavenly tribulation. Loneliness filled the entire palace. With the fall of the Red Moon Evil Lord, the heavenly tribulation lost its target. Then, it dissipated between heaven and earth, and the terrifying aura that could destroy heaven and earth disappeared. On this day, the entire 100,000 miles of Netherworld was in chaos. The three great demon monarchs were dead and all the demons were terrified. They all felt that a catastrophe was imminent. Gu Fei and He Tian did not care about these demons. After eliminating the threat of the three great demon monarchs, they openly appeared in the 100,000 miles of Netherworld. A demon at the peak of the Almighty jumped out and challenged Gu Fei, but Gu Fei blew up his devil body with a punch and shattered his primordial spirit with a slap. Both his body and soul were directly destroyed. Gu Fei's strength deterred those restless demons, and no one dared to jump out again. Therefore, Gu Fei and the others began to search carefully in the 100,000 miles of Netherworld. Relying on the protection of the Extreme Path sacred weapon, they even went deep into various dangerous places. However, regarding the legendary Gate of Reincarnation, they could not find any clues at all. This puzzled Gu Fei and He Tian. The entire 100,000 miles of Netherworld was nearly turned over by them. Apart from the depths of the Netherworld Spring and the Ninth Underworld Spring, which they did not set foot in, they had visited every other place. They even captured an old demon and interrogated him about the gate of reincarnation. However, even an old demon that had lived for countless years did not know that there was a gate of reincarnation in the 100,000 miles of Netherworld. Could it be a groundless rumor? There is no gate of reincarnation in the legends here? He Tian was bewildered. He used the soul-searching technique to directly read the memories of the old demon's primordial spirit. It was impossible for the old demon to hide anything from the north. In that case, there is no need for us to waste any more time here. Gu Fei was a person who was willing to give up. Since it was impossible, it was better to give up. The legendary gate of reincarnation was a heaven-defying ancient treasure. Everyone coveted it. Even the extreme path supremes of the primordial era coveted it. How could such an ancient treasure be obtained so easily? However, Gu Fei and the others did not come back empty-handed this time. At the very least, Gu Fei's cultivation had reached the Almighty Emperor realm. Moreover, the three-boundary monument was not necessarily inferior to the gate of reincarnation. After searching for a few months, Gu Fei and He Tian finally gave up. They decided to leave this place. He Tian seemed to have made quite a bit of progress in his research of the three-boundary monument. In a valley, Gu Fei and He Tian took out the three-boundary monument. Then, He Tian began to use the monument to communicate with the heavenly realm with the support of an enormous amount of spiritual energy. Rumble. About an hour later, the runes above the monument began to appear. A phantom of the heavenly realm appeared above the monument. It was a projection of the heavenly realm on the monument. That is, a vast amount of heaven and earth energy surged out from the heaven realm's illusory image. The illusory image was constantly changing. Suddenly, a series of battle cries came out from the illusory image. Silhouettes soared up into the sky and then fell down from the sky. This was a battle between gods. Countless immortals were fighting. It seemed like two factions were at war. Moreover, the ones participating in the battle were the high and mighty immortals. The heavenly realm is in chaos. Gu Fei and He Tian were incomparably shocked. The image on the monument appeared on the battlefield. The scene of flesh and blood flying everywhere was incomparably real. Gu Fei flew up and rushed towards the seemingly illusory world. It was as though he had passed through a layer of water ripples. He only felt a strong gust of wind rushing towards him, and an immortal spirit had attacked him. A black object smashed towards Gu Fei's face. Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. He seemed to have really entered another world. He saw an immortal spirit attacking him. He hurriedly dodged. I really entered the heavenly realm? The smell of blood assailed his nostrils. Countless immortals were fighting. Corpses fell from the sky. The blood of immortals dyed the ground red. Occasionally, magic treasures would explode, exploding with resplendent light. Is this actually real? Gu Fei was truly shocked. Could the three-boundary monument really communicate with the three realms? Could the holder of the monument really enter the heavenly realm, earthly realm, and mortal realm? But the one who was even more shocked than Gu Fei was He Tian. He was already dumbfounded. Gu Fei's figure actually disappeared in front of his eyes. He had entered the battlefield. You can search for the latest updates of this book on Baidu. Indestructible Martial Sovereign Text ER 1523. Chapter 1523 Return to the Heavenly Realm? Is Liang Clan's third young master's Indestructible Martial Sovereign good? If you haven't finished reading, you can add Indestructible Martial Sovereign. Keyboard, enter square root. Keyboard, recommended reading. Sword-wielding song legend mage another world survival record playing game arena flourishing China swallowing the stars unlimited strong martial arts innate divine doctor unlimited wuxia dream. If you like Liang family's third young masters, indestructible martial arts revered, please add indestructible martial arts revered, so that you can read it in the future. If you have any suggestions for indestructible martial arts revered, please send a message to the admin. Provide Indestructible Martial Sovereign for your collection of Xuanhuan and fantasy novels. Chapter 1523. Chapter 1523 Return to the Heavenly Realm? Yes. Target equals _ blank. Chapter 1516. The three boundary monuments seem to be able to communicate with the three realms of heaven, earth, and man. When Gu Fei entered the illusory void above the three boundary monument, he had actually transmigrated to that battlefield. I've really returned to the heavenly realm. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. All of this was so real that an immortal spirit was actually attacking him. He instinctively dodged and punched out. He wanted to smash this puny immortal spirit to death with one punch. However, A scene that made Gu Fei's jaw drop happened. There was no violent fist force rushing out of his fist. His fist actually passed through the immortal spirit's body without hurting it at all. Gu Fei's body seemed to have turned into an ethereal state. He seemed to be just a phantom, unable to use his true power. How can this be? In front of the monument, He Tian was also dumbfounded. Gu Fei had not truly entered that side of the world. His body had turned into a phantom. To the immortals fighting on the battlefield, Gu Fei was just an avatar. He had not truly descended. Anyone could refine an avatar. Especially for cultivators above the immortal spirit realm, refining an avatar was not a big deal. What's going on? Gu Fei circulated the chaotic true power in his body. A powerful aura spread out from his body. His ethereal figure actually became clear, as if he could walk out of the void. Rumble? Just at this moment, a war chariot charged over from the distance. Wherever it passed, the immortal spirits of the other party would be slain. At the front of the war chariot were 3 white tigers. Each of the white tigers possessed the strength of an immortal spirit. Of course, these were not the real ancient white tigers. They were just 3 tiger demons with a trace of white tiger blood flowing through their veins. Still, this was enough to shock everyone. 3 white tiger demons pulling a chariot. What kind of concept was this? The newcomer was extremely powerful. The immortal sword in his hand swallowed and spat out dazzling sword light that crisscrossed the heavens and earth. The appearance of such a ferocious person immediately caused the opponent's formation to become somewhat chaotic. What kind of monster are you? Kill. When the general saw Gu Fei, he directly slashed at Gu Fei. The resplendent sword light illuminated the world, even brighter than the sun in the sky. Swoosh. Gu Fei used the omniscient void steps and instantly disappeared. In the next moment, he had already appeared above the general's head. Die. He slammed his palm downwards, but the ferocious palm force did not appear. When he displayed his martial arts battle technique, his body, which was about to solidify, dimmed once again. What? Gu Fei's shock was no small matter. At this moment, the general standing on the chariot had already punched out. The domineering fist force directly dispersed Gu Fei's illusory figure. Gu Fei only felt as if his body had really been blasted apart. His vision darkened. When he could see again, he found himself standing in front of the ancient monument. What the hell is going on? Gu Fei's expression was extremely unsightly. He was extremely depressed. He couldn't even deal with a first layer almighty and was beaten back. Although the 3 boundaries monument can connect to the 3 realms, it seems to be lacking something. It is difficult to truly pass through the barrier of the 3 realms. He Tian pondered for a long time before saying this. The part of the world that appeared on the 3 boundaries monument began to dim and then completely dissipated. It was as if it had never appeared, making it seem very illusory. However, Gu Fei knew that it was a real battlefield in the heaven realm. He could not possibly forget the aura of the heaven realm. Just as Gu Fei came out of the 3 boundary steel, on a battlefield somewhere in the heavenly realm, the general seemed to have sensed something and his expression turned ugly. What kind of divine ability is that? The general was not an ordinary immortal god. He was an almighty immortal. In the heaven realm, he was an existence known as Emperor. The people on both sides distanced themselves, not daring to approach the general. Wuxia, I'll fight you. A general rushed out from the camp opposite the general. This was a 9-foot-tall general who gave off a strong sense of oppression like a giant god. This general held a pair of bronze maces and rushed towards the general called Wuxia in the sky. A wave of demonic aura swept over. Come at me. The general Wuxia directly rushed out of the chariot and charged towards the tower-like general. The 2 great experts instantly clashed. At this time, Gu Fei and He Tian wanted to leave the Yellow Springs. This place was filled with the demonic power of the Yellow Springs. It was not a good place for them. As for the mouth of the Yellow Springs, Gu Fei and He Tian did not dare to barge in. It should be known that even the ancient Buddhist lord could not completely suppress this ominous place. How could they set foot in it? The Yellow Springs had already appeared in myths and legends. It was seen as the source of chaos in the world. Since ancient times, many people with great willpower and divine ability had found it difficult to completely refine it. The ancient Buddhist lord's actions were useless. The mouth of the Yellow Springs was simply difficult to completely suppress. This source of evil in the world was difficult to remove. The ancient Buddhist lord could only seal it here and isolate it from the outside world. The Yellow Springs was actually a world that was sealed by the ancient Buddhist lord. Only the Buddhist faction knew the way to enter and exit this world. How could Gu Fei and He Tian know this secret of the Buddhist faction? However, Haitian's attainments and formations were not just for show. When the Buddhist formation on the altar had been activated and transported them into this world, Haitian had already memorized the formation. As long as they could reverse the formation, they would be able to leave. It had to be said that Haitian was indeed a genius in the Tao of formations. He had only seen it once, but he could memorize such a complicated Buddhist formation. If it were Gu Fei, he definitely would not have had this ability. Even with that being the case, Erebus still used 3 whole days and countless supreme-grade divine jades to set up the formation. Afterwards, he began to deduce it. Reversing the formation was not a simple matter. The slightest mistake could cause the formation to go out of control. The consequences would be unthinkable, so Haitian had no choice but to deduce it carefully. In the end, a formation carved completely from supreme-grade divine jade appeared before Gu Fei. This was a Buddhist teleportation formation that had already been reversed. Moreover, Buddhist energy was not the only thing that could activate a teleportation formation like this. The teleportation formation that Haitian had laid down could be activated by any power as long as it was powerful enough. Please share target equals _blank. Chapter 15-17. Date: October 29th. Reverse engineering an array formation required a very high level of attainment in array formations. Erebus' reputation as a grandmaster of array formations was not undeserved. He only used half a month's time to create an array platform. Let's go. Gu Fei stepped onto the formation platform first, followed by Haitian. Then they began to activate the formation platform. As spiritual chi poured in, the formation patterns on the formation platform began to light up. Buzz. The formation platform shook. After the entire formation platform had absorbed enough spiritual chi, all the formation patterns on the formation platform instantly emitted a dazzling divine light. A ball of divine light rushed out from the formation platform, enveloping Gu Fei and Haitian. Then the void trembled and Gu Fei and Haitian were transported out. The moment Gu Fei and Haitian were transported out, the entire formation platform's spiritual chi was sucked dry, and countless supreme-grade divine jades turned into dust. In the endless darkness of the void, an ancient stone platform was floating. It was unknown how long this ancient stone platform had been floating in the eternal darkness of the void without any light. The ancient stone platform in the darkness suddenly emitted a wave of fluctuation. Mysterious patterns lit up one after another, and a peaceful Buddhist power spread out in all directions. The faint golden Buddhist light illuminated the surrounding void, causing a little light to appear in the eternal darkness. This light was too weak, and in the infinite darkness of the void, it was almost negligible. However, the Buddhist light gradually grew stronger. Very soon, the entire ancient stone platform appeared in the dark void like a golden sun, dispersing the surrounding darkness. When the Buddhist power emitted from the ancient stone platform reached its strongest state, the void above the stone platform began to ripple, and then it began to collapse. 2 figures appeared from the pitch-black space passage. Swoosh! The dazzling Buddhist light suddenly disappeared, and the ancient stone platform immediately fell silent, as if nothing had happened. However, there were 2 more people on the ancient stone platform. My deduction was not wrong. We really made it out, one of them said. His voice was filled with surprise. However, the other person's expression was extremely solemn. We did get out, but we've entered an even bigger cage. In the endless darkness, there was not a single bit of light, and the surroundings were completely silent. There was no sound at all, giving off a powerful sense of oppression. In the unknown darkness, no one knew what dangers lurked. This was a dark Haitian land created by the Buddhist Lord through the ages. Although Gu Fei and the others had successfully left the Yellow Springs world, just as Gu Fei had said, they had entered an even vaster cage. What should we do? The smile froze on Haitian's face. In this endless dark void, it was hard for them to find a way out. They were originally lost in this void. Gu Fei didn't say anything. He took out the Buddhist lamp he had obtained from the ancient battlefield in the dark void. A dot of Buddhist light lit up in his hand. This Buddhist lamp didn't have much Buddhist energy left. Gu Fei didn't use this Buddhist instrument in the Yellow Springs world. Instead, he had placed it in the divine spring of life to nourish it. At this moment, he had no choice but to use this Buddhist instrument. Under the nourishment of the divine spring of life, the Buddhist lamp had recovered a bit of Buddhist energy. However, this ancient Buddhist lamp was already on the verge of exhaustion. Even if it was placed in the divine spring of life to nourish it, it wouldn't be able to fully recover. "Boss, what are you?" Haitian was a little surprised. At this time, Gu Fei took out this Buddhist lamp. Could it be that he wanted to use this ancient Buddhist lamp to illuminate the path ahead? I'm going to use a secret technique. Protect me. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the ancient stone platform. The ancient Buddhist lamp floated in front of him, and the golden Buddhist fire the size of a soybean flickered. He Tian hurriedly took out the invisible sword and stood behind Gu Fei. Then, divine markings of the great path surged out from Gu Fei's body, and an unfathomable power emanated from his body. In that instant, He Tian had the illusion that Gu Fei, who was in front of him, had suddenly disappeared. He could no longer sense Gu Fei's presence. Anti-void secret technique? Merging with the void was one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the anti-void secret technique. This was a grand void technique that described the supreme Tao ancestors' understanding of the void. The void of heaven and earth was the most mysterious of all. The supreme Tao ancestor had developed this profound meaning to its pinnacle. Once the anti-void secret technique was used, the world would be thrown into chaos and possessed unfathomable power. Could it be that boss wants to use this secret technique to divine the world? He Tian was incomparably shocked. The void of heaven and earth was the most difficult to divine. One should know that the heavenly Tao was unpredictable. Even the sages of ancient times found it difficult to divine the various mysteries of heaven. At this time, Gu Fei merged with the void. Using the Buddhist lamp as a guide, he used the supreme secret technique of the immortal Tao to sense this part of the world. In the pitch-black void there seemed to be a power that was being activated. There really is a forbidden technique left behind by the ancient Buddhist Lord. Gu Fei sensed it in his heart. After that, he controlled the surrounding void. The aura of his body fused together with the aura of the surrounding void, allowing him to sense the pulsation of the void. With the Buddhist lamp as a guide, Gu Fei successfully sensed the existence of the Buddhist restriction in the dark void. It was like a bright lamp in the darkness, guiding Gu Fei forward. Under Gu Fei's anti-void secret technique, Buddhist runes began to appear in the originally dark void. These were Buddhist Tao runes that were usually hidden in the void and no one could make them appear. This was a supreme Buddhist energy that could open up a boundless dark void. But now, Gu Fei used the Buddhist lamp as a guide to find these hidden Buddhist Tao runes. The ancient Buddhist lamp also had Buddhist Tao runes. The two came from the same source and they could sense each other. Success. He Tian was both surprised and delighted to see this. He knew that if Gu Fei didn't cultivate the anti-void secret technique, even with the ancient Buddhist lamp, Gu Fei wouldn't have been able to make the Buddhist runes appear in the void. Buddhist energy surged, and a golden path that led into the endless distance appeared in front of Gu Fei. It was like a guiding Buddhist light that led them to the other shore. The ancient Buddha lamp was burning with Buddha energy. Buddha runes appeared on the surface of the lamp. The Buddha light guided Gu Fei's group forward with the ancient stone platform. Very soon, an extremely powerful and terrifying aura surged in front of them. It was an invincible power, as if a supreme being was in deep sleep. Extreme Tao formation? Gu Fei and He Tian were both surprised and happy. They had found a way out. They were finally going to leave this endless dark void. RG target equals _blank. Chapter 15:18. The ancient Buddhist lord's methods were simply too shocking. Perhaps only someone at the level of an extreme-grade sovereign would be able to set up such an earth-shattering scheme. An extreme formation was used to protect an endless dark void, sealing the yellow springs at the end of the void, making it difficult for mortals to enter the demonic domain. Gu Fei used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the anti-void secret technique, to communicate with the void. Using the ancient Buddhist lamp as a guide, he finally found a way out. What should we do? The golden path formed by the golden Buddhist light beneath Gu Fei and He Tian's feet dissipated into the void. The extreme formation was right in front of them, and they were well aware of how terrifying it was. The extreme formation had long since fallen silent, but the aura emitted by the formation was still frightening, as if an extreme supreme level was sleeping. We can only force our way through. Gu Fei pondered for a long time before saying those words. No one could break through the extreme Tao grand formation, unless an extreme Tao sovereign came personally. Then let's begin. He Tian also knew that this was the best solution. Apart from forcing their way through, there was no other way to break through the extreme formation. One should know that this was a formation set up by an extreme supreme level cultivator. It could be used to fight against an extreme supreme level cultivator, and killing anyone below the supreme level would be effortless. Gu Fei and the others had to be fully prepared before they dared to break through the extreme formation. An ancient cauldron flew out from Gu Fei's body and floated above their heads. Streams of primordial chaos chi poured down to protect them. Clang. With a sword hum, the violet gold divine sword rushed out from Gu Fei's body. A powerful wave of sword aura immediately appeared in the void. Violet gold divine light flowed. This was a supreme sword weapon that could make heaven and earth lose their color. Finally, a tyrannical saber light rushed out from Gu Fei's dantian. The horrifying saber chi spread out in all directions, shaking the heavens. Within the saber light, a broken saber floated. This was a fragment of a peerless ominous saber. The other fragment of the peerless ominous saber should still be in the virtual sky world. This time, Gu Fei returned to the human world because he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to reunite the two fragments of the saber. The virtual sky world was something he wanted to explore. Taishan sect no longer existed, and no one knew if the virtual sky world had been occupied or not. But so what? It was originally Taishan sect's territory, so Gu Fei could take it back. In the world of cultivation, strength was everything. Gu Fei's current cultivation and strength had already reached the level of a great emperor, but he still found it difficult to make the three extreme saint weapons display their power. It would take a period of time for an extreme saint weapon to display its power. However, Gu Fei thought of a way to instantly activate the extreme saint weapons and display their power. He directly threw the purple gold divine sword into the extreme great array in front of him. Rumble! Almost in an instant, the extreme ancient great array was activated, and a wave of power of the extreme great path spread out in all directions. The void trembled and the world almost collapsed. Too powerful. Gu Fei and He Tian stepped on the ancient stone platform and used the mountain and river cauldron to protect themselves, but they still felt a great pressure. Even the mountain and river cauldron could not completely block the power of the extreme great path. Buzz! The sword's cry reached the 9 heavens, and the god in the purple gold divine sword was awakened immediately. It was like a supreme being of the extreme great path appeared between heaven and earth, and the entire extreme great array suddenly boiled. Endless Tao laws rushed out from the great array and sealed the purple gold divine sword, wanting to suppress this extreme saint sword. However, the purple gold divine sword was a sword of the extreme great path, an object with a spirit. How could it be so easily subdued? The god in the holy sword reacted in the most direct way. Buzz! The purple gold divine sword vibrated and turned into a sword light that was tens of thousands of feet long. It broke through heaven and earth and counterattacked the extreme great path array. Countless Tao laws collapsed under the divine sword. This was truly a sword that could destroy all techniques. The extreme great path sword light was unstoppable, and it was so sharp that it was unbelievable. It actually directly made a hole in the great array. Let's go. When Gu Fei and He Tian saw this, they hurriedly rushed up from the ancient stone platform and used the mountain and river cauldron to protect themselves. They rushed into the extreme great path array and rushed out through the hole that the purple gold divine sword had made. The half of the peerless sword danced around the mountain and river cauldron, blocking all the destructive power that came from all directions. What a pity. After Gu Fei and the others rushed out for 100 miles, they had no choice but to stop. The broken array pattern in front of them had already been repaired, and a wave of extreme great path power lay in front of them, waiting for them to walk right into the trap. Roars were heard from all around the extreme great path array. Tall figures stood up from within the great array. The extreme great path array had given birth to a spiritual god, and this spiritual god reacted quickly. 9 terrifying figures stood up from different parts of the great array, emitting a despairing aura of extreme great path. It was as if 9 saints of extreme great path had arrived. These were the chaotic divine beings formed by the power of the great path. Although they were not truly invincible divine beings, they were enough to kill any experts that entered the extreme great path array. However, Gu Fei did not waste any time. Before the 9 divine beings could come close, the peerless sword emitted a powerful sword aura, and broke the array pattern that had just been repaired. This sword was definitely the strongest extreme great path sacred sword in the world. It was extremely ferocious and overbearing. With just one slash, it broke a corner of the extreme great path array. This was the power of the extreme great path. If Gu Fei could control this power, not to mention a quasi-saint, even a real sage or a great sage would not be able to withstand a single slash from him. Unfortunately, this power was not something that he could control at the moment. This was the extreme great path ancient weapon awakening on its own. The deity within it was controlling this power. However, the deity within the peerless sword was heavily injured. It was not a complete deity. Even so, the power of this half of the sword was enough to threaten the extreme great path ancient formation. Gu Fei and He Tian used the mountain and river cauldron to protect themselves. At this moment, The deity within the mountain and river cauldron was awakened from its slumber by the power of the extreme Great Path ancient formation. The deity within the mountain and river cauldron was awakened. A terrifying divine might that could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths spread out from the ancient cauldron. The primordial chaos ancestral chi swept in all directions, and countless array patterns were destroyed. Gu Fei and He Tian rushed out 100 li in one go. At this time they could already sense the aura of the outside world. Outside the extreme Great Path ancient formation, the divine might of the extreme Great Path surged out. No one could approach within a radius of 10,000 li. All the living beings in the wildlands were trembling. What's going on? Someone is attacking the ancient formation again. All the experts in the wild world were alarmed. They rushed out of their secluded cultivation grounds and looked into the depths of this world. They were shocked to the extreme. See this first part of the world without any advertisement. Please go to. Please share. Target =_ blank. Chapter 15:19. The old-timers of the wildlands viewed the upheaval as a chance to break the shackles of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, the old-timers were disappointed. In the end, the terrifying upheaval of heaven and earth calmed down, and the cataclysm that threatened to destroy heaven and earth didn't occur. No one could break the cage of heaven and earth. After the upheaval, nothing had changed. The only thing that had changed was the rise of the human race. Shen King Hegemon's old affliction was gone, and his cultivation base had returned to its peak. He no longer looked sickly and weak. He was now a quasi-sage, a human quasi-sage. The wildlands tribes could no longer suppress the humans, and the rise of the human race was unstoppable. On the same day that Shen King Hegemon's old affliction was gone, he slaughtered his way into the ghost domain of the wildlands, scaring the ghost lord into fleeing. However, Shen King Hegemon caught up to the ghost lord and killed him on the spot. Shen King Hegemon didn't hold back. He single-handedly slaughtered the entire ghost tribe. The ghost tribe was exterminated. The fact that one of the 3 strongest tribes in the wildlands, the ghost tribe, had been exterminated sent waves of shock through the wildlands. Everyone in the wildlands was shaken by Shen King Hegemon's display of power. Although the demon folk and beast folk still had powerful experts standing guard, they had long since been beaten into submission by Gu Fei. Both of them had suffered grievous injuries at the hands of Gu Fei. As a result, the demon folk were more well-behaved than ever, and didn't dare to make a move. Just as the dominating Sky Divine Emperor calmed the chaos in the wildlands, a terrifying aura that shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths emerged from the depths of the wildlands. What's going on? In the Yi clan's restricted minor heaven and earth, Hegemon Shen King Hegemon sat cross-legged on a mountain surrounded by swirling spiritual energy. Suddenly his eyes snapped open. Don't tell me. In the next moment, Shen King Hegemon vanished. Rumble. At this moment, Gu Fei and He Tian, under the protection of the mountain and river cauldron, rushed out of the extreme Dao array like a hot knife through butter. Wherever they passed, even the extreme Dao array patterns were destroyed. The combined power of the 3 extreme saint weapons was not something a single extreme saint formation could contend with. Moreover, this time was different from the last time. This time, Gu Fei concentrated his power on a single point. The 3 extreme saint weapons were not separated. Bam! Suddenly, a tall figure appeared in front of the cauldron and threw a punch. The power of the extreme Dao was so strong that the mountain and river cauldron shook. Chaos God. Gu Fei and He Tian were shocked. The primal gods formed by the 9 great formations had finally surrounded them. They were existences equivalent to 9 extreme Dao supremes. Roar. A dragon's roar came from the mountain and river cauldron. A dragon shadow rushed out from the cauldron. The extreme Dao dragon chi was vast. This was a powerful dragon soul. This was one of the 4 ancient divine beasts, the Azure Dragon. Even without a dragon's body, only a dragon soul was left. It was still extremely powerful and could fight against the Chaos God. The Azure Dragon and the Chaos God fought. Heaven and earth were pierced through. This was the clash of extreme Dao energies. The white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise followed closely behind the Azure Dragon. They rushed out from the mountain and river cauldron and charged towards the Chaos God. Under the control of the god within the sword, the violet gold godly sword and the ominous saber converged together. They concentrated their power and struck forward, breaking through the layers of extreme Dao array patterns. The mountain and river cauldron advanced slowly behind the violet gold godly sword and the ominous saber. The arrival of the 9 chaos gods caused Gu Fei and the rest to slow down. Damn it! Gu Fei and He Tian became anxious when they saw this. However, under the attacks of the 3 extreme saint weapons, the extreme saint formation could not stop them. The 9 chaos gods were forced to retreat. Shwa. A ray of violet gold sword light shot out from the violet gold divine sword and directly swept away a chaotic god. In front of an extreme Tao sacred weapon, even a chaotic god was not strong enough. Wang. The ominous saber vibrated. Saber chi swept in all directions, forcing the 3 chaos gods to retreat. Its ferocious might caused even the spiritual gods in the formation to feel fear. The extreme saint weapon attacked automatically. It was as if an extreme Tao sovereign was attacking. There was nothing in the world that could stop it, unless it was a true extreme Tao sovereign. The extreme saint formation was fully activated. The destroyed array patterns were constantly being repaired. The terrifying energy of the extreme Tao was all directed towards Gu Fei and the rest. If it was an ordinary person, even a great sage would be ruthless. However, Gu Fei was not an ordinary person. He might not be able to use the 3 extreme saint weapons, but the 3 extreme saint weapons could automatically revive under the threat of external forces. The revival of the 3 extreme saint weapons would definitely be an unimaginable disaster in the outside world. However, with the extreme saint formation as a barrier, it did not cause any damage to the outside world. However, at this moment, the disaster that happened half a year ago reappeared. The world changed as if doomsday had arrived. Billions of living beings trembled under the pressure of the extreme saint force. Is that guy not dead yet? In the sky above the Yi clan's ancient human city, Yi Wuji muttered to himself. His feelings for Gu Fei were very complicated. Gu Fei had once defeated him, but he saved his ancestor. It's the aura from half a year ago. Beside Yi Wuji stood a lady. This lady was surrounded by immortal energy. Although she was just standing there, she emitted a powerful aura. This lady was Yi Wuji's sister. In the past few hundred years, the Yi clan had produced a genius and a pearl. This genius was Yi Wuji and the pearl was Yi Wu. These two were extremely talented and were geniuses in the world of cultivation. Especially Yi Wu, she had a natural immortal divine body and was close to the Grand Tao. These 2 siblings were the hope of the Yi clan. Even Badian Shen King attached great importance to them and wanted to personally teach them. However, the appearance of Gu Fei made Yi Wuji realize that there was always someone better than him. Yi Wuji was not the most heaven-defying. The extreme saint weapons are reviving. Badian Shen King's figure appeared in front of Yi Wuji and his sister. His tone was calm, but his heart was incomparably excited. That person did not fall in that place. This was definitely a miracle. Throughout the years, many peerless geniuses had appeared in the wild world, but they all disappeared in the end. Badian Shen King knew that those peerless geniuses had most likely fallen in that place. But Gu Fei's appearance gave him hope. Finally, someone was going to break the shackles of this world. Please share target equals _blank. Chapter 15:20. Now that the heavens had changed, none of the major tribes in the wildlands could sit still. After all, the heavens had changed half a year ago and countless weaker tribes had been wiped out in the process. In the depths of the Chaos Dragon Cave, a blurry figure was sitting cross-legged. This figure seemed to have fused with the surrounding void. The shadow of an ancient bird could be vaguely seen on this figure. That person is really not dead. How is this possible? Heavenly Ping opened his eyes. 2 rays of golden light pierced through the void, illuminating the dark Chaos Dragon Cave. A powerful aura spread out from his body. Big brother, a figure appeared in front of Heavenly Ping. This was an ancient demon with the head of a true dragon and the body of a human. This ancient demon was the ancient Qilin demon that had already recovered his physical body. I already know. Heavenly Ping stood up from the ground with a solemn expression. It seems like there will be another upheaval in the wildlands. The Heavenly Ping ancient demon said such words. If that person really returned, the human race would suppress all the other barbaric races to the point where they wouldn't be able to lift their heads. Why isn't that guy dead yet? A roar came from the Beast King mountain of the beast race. The entire mountain shook. The ancient palace of the Beast King at the peak of the mountain emitted a monstrous killing intent. And at this time, although Gu Fei and Erebus had encountered a big problem, they were about to break out of the Extreme Path Grand Formation. As long as the Extreme Path Sacred Weapon was fully awakened, he could go to any dangerous place in the world. Although the Extreme Tao Sacred Weapon only emitted a very weak fluctuation, it was enough to shock the billions of living beings in the world. This was especially true for experts who had cultivated to great heights. They were especially sensitive to this feeling. Even the ancient demons of the demon race in the Chaos Dragon Cave and the Beast King in the Beast King Palace could feel a great pressure. They were all half-step sage existences. Heavenly Ping even had 1 foot in the quasi-sage realm. He was extremely powerful and could faintly compete with the hegemon Shin King of the human race. The Chaos Dragon Cave was the holy land of the demon race in the desolate world. A true dragon of the extreme Tao had once appeared here, and the Tao runes left behind by a true dragon of the extreme Tao existed here. No one dared to look down on such a place. Even Overlord Shin King, who had recovered his former cultivation, was unwilling to provoke the ancient demons in the Chaos Dragon Cave. The extreme Tao Beast Imperial Palace at the peak of the Beast Emperor Mountain was also a special place. It was an ancient palace left behind by the extreme Tao Beast Emperor. It had experienced countless tribulations without being destroyed, existing alongside the world. Within the Extreme Path Beast Imperial Palace, there was the inheritance left behind by the Extreme Path Beast Emperor. It was the supreme symbol of the Beast clan. Only almighty Beast Emperors could enter and comprehend the Beast Emperor scripture left behind by the Extreme Path Beast Emperor. At this time the weather in the wilderness had changed. The originally clear sky was now covered with dark clouds, and lightning flashed from time to time. The laws of heaven and earth in this world were disturbed, and the various laws of heaven and earth began to lose their balance. This was definitely not a good thing for this world. When the balance of heaven and earth was lost, all kinds of heaven and earth energy would go berserk and wreak havoc throughout the world. Billions of living beings would be affected, and some of the weaker races would not be able to resist this natural disaster, and would be exterminated. Only the stronger races would be spared. Gu Fei and He Tian did not know that the revival of the Extreme Tao Sacred Weapon would affect the entire wilderness. The Extreme Tao Sacred Might could suppress the Heavenly Tao, which was something they had never imagined. However, even if they knew that the revival of the Extreme Tao Sacred Weapon would cause such consequences, they could not care so much. Only with the revival of the Extreme Tao Sacred Weapon could they walk through the Extreme Tao Grand Array. Buzz. The violet gold divine sword vibrated, and from the Extreme Tao Sacred Sword, an invincible sword light that resembled a violet gold divine dragon rushed out, sweeping in all directions. Countless Extreme Tao formation runes dissipated under the sword light. This was a supreme sword that could intimidate all the heavens. The God's will in the sword was deliberately controlling the power that was enough to make Extreme Tao Supremes wary. The Extreme Tao Sacred Weapon was a supreme sacred weapon that gave birth to the God's will. The God's will in the violet gold divine sword was a newborn God's will that was connected to Gu Fei's mind. Normally, the God's will in the violet gold divine sword would be in a deep slumber. If one wanted to awaken it, they would have to pay a huge price. However, at this time, the God's will in the divine sword had awakened on its own. The God's will in the sword listened to Gu Fei's command and opened a path in front. Although it was difficult for Gu Fei to truly control the extreme Tao power after the revival of the violet gold divine sword, he could communicate with the God's will in the sword and cooperate with the divine sword, allowing the divine sword to unleash its greatest power. He was indirectly controlling the extreme Tao sacred weapon. This was also the case for Gu Fei's relationship with the mountain and river cauldron. He could not truly use the power of the mountain and river cauldron, but he could communicate with the awakened God's will in the cauldron and allow the God's will in the cauldron to control the extreme Tao power for his own use. Among the three extreme Tao sacred weapons, only the half of the peerless ominous saber was the most difficult to control. This was because the God's will in the saber was incomplete and could easily lose control. Once the extreme Tao sacred weapon lost control, it would be a disaster with unimaginable consequences. The peerless ominous saber and the mountain and river cauldron exerted force at the same time. Countless beast souls rushed out from the mountain and river cauldron and forcefully broke a corner of the extreme Tao great array. The 9 terrifying figures were forced to retreat. The world seemed to have turned into a chaotic void. Although Gu Fei and He Tian were under the protection of the mountain and river cauldron, they were shocked to the extreme. This is the ultimate power that can destroy heaven and earth. In the face of such power, all kinds of spells and magical powers would be shattered. There was no suspense. Gu Fei and He Tian could already see the light outside. There are only a few kilometers left. He Tian was extremely excited. They were about to break out of this extreme Tao great array. However, at this time, the power of the extreme Tao great array was also operating to the extreme. Roar. Terrifying roars could be heard from within the array. One after another, terrifying figures walked out. The spiritual gods within the array were controlling the extreme Tao great array. The 9 chaotic gods who were forced to retreat by the 3 extreme Tao sacred weapons rushed over from afar. Their auras were monstrous. On every chaotic god's body, there were faint traces of the great Tao. Boom. The most intense confrontation had begun. The Extreme Tao Saint's aura could not help but leak out from the Extreme Tao Great Array. The area outside the Extreme Tao Great Array began to sink. Rumble. Under the impact of the Extreme Tao Saint's aura, the entire wasteland continent was shaking, especially the area near the Extreme Tao Great Array. Mountains were collapsing one after another. Terrifying cracks could be seen on the ground. The billions of living beings in the wasteland continent were trembling. It was as though doomsday had arrived. Even those experts who were accomplished in cultivation could feel the impending disaster. This kind of supreme pressure had surpassed everything. No one could resist it. Even the energy of the entire wasteland continent could not. There are signs of the wild world being destroyed. Please go to the front page for a look. Please share target equals _blank. Chapter 1521. Please remember, for mobile users please visit, or, Rumble. The heavens and earth trembled as the sun and moon dimmed. Billions of creatures in the wilderness trembled as the divine might of the ultimate path swept across everything, causing the entire continent to show signs of collapse. This chapter has been updated by a netizen. This was the end of the world. The wilderness was a world. If the wilderness collapsed, apart from a few powerful existences, all other creatures would die. Some of the more powerful races in the wilderness had already prepared for the worst. The Chaos Dragon Cave of the Hun rushed out with endless draconic aura, enveloping the entire region. This was a dragon nest where a true dragon of the ultimate path had once appeared. At this time, draconic aura rose and the shadows of dragons circled in the sky. Faint dragon roars could be heard from the void. Compared to the myriad of scenes in the Chaos Dragon Cave of the ultimate path, the ancient palace of the Beast Emperor on top of the Beast Emperor mountain was much calmer. Only the aura of the great path permeated the air and enveloped the mountain. All the primal beasts had already gathered on top of the Beast Emperor mountain. At this time, several ancient cities of the human race also emitted a powerful aura. In the ancient city where the Yi clan was located, millions of people had already entered the Yi clan's small world. In the ancient city where the Li clan of the primordial ancients was located, not a single person could be seen. The great change of the world this time was different from the one half a year ago. In the previous great change, the divine might of the ultimate path showed no signs of strengthening. This time, however, the divine might of the ultimate path was constantly increasing and was about to reach the limit of the world's endurance. At this time, Gu Fei and He Tian were rushing out in a spurt of energy, completely unaware of the serious consequences. Once the divine weapon of the ultimate path left the range of the ultimate path's great formation and appeared in the wilderness with its full power, no one knew what would happen. Boom. Just as the laws of the wilderness were almost completely suppressed by the divine might of the ultimate path from the divine weapon of the ultimate path, a tremor came from the boundless sky. After that, a golden light descended from the sky. An auspicious aura filled every inch of space in the desolate world. This was a powerful Buddhist power. A series of Buddhist chants rang out in the void. It was as if the ancient Buddhist Lord was chanting supreme Buddhist scriptures, and the terrified emotions of the billions of living beings in the world immediately eased. Many creatures prostrated themselves on the ground and prayed to the heavens. Everyone was bathed in the Buddhist light. The peaceful aura of Buddhism and the chanting in the void diluted the destructive aura of the wild world. Nothing like this has ever happened. Has the long-lost Buddha returned? Some of the old-timers in the wildlands were shaken by what they were seeing. They had lived for countless years and knew many of the secrets of this world. The wildlands were nothing more than a cage. The golden Buddhist light illuminated the entire desolate world, dispelling the darkness and dispelling the fear. Within the Buddhist light, the image of a huge Buddha appeared. It was as if the ancient Buddhist Lord had descended. The Buddha's image exuded an aura no weaker than the ultimate path's divine might. Countless golden Buddhist seals condensed in all directions, sealing off the entire wildlands. The ancient Buddhist Lord, Gu Fei, who was in the extreme Tao formation, also sensed the fluctuation of the powerful Buddhist force. He raised his head and immediately sensed the changes in the surroundings. I didn't expect the ancient Buddhist Lord to have such a trick up his sleeve. Mahakala also sensed that something was amiss. Only an extreme grade supreme being could seal a part of the world with his own strength. Even a great sage wouldn't be able to do such a thing. At this time, Gu Fei and the others were about to break out of the great formation. However, Gu Fei suddenly had an idea and stopped. Boss, what's wrong? He Tian couldn't help but be startled when he saw Gu Fei stop. They were only a few li away from breaking out of the great formation, so why did Gu Fei stop now? A heavenly phenomenon has descended, and a great Buddha has appeared. I can use this opportunity to break through the world and leave this world. Gu Fei's eyes lit up. Buddhism in the wildlands had long been extinct, and the source of Buddhist power could only be obtained from the outside world. The amount of Buddhist power needed to suppress the wildlands, which was comparable to a large world, was absolutely inestimable. Boss, you want to? He Tian immediately guessed what Gu Fei was planning. He couldn't help but be moved. Boss wants to fight against the legendary ancient Buddhist lord? Roar. Just as the Buddhist light illuminated the world, a roar came from a valley filled with Yin energy. Then a monstrous evil energy rushed out of the valley. As the evil energy enveloped the world, a terrifying silhouette appeared above the valley. The powerful evil energy surged in all directions, like a peerless fiend had come into being. The auspicious Buddhist power naturally restrained the fiend, and the image of the Buddha in the sky made the fiend feel very uneasy. That fiend has come into being again. In the sky above the Yi clan's ancient city, a towering figure emitting a domineering aura turned around and looked in the direction of the fiend's emergence. The image of a Buddha descending from the sky wasn't a holy phenomenon to the wildlands old-timers. It was something left behind by the ancient Buddhist lord. Being trapped in this world, the old-timers didn't have a good impression of Buddhist sections. Swish. Shen Qing's figure disappeared from the sky above the Yi clan's ancient city. Bang. As the fiend emerged, the image of the Buddha in the sky seemed to have sensed it. It reached out and slapped the fiend down. This evil god was the invincible evil god that even the tyrant Sky Divine Emperor had to retreat from. He had once killed his way to the Beast Clan's Beast Emperor Mountain and forced the Beast Emperor to activate the extreme Dao protective formation of the Beast Emperor Mountain to drive him away. However, in the face of the supreme Buddhist power, this peerless demon god was nothing. The Buddha hand slapped down, slapping the demon god from the sky into the ground. Boom. The earth trembled and dust soared into the sky. Under the illumination of the Buddha's light, the monstrous evil aura dissipated completely in an instant. Even the valley below that was filled with evil aura was erased by the Buddha's hand. Roar. A roar came from the ground. The fiend hadn't been killed, but it had been gravely injured. As soon as it emerged from the ground, it immediately fled. The disparity in strength was too great. Although the fiend was peerless, when faced with the power of the extreme Dao, its fate was sealed. Swoosh. Roar. The peerless demon god raised its head to the sky and roared in rage. After that, it directly attacked the person in front of it. 10 streaks of black chi shot out from its sharp claws, piercing towards that person. You can see or so that I can watch it again next time. Target equals _ blank. Chapter 1522. The evil god was born. Suppressed by the Buddha's energy, the evil god suffered a heavy blow from the Buddha's shadow in the sky, and was on the brink of death. Just as it wanted to escape, it was stopped by someone. At this moment, the peerless evil god could no longer care about anything else. He attacked the person in front of him as 10 beams of black chi shot out from his sharp claws. The 10 beams of black chi seemed to have a mind of their own. Like venomous snakes, they pierced towards the person in front of them, emitting an evil aura that caused one's heart to palpitate. Even though the peerless evil god had already been severely injured by the Buddha's shadow in the sky, it still possessed a powerful combat strength. Especially the corpse poison of the peerless evil god, it was even more terrifying. Buzz. A sword cry rang out as a domineering sword beam shot out from the person's hand, instantly dispersing the 10 beams of black chi, before slashing towards the peerless evil god. An incomparably powerful sword chi surged out. Clang. That incomparably sharp sword light was extremely fast. In an instant, it chopped down on the peerless evil god's sharp claws, cutting off 3 fingers on his left hand. It's you? The peerless evil god sent out a message recognizing the person who had arrived. That person sneered coldly as he walked over from afar. This was a middle-aged man with a huge build, wielding an ancient sword. This person was the nemesis of the evil god, Tyrant Shen Qing. With the help of Gu Fei, Tyrant Shen Qing had refined the death chi within his body, and his cultivation base had recovered completely. The pressure of a quasi-sage caused the evil god to be shocked. At this moment, another powerful Buddha's energy descended from the sky, as countless Buddhas, 10,000 characters appeared, condensing a boundless amount of energy, sealing the heavens and earth. The gigantic Buddha's shadow that was sitting cross-legged between the heavens and earth was like the god of creation, looking down on all living beings. The peerless evil god roared in anger and turned around to leave. He knew how powerful the evil god was, and was unwilling to get entangled with tyrant Shin King, because the Buddha's shadow in the sky had already locked onto him. Rumble, that Buddha seal that was sitting cross-legged in the sky, emitting billions of Buddha lights, once again stretched out its Buddha hand, slapping down towards the peerless heretic god. The huge hand covered the entire world, and no matter how fast the peerless heretic god was, he couldn't dodge it. This was a peerless divine ability that could blot out the sky with one hand. Bam! The peerless evil god's indestructible body was shattered by the Buddha's hand, turning into a black mist that dissipated into the world. Even his primordial spirit couldn't escape. The heretic god of this generation had once struck fear into the hearts of all the powerful beings in the wildlands. He was an existence that no one dared to provoke, yet he had been destroyed in just 2 attacks from the Buddha in the sky. One had to know that this was a peerless demon god that had cultivated its own intelligence from the corpse of a supreme existence that could break through to the extreme supremacy realm. A supreme existence that could break through to the extreme Tao sovereign stage? What kind of concept was that? The number one existence below the extreme Tao sovereign stage. The corpse of such a person should have been indestructible throughout the ages, but in the face of the power of the extreme Tao, it was incomparably fragile. One had to admit that the trump card left behind by the ancient Buddha Lord was too shocking. Moreover, this kind of method would only appear when the world was about to be destroyed. The Buddha image in the sky was specifically suppressing the powerful existences in this part of the world. That Buddha image didn't attack Tyrant Sky Divine Emperor. The ancient demons in the Chaos Dragon Cave and the ancient beasts on the Beast Emperor Mountain were very afraid of the Buddha in the sky. However, these 2 places had once produced supreme being-level characters. Even the Buddha in the sky couldn't suppress these 2 places. Tyrant Shin King carefully retreated. Even as a half-step saint, he couldn't see through the existence in the sky. It seemed to be a phantom condensed from Buddhist energy, and it seemed to be another clone. If it really was a clone of the ancient Buddha Lord, then the consequences would be unpredictable. At this time, endless Buddhist energy began to converge towards the center of this part of the world. A huge Buddha descended on the sky above the extreme Tao Grand Array. Rumble, an extreme pressure descended from the sky, merging with the power of the Grand Array. The entire world shook. The Buddha was like a supreme ruler looking down on the common people. Playing tricks. At the edge of the extreme Tao Grand Array, Gu Fei and He Tian stood under the mountain and river cauldron. Primordial chaos energy descended from the mountain and river cauldron, protecting them. Buzz. The violet gold divine sword emitted a dazzling sword light that soared into the sky, piercing towards the Buddha in the sky. The extreme Tao Grand Array sword light split the void between heaven and earth. The sword light directly rushed out of the extreme Tao Grand Array, and all the living beings in the wildlands felt a power that made their souls tremble. Buddha is merciful. The Buddha put his palms together and formed a Buddhist seal. The Buddha's name lingered between heaven and earth, spreading to every corner of the wildlands. What? It actually has spiritual intelligence. Is that really a clone of the ancient Buddha Lord? How is this possible? The Buddha image chanted the name of Buddha, shocking everyone. Even Gu Fei was taken aback. The clone of the Millennium Buddha Lord, this person had a very powerful background. Boom. At this moment, the purplish gold sword light that soared into the sky collided with the Buddhist seal formed by the Buddha's silhouette, resulting in a loud explosion. The void shattered and a destructive force swept out in all directions. However, the Buddha figure used the supreme Buddhist Dharma to guide the destructive force into the chaotic void. The 2 extreme Tao Grand Arrays cancelled each other out. Neither could suppress the other. The extreme Tao Grand Array and the Buddha in the sky caused Gu Fei and the others to feel an unprecedented pressure. But so what? The clone of the ancient Buddha Lord could not truly suppress the power of the extreme Tao sacred weapon. The mountain and river cauldron exerted force. Countless primordial chaos energy rushed out from the body of the cauldron. This was the ancestral chi of heaven and earth. The countless beasts fused with the ancestral chi. It was as if the ancient Buddha Lord had recovered his peak cultivation and strength. The entire world was filled with killing intent. A huge azure dragon flew across the sky. With a roar, the world shattered. Even the arm of the chaotic god fighting against the azure dragon was torn off by the azure dragon. The mountain and river cauldron shook the entire world. A supreme divine might spread out, causing the entire world to freeze. It displayed a terrifying might that could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The peerless ominous saber vibrated. The remaining half of the ominous saber broke through the grand array and slashed towards the Buddha in the sky. It was a simple and direct attack, but it had the power to cause the world to lose its brilliance. Boom. The peerless ominous saber emitted an extremely tyrannical power. It directly shattered the world and struck the Buddha Lord into the primal chaos. Dash. The target equals _ blank. Chapter 1523. The Indestructible Martial Sovereign. Chapter 1531. The gates of heaven and earth. The might of the divine weapon was unleashed. The consequences were severe. Even the incarnation of a real Buddha would find it hard to defend against it. The peerless saber shattered the heavens and earth, slamming the silhouette of the Buddha into the chaos. The domineering aura of the heaven and earth permeated the entire space, shocking the heavens. However, the sound of chanting rang out in the wilderness. It was as if thousands of Buddhas were chanting Buddhist mantras. Countless Buddhist 10,000 symbols materialized in the void, sealing the surroundings. Rumble, the heavens and earth trembled. Rays of Buddhist light descended from the heavens. A powerful Buddhist force pressed down from the heavens, forcing the peerless saber back into the array. The shattered void was rapidly mending itself. The silhouette of the Buddha reappeared between the heavens and earth, as if it was an eternal existence that could not be erased. Extreme Tao, the blurry silhouette of the Buddha muttered. Then, boundless Buddhist light appeared behind the silhouette, turning into Buddhist runes that pressed down. The silhouette of the Buddha wanted to suppress the divine weapon. Such an action was shocking. One should know that the divine weapon was no ordinary divine weapon. It was a supreme divine weapon forged by a supreme being. Buzz. The violet gold divine sword vibrated. The violet gold sword light transformed into the silhouette of a violet gold dragon. It broke through the array and rushed towards the silhouette of the Buddha in the sky. Everywhere the violet gold dragon passed, the void was destroyed. Countless Buddhist runes were destroyed. In the face of such a powerful force, all techniques were useless. This was the power to destroy all techniques with a single sword. The silhouette of the Buddha in the sky was finally moved. The sword light emitted by the violet gold divine sword was too powerful. It could destroy all techniques, and even the Tao runes of the Buddha were destroyed. Whoosh. The dragon formed by the sword light pierced through the body of the silhouette of the Buddha in the sky. It directly pierced through the silhouette of the Buddha, and the silhouette of the Buddha disappeared. Boom. At this moment, 3 Buddhist soldiers appeared in the sky. An ancient lamp emitted a tricolored Buddhist light, illuminating the sky and blocking the sword light emitted by the violet gold divine sword. Clang. The sound of the bell reverberated throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths. A Buddhist bell appeared in the sky above the extreme Tao Grand Formation, and a terrifying Buddhist sound descended, causing Gu Fei and He Tian's hearts to tremble. Buzz. A Buddhist commandment blade shone brightly as it descended from the sky and slashed at the purple gold divine sword, forcing it back into the formation. How is this possible? When Gu Fei and He Tian saw this scene, they were dumbfounded. The appearance of the 3 Buddhist armaments surprised them. Could it be that the incarnation of the ancient Buddhist Lord did not bring the 3 Buddhist armaments into the heavenly realm? It's not a true supreme Buddhist weapon. He Tian saw the clues. This was not a true Buddha armament, but the power of the 3 great Buddha armaments that had been guided here. It was as if the 3 great Buddha armaments had descended at the same time. So that's how it is. Very good. Gu Fei activated his martial path heavenly eye and directly saw through the source. It turned out that the 3 great Buddha armaments were merely condensed from the essence of a Buddhist armament. They were not true Buddhist armaments. But even so, the 3 great Buddha armaments emitted a supreme Buddhist power. My Buddha is immortal. A Buddhist chant resounded, and the Buddha figure that had been destroyed by the purple gold divine sword once again appeared between the heavens and the earth. Auspicious Buddhist power filled the heavens and earth. An immortal Buddha figure? Gu Fei was extremely shocked. Even his martial path heavenly eye could not see through this Buddha figure. Could this Buddha figure be an imprint left here by the ancient Buddhist Lord? Let's begin. He Tian said. Gu Fei nodded and then sat down cross-legged below the mountain and river cauldron. He opened his inner world and took out an ancient monument. This ancient monument was the legendary 3 Boundaries Monument. Rumble. At this moment, under the control of the Buddha figure, the 3 great Buddha armaments emitted a mighty divine might that pressed down from the sky. The extreme Tao array also began to operate crazily. Roar. 9 terrifying figures roared. They were 9 chaotic gods that possessed the power of the extreme Tao. They activated the power of the array and continuously attacked the mountain and river cauldron. 1. The mountain and river cauldron shook. After the beast's soul fused with the primordial primal chaos ancestral chi, its power increased tremendously. It was actually able to defend against the attacks of the 9 chaotic gods. Gu Fei did not dare to delay. Together with He Tian, he circulated his Shen Qi and began to pour his Yuan Qi into the ancient monument. Very soon, some of the Dao patterns on the ancient monument lit up. Although it was only a small portion of the Dao patterns, Gu Fei and the rest were elated. No one could completely awaken the Three Boundaries monument because it was an ancient treasure that was not any weaker than an extreme Dao sacred weapon. As the ancient Dao patterns appeared, the void above the Three Boundaries monument began to ripple like water. A power that could traverse through the void condensed on the Three Boundaries monument. At this moment, the violet gold godly sword and peerless ominous saber flew back and stood guard beside the mountain and river cauldron. No matter how the extreme Dao array and the three great Buddha armaments attacked, they could not affect Gu Fei and He Tian. The clash of the extreme Dao energies caused the billions of living beings in the desolate world to feel indescribable fear. Not all living beings knew what was happening. Some old antiques were observing, but none of them could see what was happening in the depths of this world. Not even quasi-saints could do so. The extreme Dao energies could suppress everything. Any technique or sacred art was useless in front of the extreme Dao energies. That person really didn't die? On the Beast Emperor Mountain, a cold voice resounded from the extreme Dao Beast Palace. That's really strange. Within the primal Chaos Dragon Cave, Ancient Peng and Ancient Qilin muttered. That person. I can't see through him. In the skies above the Yi clan's ancient city, Shen King muttered to himself. He was a quasi-saint half a step into the sage realm, yet he couldn't see through that person. Ancestor, is that person very strong? Two people stood behind Shen King, a man and a woman. The man was extraordinarily handsome, while the woman's face was covered by a veil, making it difficult to see her appearance. The one who spoke was the veiled woman. The man and the woman were the rising stars of the Yi clan, Yi Wuji and Yi Wu. Their talent was unquestionable, and they had cultivated to the almighty realm at such a young age. But compared to Gu Fei, the cultivation of these two siblings was really not enough. All I can say is that this person is unfathomable. Batty and Shen King gazed into the depths of the world. Their divine light shot into the sky, and the extreme Dao energies were vast and mighty. It seemed to have turned into chaos. Even though they were separated by hundreds of thousands of miles, the aura from there was enough to make Batty and Shen King's heart palpitate. That was a terrifying power that surpassed everything in the world. Yi Wuji's expression was somewhat unsightly. The stronger Gu Fei was, the more pressure he felt. It seemed that he would never be able to surpass this opponent in this lifetime. At this time, Gu Fei and He Tian were activating a small corner of the Three Boundary Steel, and a power that could pass through the Great Barrier of the Void was gathering. A ball of light gradually appeared above the Three Boundary Steel, and on the ball of light, ancient runes were faintly discernible. Gu Fei used one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Dao, the anti-void secret technique. His entire being became ethereal, as if he was fusing with the void around him. As expected, it's the power of the extreme Dao Buddhist armaments that were attracted from the outside world. At this time, Gu Fei could sense even the most minute changes in the void. He could sense the source of the Buddhist power in the sky. It was the Buddhist power of the other world that had been guided into this world. There were 3 supreme Buddhist armaments guarding the other world. Gu Fei even sensed a familiar aura. Go. Since he'd found the location, Gu Fei no longer hesitated. He pointed upward, and the ball of light condensed above the Three Boundary Steel shot into the sky. It tore through the void and directly created a passage between the wild world and the other world. If the great Dao imprint left behind by the ancient Buddhist Lord hadn't attracted the power of the extreme Dao Buddhist armaments from the outside world, Gu Fei really wouldn't have been able to find the exact location and use the Three Boundary Steel's power to break through the barrier between the two worlds. What? The Buddhist armaments in the sky seemed to be shocked. The Three Boundary Steel had successfully created a spatial passage between the two worlds, and the energy of the other world immediately poured into the Wildlands. At this moment, the experts in the Wildlands immediately sensed it. It's the energy of the outside world. Someone opened the gateway of heaven and earth. The old-timers in the Wildlands immediately rushed out, but the power of the extreme Dao made it impossible for anyone to get close. How could this be happening? The old-timers despaired. The gateway of heaven and earth wasn't a place they could get close to, so it was impossible to leave the cage of heaven and earth. Ruumble. In the midst of everyone's despair, an enormous mountain rose up from the ground, the image of an enormous beast dragging a mountain behind it as it strode into the depths of the Wildlands. A domineering aura swept out to fill the entire Wildlands, causing all living beings to tremble in fear. Even the old-timers had to back up and retreat. Numerous illusory beasts could be seen on the mountain, all of them incredibly powerful ancient beasts. It's the Beast Sovereign Mountain. The extreme Tao Beast Emperor's power was awakening, turning into a peerlessly powerful beast image. It dragged the Beast Emperor Mountain into the depths of this world. The savage beast race was about to leave this world. Gu Fei and He Tian didn't stop Beast Emperor Mountain. They allowed him to enter the spatial channel because they knew that a great battle was about to take place on the other side. This was because the world on the other side of the spatial passage was not a friendly place for foreign races. Just as the Beast Emperor Mountain disappeared into the spatial passageway, another area of the wild world shook violently. A divine cavern spewing out boundless dragon chi broke free from the shackles of the earth and soared into the sky, heading for the spatial passageway. Chaos Dragon Cavern, it's the savage demon race. The group of old-timers immediately charged forward with the intention of entering the Chaos Dragon lair and leaving together. However, a powerful draconic might surged out from within the Chaos Dragon lair. The old-timers at the very front were instantly transformed into ash, killed in body and soul. The other antiques immediately stopped what they were doing. Target equals _ blank. Chapter 1524. Date, November 1st. The extreme Tao draconic energy surged through the air, as if 10,000 true dragons were leaping about. It was an extremely rare sight to behold. The vast draconic energy made it difficult for anyone to approach. Even quasi-sages like Ba Tian Shin King couldn't get close to the primal Chaos Dragon lair. The primal Chaos Dragon lair pierced through the void, bringing the Wildlands demons with it into the spatial passageway and vanishing. The group of old-timers glanced at each other in dismay. None of them dared to approach. After all, just a moment ago, a few old-timers whose cultivation bases were no weaker than theirs had been killed in body and soul. This kind of power was impossible to resist. The Beast Emperor Mountain and the primal Chaos Dragon lair left one after the other, shocking everyone. The two strongest races of the Wildlands had actually left just like that. The other races of the Wildlands rejoiced, but some of the old-timers were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. They had waited for far too long. This might be their only chance to leave this cage. No one wanted to miss out on such an opportunity. But no matter how vast the extreme Tao might was, no one could get close. Only extreme Tao power could enter the legendary gateway. To the old-timers of the Wildlands, the spatial passageway was the only way to leave this cage. The ancient legend had finally appeared. When the gateway appeared, the experts of the Wildlands would be able to leave. Some of the old-timers threw their heads back and roared in unwillingness. How could this be? Everyone was unwilling. They had waited for countless years for this result. They couldn't accept that the gateway was right in front of them, but no one could get close. Ancestor. Yi Wuji was anxiously speaking to Ba Tian Shin King. The legendary gateway had appeared. This was their chance to leave. They could only wait. Tyrant Divine Emperor said such words. Without the protection of extreme Tao power, anyone who approached the gate of heaven and earth would be directly destroyed. They could only wait. The Yi clan elders were extremely anxious. The Yi clan had been trapped here for countless years. Now that the gateway had appeared, there was nothing they could do. Even a great sage would die if they went up. Ba Tian Shin King was well aware of that kind of power. It was enough to destroy this region of heaven and earth countless times over. The extreme Tao might could wipe out everything. The Yi clan wasn't the only one waiting. The other human powers were waiting as well. In another human city, the Li clan had gathered together. Every race that knows the secret of the Celestial Gate is waiting. But at this time, Gu Fei and He Tian did not stop. The three-boundary steel soared into the sky and stabilized the spatial passageway. Even an extreme Saint Mike could not destroy it. The Three Boundaries Monument was too mysterious. It possessed the supreme void intent, so all of the energy that was attacking the Three Boundaries Monument was channeled into the void. Turning the energy into the void, stabilizing the entire spatial passageway. Under the protection of the mountain and river cauldron, Gu Fei and He Tian soared into the sky. They broke through the extreme Tao Great Array and dispersed the essence chi of the three extreme Tao Buddhist soldiers. The Buddha image in the sky crumbled once again, and a terrifying force swept out in all directions, almost shattering the entire Wildlands. It was terrifying to the extreme. Rumble. The three extreme Tao sacred weapons disappeared into the spatial tunnel. The three-boundary monument also flew into the depths of the void and disappeared into the void. The terrifying pressure receded like a receding tide, and all of the old-timers charged forward in a frenzy. Unfortunately, the spatial passageway had already closed. Everyone was about to go crazy. This might be their only chance to leave this place. If they missed it, who knew how many more years they would have to wait for? At this time, the void where the Three Boundaries monument disappeared suddenly shattered. A divine weapon broke through the void and stabbed into the ground. This was a divine sword. It was simple and unadorned, but it emitted a boundless ancient aura. Although it was just a sword, it gave off a pressure that was hard to look up to. Everyone was shocked. This peerless divine weapon actually broke through the void and flew back. No one had expected this to happen. Rumble, the shattered Buddha image once again condensed in the void. Even the extreme Tao force could not truly destroy it. This was an indestructible imprint. With Gu Fei's departure, the greatest threat to this world disappeared. The boundless Buddha light dissipated, and the extreme Tao Great Array also gradually stopped operating. A few unwilling roars came from the Great Array, and then the extreme Tao Great Array calmed down. In the end, the entire world was silent. After a long time, the experts from afar finally dared to approach this region. The heavenly Buddha Tao was a land of supreme bliss created by a Buddhist lord since the ancient times. A peaceful and auspicious aura filled every inch of space here. Buddha light descended from the heavens and golden lotuses flowed from the ground. Faint chanting of scriptures could be heard in the air. However, when a beam of divine light broke through the void and descended upon this Buddhist land, this peaceful and auspicious land was no longer peaceful. The void shattered, and a muffled sound reverberated through every corner of the heavenly Buddha Tao. A pitch-black spatial hole appeared in the sky. After that, a wave of extreme Tao divine might gushed out from the shattered void, shaking the heavens and earth, causing all the Buddhists in the heavenly Buddha Tao to tremble in fear. All the living beings in the heavenly Buddha Tao were trembling. A terrifying roar rang out from the depths of the mountains. That place was filled with boundless devil chi. It was a land of devils. To think that there would be such a place in the heavenly Buddha Tao. It was completely incompatible with this paradise. Rumble. At this time, the spatial tunnel started to tremble. The extreme Tao divine aura that gushed out from within grew stronger and stronger. It was as though an extreme Tao divine being was entering this world. What was going on? Could it be that a devil had slaughtered his way into this place? In the depths of the heavenly Buddha Tao, the Buddhists cultivating in the eternal Buddha palace at the peak of Mount Meru were alarmed. 7 to 8 beams of Buddha light rushed out from the eternal Buddha palace. Rumble, chaotic energy surged, and a huge figure appeared in the spatial tunnel. It was the shadow of a peerless and powerful beast. An extremely ferocious aura swept out from the spatial tunnel. What was that? All the Buddhists who witnessed this scene were stunned. That aura was incomparably powerful, causing their souls to tremble in fear. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1525. A gigantic shadow of a beast appeared. Dragging a huge mountain, it walked out from the other end of the spatial tunnel, emitting a powerful aura that suppressed the entire heavens and earth. Rumble. The powerful energy shook the heavens and earth, causing the entire heavenly Buddha path to tremble. Such an aura startled everyone. Even in a region of the heavenly Buddha path that was shrouded in devil chi, a devilish howl could be heard. Too powerful, this was the power of the extreme Tao. The gigantic shadow of a beast dragging a divine mountain caused everyone who witnessed this scene to be dumbfounded. The shadow of the beast was hazy, it wasn't a true peerless savage beast. However, the aura of the extreme Tao was unmistakable. The shadow of the beast dragging the mountain walked out from the spatial tunnel, causing the entire heavens and earth to tremble. From the depths of the heavenly Buddha path, a Buddhist radiance shot out, stabilizing the entire heavens and earth. Under the surge of this energy, the ancient Buddha palace at the peak of Mount Meru also showed signs of awakening. This isn't the true heavens and earth, could it be another cage? A cold voice rang out from the Beast King mountain. At this moment, the shadow of the beast gradually dissipated, leaving the Beast King mountain hovering in the air. This was a sacred mountain of the extreme Tao, filled with a majestic aura of the great Tao. The ancient beasts on the mountain were all incomparably powerful, causing the hearts of all the Buddhists in the heavenly Buddha path to tremble. This aura. When all the ancient beasts on the Beast Emperor mountain sensed the boundless Buddhism energy coming from the heavenly Buddha Tao, they were shocked beyond belief. In the desolate world, the Buddhist path had long been extinct. However, there was only one great Tao in this world, and that was the Supreme Buddhist Tao. This Tao suppressed all other Taos. In this new heaven and earth, all living beings only worshipped the Buddhist Tao. Boom. A Buddhist weapon was awakening, a boundless Buddhist energy erupted from the peak of Mount Meru. A Buddhist saber exuding an aura of the extreme Tao soared into the sky, slashing towards the Beast King Mountain. The heavenly Buddha path only worshipped the Buddha. All external forces were considered evil and must be eradicated. Roar! An earth-shattering roar rang out from the Beast Emperor Mountain. A peerless, ferocious beast emerged from the ancient palace at the peak of the mountain. Bam! The ferocious beast raised its hand and threw a punch upwards. The ferocious might of the fist drew the energy of the entire Beast Emperor Mountain, displaying its invincible might. The powerful punch directly sent the saber that came down from the sky flying. The vast Buddhist energy from the depths of the heavenly Buddha path clashed with the power of the Beast Emperor of the Beast Emperor Mountain. No one was willing to fight with the power of the Beast Emperor. Kill? The ferocious beasts on Beast Emperor Mountain couldn't hold back any longer. More than a dozen beasts emitting monstrous baleful auras rushed out from Beast Emperor Mountain and charged towards the Buddhist experts outside. A great battle was inevitable. The desolate beast race was incomparably powerful. Those that could be brought out of the desolate world were all the elites of the beast race. In just a short while of teaching, a Buddhist Vedanta was torn to pieces by a divine wolf. The divine wolf devoured the flesh and blood of the Buddhist Vedanta, looking extremely ferocious. Evil creature, you deserve death. With a loud shout, a Buddhist arhat with a demon-subduing pestle in his hand rushed over and directly smashed the divine wolf into meat paste with his Vajra pestle. Although Buddhism was particular about compassion, there were also glaring Vajras who could subdue demons and subdue demons. Killing intent was not a good thing. After the Vajra protector killed the divine wolf, he immediately pounced into the beast horde and started a massacre. Bam! A ferocious tiger the size of a small mountain had its head blown off by the golden body arhat. Both its body and soul were destroyed. It was only one move and it was dead. Boom. A ferocious black bear was stomped on the top of its head by this Buddhist protector. Its huge head was stomped into its chest cavity, and its huge body fell down, causing the ground to tremble. I'll fight you. A green WRM charged over from afar, directly clashing with the gold-bodied arhat. It was a powerful ancient beast. Roar. The gold-bodied arhat's body seemed to be made of metal, and with a single roar the heavens and earth trembled. This arhat displayed his might. In the Buddhist sect, the most proficient in battle were the golden arhats. These were the Buddhist Dharma arhats. They cultivated the Buddhist sect's great killing techniques. Their duty was to subdue devils and subdue demons for the Buddhist sect. When the two experts clashed, the surrounding savage beasts and Buddhist venerable ones hurriedly dodged. Just as the experts from the Buddhist sect were fighting the savage beasts, another powerful aura that was no weaker than the one from the Beast Emperor Mountain emerged from the spatial passage. What? Something crossed over? This time all the Buddhist experts were dumbfounded. Who was the one that broke through the barrier between heaven and earth? Where did these fellows come from? The barbarian beast tribes had crossed the boundary, but no one in the Buddhist sect knew where these powerful and vicious beasts came from, or what was their purpose in attacking the heavenly Buddha sect. However, at this moment, a powerful aura that could make even the heavens and earth tremble came from the spatial tunnel. How were they supposed to survive this? Those fellows from the Chaos Dragon Cavern are here? Above the Beast King Mountain, a cold voice came from the extreme Tao Beast Emperor Palace. From the spatial passage, faint dragon roars could be heard, growing louder and louder. Brr. The dragon roars shook the heavens, and numerous dragon shadows appeared in the spatial passage. A mass of chaotic divine light wrapped around a deep hole emerged from the spatial passage. This is 10,000 streams of dragon chi soared, as though there were 10,000 true dragons dancing in the sky. Such a scene shocked everyone. This scene was simply too shocking. The might of the extreme Tao dragon descended from the heavens to the earth, causing the entire heavenly Buddha path to tremble violently. If it wasn't for the extreme Tao Buddhist Lord's power suppressing this space, it would have collapsed long ago. Dang. Just as the Chaos Dragon Cavern descended upon the heavenly Buddha sect, in the depths of the heavenly Buddha sect, a bell rang from the peak of the Buddhist sacred mountain. A surge of Buddhist energy locked onto the Chaos Dragon Cavern. The two extreme Tao energies were mutually restraining each other. The aura of the extreme Tao was being restrained. No one was willing to fight with this kind of power. One had to know if the power of the extreme Tao was used in a battle, even the heavenly Buddha path might be destroyed. Before figuring out the situation, the Buddhist sects, Beast Monarch Mountain and Primal Chaos Dragon Cavern didn't want to clash with the other party right from the start. Boom. The Chaotic Dragon Cavern spewed out chaotic dragon chi as it floated high up in the sky. It was not far away from the Beast Emperor Mountain. The two great powers of the desolate land were showing signs of joining forces to fight against Buddhism. On top of Mount Meru, several powerful figures dashed out. The target equals _blank. Chapter 1526. The Heavenly Buddha Tao sect was in great danger. The Chaos Dragon Cave and Beast Emperor Mountain, these two barbaric forces were not to be trifled with. Especially the desolate beast race, every single one of them was ferocious and merciless, treating the Buddhist disciples as food, devouring their flesh and bones, devouring their essence, energy and soul. The great demonic beasts in the Chaos Dragon Cave also made their move, demonic chi towering to the skies as they charged towards the depths of this world, shaking the entire Buddhist sect. All the experts on Mount Meru leaped out, barely managing to block the demonic beast's attack. The Heavenly Buddha Tao sect only respected the Buddhist Tao. Compared to the desolate lands, the Buddhist sects here were incomparably flourishing. The legendary Mount Meru, where the Buddhist Lord comprehended the Tao, contained the Buddhist heritage. This was also the reason why, after so many years, some of the great sects had completely declined, some had even disappeared in the river of time. As for the Buddhist sects, they continued to pass down their heritage. Not only did they not lose their heritage, they even flourished in the future, gaining millions upon millions of believers. The Heavenly Buddha Tao sect gathered all the elites of the Buddhist sects in the mortal world. These cultivation geniuses actually managed to withstand the attacks from the Beast Emperor Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cave. One had to admit, the Buddhist sects in the mortal world were truly powerful. However, to the Buddhist sect's despair, not long after the demonic beasts made their move, an aura no weaker than the Beast Emperor Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cave came from the spatial tunnel. Furthermore, it was not just one aura, but two auras comparable to the Beast Emperor Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cave. How could this be? Does the heavens want our Buddhist sects to perish? Many experts who had cultivated for countless years roared. At this time, the Buddhist sects were facing the threat of annihilation, and all the Buddhist disciples felt despair. Shwa. Just as the Buddhist disciples were in despair, an ancient lamp appeared at the peak of Mount Meru, emitting a gentle Buddhist radiance that enveloped the entire Mount Meru. The three Buddhist weapons have all awakened. This is unprecedented. Looks like our Buddhist sect has truly reached a moment of life and death. Buddhist powerhouses more or less knew about the situation of Millennium Buddha Palace. That day, Millennium Buddha Lord's incarnation appeared and brought back three supreme Buddhist weapons. These three supreme Buddhist weapons were stored in the palace on Mount Meru. When the sky-connecting platform opened the passage between the mortal world and the heavenly realm, the Buddhist Lord's incarnation didn't take the three supreme Buddhist weapons away. Instead, he left them here to suppress the Heavenly Buddha Tao. Rumble, it was as if an ancient mountain was moving. Two powerful auras surged out from the spatial passageway, shaking the 9 heavens and 10 earths, causing all living beings to tremble. Very soon, an ancient cauldron appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, everyone had stopped fighting and were no longer fighting. Under everyone's gaze, Gu Fei and He Tian's figures appeared in front of everyone. Extreme godly might surrounded them. After charging out of the spatial passageway, the power of the cauldron of mountain and river and the peerless ominous blade was quickly withdrawn. It's the aura of the supreme Buddhist weapons. Gu Fei had once possessed the three supreme Buddhist armaments, so he was naturally familiar with their auras. However, the three supreme Buddhist armaments had already been refined by the Millennium Buddha Lord's clone and were no longer under Gu Fei's control. When Gu Fei and He Tian saw the scene in front of them, they were shocked even though they were mentally prepared. Gu Fei quickly came back to his senses. Then he pulled Mai Tian with him and used the cauldron of mountain and river to protect himself. Then he used the ominous saber to open a path in front of him and charged into the distance. With the peerless ominous blade opening the way, no one dared to stop them. Just as Gu Fei and He Tian left the spatial passageway became unstable. When an ancient tablet flew out from the passageway, the entire spatial passageway between the two worlds collapsed. The ancient tablet, which had the power to communicate with the void, flew back to Gu Fei. After putting away the ancient tablet, Gu Fei and He Tian no longer had any scruples. They used their maximum speed and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. No one tried to stop them. The Beast Emperor Mountain and the Chaotic Dragon Cave had suffered at the hands of Gu Fei before. Who would dare to provoke this malefic star? Although the Buddhist experts wanted to stop them, the Beast Emperor Mountain and the Chaotic Dragon Cave were eyeing them. They couldn't afford to be distracted by Gu Fei's group. They really started fighting. Gu Fei and He Tian came to a deep mountain and settled down in a valley. The development of the situation was similar to what Gu Fei had predicted. This way we can proceed with the next step of the plan, He Tian said. Although Gu Fei and He Tian had left the wildlands, there were still humans in the wildlands. They hadn't forgotten about the humans in the wildlands. Gu Fei and the others had left the purple gold divine sword in the wild world for a reason. The violet gold divine sword was reforged by Gu Fei in the past. The god within the sword had a subtle connection with Gu Fei. Gu Fei could use the Three Boundaries monument to find the location of the violet gold divine sword in the heavenly Buddha path and connect the two worlds. Let's begin, He Tian said as he began to carve array patterns around the valley. His cultivation base had increased greatly. All kinds of methods that he couldn't use in the past could now be easily realized. He directly imprinted the array patterns into the ground, communicating with the essence of the earth, changing the general direction of the region, concealing the entire valley and concealing the nearby heaven's secrets. Even if an expert were to calculate their location, they would not be able to locate them. After all of this was done, Gu Fei and He Tian took out the Three Boundaries monument and activated their arcane arts, awakening the Tao patterns on the monument and connecting with the 10 heaven and earth Taos. By this time, all the phenomena in the wildlands had disappeared. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one had expected such an ending. The gateway of heaven and earth had appeared, but they didn't have the qualifications to enter. Some of the old-timers began to wail. After waiting for so many years, this was the result. No one could accept it. Old ancestor. In the Yi clan's ancient city, the higher-ups of the Yi clan were looking at Shen King. In the Yi clan, Shen King's seniority was the highest and his cultivation was the highest. Don't worry. Shen King was as calm as ever, as if he wasn't worried about the disappearance of the gateway of heaven and earth. How could he not be? Everyone in the Yi clan was anxious. The legendary gateway of heaven and earth had appeared, but they didn't have the chance to enter. The beasts and demonic beasts of the wildlands had all left. Only the humans were still trapped in the heaven and earth cage. Just as everyone was in despair, rays of divine light appeared on the ancient divine sword that was stabbed into the ground, as if some sort of power was summoning this divine sword. The target equals _blank. Chapter 1527. Buzz. The purple gold divine sword on the ground began to vibrate. Rays of sword chi were emitted from the sword and a chilling aura swept across the area. The extreme Tao holy sword broke through the void and shot out from the void. Many people saw that scene but no one dared to go up and collect the holy sword. This supreme sacred weapon had already nurtured a god. Even if a supreme sage were to come personally, he would have to expend a lot of effort to subdue it. At this moment, the supreme sacred sword began to show signs of awakening. This shocked all the experts in the wildlands. It seemed like someone was summoning the sacred sword. Swoosh. The moment the purple gold divine sword appeared, Overlord Shen King, who was sitting on his throne in the Yi clan's ancient city, suddenly opened his eyes. 2 rays of divine light shot out from his eyes. The entire void suddenly lit up, and all the higher-ups of the Yi clan couldn't open their eyes. The 2 rays of divine light flashed and Overlord Shen King stood up abruptly. Alright, let's go. The Yi clan had already made all the preparations to leave the wildlands. However, they had already missed the gate of heaven and earth. This time they wouldn't miss it. The upper echelons of the Yi clan immediately sprang into action, activating the formations in the city, and an ancient aura emanated from the city. This ancient city had existed for an unknown period of time. Perhaps it was built by the first generation of the Yi clan's ancestors, but today, it had been refined into something like a magic treasure. Rumble, the ancient city shook and slowly rose into the sky. The entire area was in chaos. The experts of the Yi clan stood in every corner of the city. Everyone worked together to move the entire ancient city. The Yi clan's ancient city rose into the sky and moved in the direction of the purple gold divine sword. All the old antiques knew that the purple gold divine sword was acting strangely, because they had been staring at the sword all the time. Although an ultimate saint weapon would make people envious, an ultimate saint weapon with an owner was a terrifying killing weapon to those who dared to lay their hands on a saint weapon. The Yi clan seems to be making a big move. What is the Yi family doing? The commotion caused by the Yi family was too great, and it was impossible for it not to attract the attention of others. An ancient city was moving in the sky, millions and millions of formation patterns lingering around it. Everywhere it passed, heaven and earth trembled. Buzz. A sword hum shook the 9 heavens. The purple gold divine sword that was buried in the ground suddenly shot up into the sky. Then it stopped in the sky and the dazzling sword light flashed. The void around the purple gold divine sword rippled. The sword light that rushed out from the divine sword cut through the void. A ripple crossed the boundary and ancient runes appeared in the sky. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Someone was crossing realms to summon this supreme sacred sword. Moreover, this wasn't a simple summon. Someone wanted to connect the two realms. The Yi clan's ancient city is heading in that direction. Someone immediately made the connection. Then the already despairing antiques were stirred once more. Someone was going to use force to make the door of heaven and earth reappear. This time there was no threat of the supreme sacred power. If the door of heaven and earth reappeared, then anyone could leave this wild world. Thinking of this, everyone was so excited that they almost fainted. Rumble? The sword light emitted by the purple gold divine sword became stronger and stronger. Ancient runes appeared around the purple gold divine sword, and the void rippled like water. Someone realized that the ancient runes were guiding the power of the purple gold divine sword. Rays of sword light entered the trembling void. This was the sword light emitted by the supreme sacred sword. Every ray of sword light was enough to destroy a mountain. The power of the purple gold divine sword didn't leak out. It was all guided into the void. In next to no time, the rippling space began to collapse, and then a pitch-black spatial passageway gradually formed. A strand of energy from the outside world surged into the wildlands. It really is the door of heaven and earth. This time all the experts in the wild world were extremely excited. The legendary door of heaven and earth that could connect the two realms had appeared again. Swoosh. Silhouettes flickered. Some old antiques couldn't wait any longer. They turned into a beam of divine light and charged into the opening spatial passage in the sky. Without any mishaps, that old antique safely entered the legendary door of heaven and earth. Seeing this scene, no one could sit still. Silhouettes flickered continuously as the old antiques rushed over and entered the spatial passage in the sky. This was the only way to leave the wild world. The news spread quickly. All the powerful races in the wild world received the news. The door of heaven and earth reopened. Any cultivator who cultivated to the point of being able to fly could enter and leave this place. However, not all the races knew that the wild world was actually a cage of heaven and earth. Some of the races that knew of this secret began to take action. Rumble? The second human ancient city rose into the sky. Billions of runes appeared on its surface. This was the ancient city of the Li family in the wild world. It was also an ancient city with an incomparably long history. The city walls were riddled with scars left behind by blades, spears, swords, and halberds. They had weathered countless storms, but they still stood tall. At this time the city was uprooted and flying into the sky. There were also many experts of the Yi clan standing in various places in the city. Divine light soared into the sky, and the entire ancient city emitted an extremely powerful ripple. With the departure of the primal Chaos Dragon Cave and the Beast Emperor Mountain, there was no one left in the wild world capable of contending with the humans. Wherever the ancient city passed, the other races retreated. If it weren't for that heaven-dominating Shin King's message, we wouldn't have been so lucky. The Yi family patriarch stood atop the city walls, looking in the direction of the violet gold god's word. The Yi family has produced heaven-dominating Shin King, and now they have Yi Wuji. They're going to rise to prominence. An old man with white hair and a beard stood behind the patriarch. Next to the old man stood a youth with an ancient sword on his back. This youth was the human cultivator that Yi Wuji had invited to make things difficult for Gu Fei. Qingyi, you have to work hard. Don't let the Yi family completely suppress our Li family. Yes, Qingyi will do her best. The youth with the sword on his back replied. Li Qingyi was a name that had always been mentioned alongside Yi Wuji. The Yi family had produced a pair of genius siblings, while the Li family had produced a genius. Among the younger generation of the Li family, only Li Qingyi was as famous as Yi Wuji. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1528. Rumble. The human race's ancient city soared through the skies of the wildlands. Many of the foreign races that had good relations with the humans soared into the skies and joined the humans. This was probably the last time the gate of heaven and earth would appear. Some people had already thought of something. This extreme Dao sacred sword was purposely left behind by those people. Since they had already missed the first opportunity, no cultivator would be willing to miss the second one. Buzz. The extreme Dao sacred sword hovered high up in the sky, constantly emitting powerful sword chi. The sword chi was guided by the spatial passage, causing the void to tremble. The Buddhist energy did not appear, causing the experts in the wildlands to heave a sigh of relief. Previously, it was the Buddhist energy that resisted the extreme Dao sacred sword, causing everyone to be unable to approach the gate of heaven and earth. People continued to rush in from all directions, entering the gate of heaven and earth, disappearing into the spatial passage. At this time, on the other side of the spatial passage, a great battle was taking place. The entire heavens and earth shook as the extreme Tao sacred sword clashed. No one wanted to fight with the extreme Tao sacred sword. Once the extreme Tao sacred sword was used, even though this heaven and earth was created by the Buddhist sovereign, it would still be destroyed. The heavenly Buddha Tao was a Buddhist heritage in the mortal world. If it was destroyed, it was equivalent to the end of the Buddhist heritage in the mortal world. The Buddhists would not be able to bear such a loss. Dang! A melodious bell sound rang out from the peak of Mount Meru, spreading throughout the entire heavenly Buddha Tao sacred sword. This was the Buddhist chant bell displaying its divine might. The sound of the bell could shake one's spirit, awakening those who had fallen into a state of frenzy. Buzz! A jade-green Buddhist commandment blade hovered at the peak of Mount Meru, emitting a terrifying saber chi that shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. This was the extreme Tao sacred sword, the green jade commandment blade. At the peak of Mount Meru, there was also a Buddhist lamp that emitted boundless Buddhist radiance, illuminating the entire heavenly Buddha Tao sacred sword. The 3 extreme Tao sacred weapons clashed against the Beast Sovereign Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cavern, causing the Beast Sovereign Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cavern to not dare to act rashly. The Beast Emperor Mountain and the Primal Chaos Dragon Cave were also very apprehensive towards the Buddhist sections. The appearance of the 3 great Buddhist weapons made them feel uneasy. How could the Buddhist sects here be so powerful? In the wildlands, the Buddhist sect had long been extinct, but in the heavenly Buddhist Tao, the billions of living beings only respected the Buddhist Tao, not the foreign sects. The Buddhist Tao was the only one here. There was no point in comparing the two. Both sides had their misgivings. The greater demons and ferocious beasts fought amongst the Buddhist experts. This was a storm that came from the desolate wilderness. Every greater demon possessed incomparably powerful combat strength. The great demons and ferocious beasts from the untainted world were all battle-hardened and had rich combat experience. They were beyond the imagination of the great virtues of the heavenly Buddha sect. Roar! With a roar, the green WRM that was fighting with the gold-bodied Luohan swung its tail, sending the gold-bodied Luohan flying, as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Had it not been for the Buddhist Vajra indestructible body mysterious art, the golden-bodied Arhat's body and soul would have been destroyed by the flood dragon's attack. Kill? The gold-bodied Luohan was incomparably valiant, his golden blood surging to the skies. Wielding the Vajra, he charged over from afar, emitting a saint-grade aura. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, this saint weapon of the Buddhist sect began to awaken. On the Vajra, numerous Buddhist runes appeared, as though a Buddhist saint was awakening. Pung? The powerful flood dragon was directly sent flying by the gold-bodied Vajra, suffering a heavy injury. His entire body was torn apart, almost on the verge of exploding. The physiques of greater demons and ferocious beasts were much stronger than humans. This was an innate advantage. Since the flood dragon's cultivation was successful, his physique was strong. Although he suffered a heavy injury, he did not die. Saint weapon? The flood dragon stared at the Vajra in the hands of the gold-bodied Arhat, shocked. This human's weapon was actually a saint weapon. How was he going to fight this? The gold-bodied Luohan did not hesitate to expend his essence energy to activate this saint weapon. In fact, it was not easy for him. Even if he could defeat the flood dragon, his vitality would be greatly damaged. Shwa! The flood dragon immediately retreated. He was not a match for the other party with a saint weapon. The gold-bodied Arhat rushed forward with the saint weapon in his hand. More and more greater demons were hit by the Vajra, directly exploding into a cloud of blood mist, their bodies and souls destroyed. Umph! A cold laugh came from the top of the Beast King Mountain. After that, a violent aura erupted from the peak of the mountain, and the shadow of a beast soared into the sky, pouncing down from the Beast King Mountain. Boom! An ancient beast wielding a white bone clashed head-on with the gold-bodied Arhat. The power of a saint was overwhelming, and the void around them was collapsing. The gold-bodied Arhat with the Vajra was blocked. A saint bone? The gold-bodied Arhat was shocked to the extreme. The other party actually used a bone to block his attack. It seemed to be a large bone, and there were many divine runes of the great Tao imprinted on it. The saint bone was in the hands of a divine ape covered in golden hair. The divine ape's golden fiery eyes were staring at the gold-bodied Arhat. The beast race and the demon race joined forces, and the flood dragon was defeated, but the divine ape came out from the Beast King mountain. If Gu Fei was here, he would be indescribably shocked to see this divine ape, because this divine ape emitted the power of metal essence, and looked exactly the same as the golden spiritual ape Yuan Hong. The golden spiritual ape clan in the heaven realm had once produced an extreme supremacy. Although there were not many members in the clan, every one of them was a great expert. Especially Yuan Hong, he was the son of a supremacy, and the blood of a supremacy flowed in his veins. The strength of his bloodline was unparalleled. However, this divine ape was definitely not Yuan Hong. Perhaps this divine ape had the bloodline of the golden spiritual ape clan, and had cultivated a metal divine ability. Kill. The gold-bodied Arhat's fighting spirit was unparalleled. The Vajra in his hand emitted a resplendent Buddhist light, and numerous 10,000 Buddhist seals circled around the Vajra. Bang! The golden Buddhist light directly pierced through the void, and slashed towards the golden divine ape. This was the power of a saint, and it was enough to change anyone's expression. The golden divine ape roared angrily, and his body flickered with golden light, as if he had turned into a golden sun. He waved the divine bone in his hand and smashed it forward. All the experts who were fighting nearby turned pale with fright, and tacitly retreated far away. This was a battle between saints. Anyone who touched it would be smashed to pieces. The Vajra emitted a saint aura, and the surrounding experts vomited blood as they retreated. Only the golden divine ape remained fearless. Boom! The Vajra and the divine bone collided again, and an earth-shattering sound erupted. The power of saints directly shattered the void, and a black hole was blasted between the two experts. The target equals _blank. Chapter 1529. Indestructible Martial Saint. Chapter 1537. The Crisis of Mount Meru. The Buddhist Vajra used his sacred weapon. It was invincible, but a metal element ferocious beast rushed out from the Beast King mountain, wielding a sacred bone, and clashed with the Vajra Arhat. The sacred bone in the golden godly ape's hand was definitely the bone of a fallen sacred level existence. The bone was branded with the divine runes of the great Tao, and it contained sacred energy, which could contend with a sacred weapon. Boom! The sacred bone and the Vajra collided again, and the void instantly shattered. Chaotic chi burst out, and the golden godly ape and the golden Arhat were both sent flying. Rumble! The ground was shaking, and under the impact of the sacred level power, the ground undulated like a water wave and deep cracks appeared on the ground. This was a battle of equal strength, and both experts had sacred weapons in their hands, so it was difficult for them to completely suppress each other. Although the golden godly ape had the cultivation of a mighty existence, it did not transform into a human, but fought in its most primitive form, and cultivated the supreme beast Tao. Just as the beast race and the demon race joined hands to attack the Buddhist sect, in the depths of a mountain 10,000 li away, Gu Fei and He Tian used all their strength to control the three-boundary monument, and with the help of the violet gold godly sword, they communicated with the wild world, and opened up a space tunnel between the two worlds. Boss, should we move the exit of the space tunnel to Mount Meru? He Tian said with a smirk. He did not have a good impression of those baldies. Not a bad idea. Gu Fei heard this. If they moved the space tunnel near Mount Meru, the Buddhist sect would be in big trouble. With this thought in mind, Gu Fei and Mai Tian immediately joined forces and shot out the Three Boundaries Monument. The Three Boundaries Monument immediately turned into a ray of divine light and rushed out of the mountain. The Three Boundary Monument traveled 100,000 li, and like a meteorite, it fell from the sky. Boom! With a loud bang, a stone monument fell from the sky, and landed on a small mountain only a few hundred li away from Mount Meru, and created a huge pit in the mountain. What is that? On Mount Meru, the Buddhist experts guarding the legendary number 1 sacred mountain of Buddhism immediately discovered the existence of the ancient monument and were all extremely shocked. But at this moment, the void above the three-world monument rumbled. Ancient runes appeared in the void and a pitch-black hole appeared between the heaven and earth. When the Buddhist experts on Mount Meru saw this scene, they were all taken aback. Could it be that the other party was going to attack here? Swoosh! Just as the spatial passageway appeared, a powerful figure rushed out from it. A violent aura immediately filled the air. This was a great demon. Although it had taken human form, its skin was covered with a layer of green scales. Haha! After the great demon rushed out of the spatial passage, he threw his head back and laughed. His voice shook the sky, causing the Buddhist experts on Mount Meru hundreds of miles away to be secretly shocked. I'm finally out, I finally left that damned place. The great demon was extremely excited, but very quickly he was awakened by the aura of the extreme Tao. On Mount Meru, the aura of the 3 extreme Tao Buddhist weapons caused the great demon to change his expression. The great demon looked around and could not help but cry out. The exit of the Heaven and Earth Gate was actually near the legendary Mount Meru. Mount Meru, the divine mountain where the ancient Buddhist lord achieved his Tao. In ancient times, the invincible name of the ancient Buddhist lord was known by everyone. This great demon was an old antique in the desolate world, and knew many secrets. Swoosh! Just as the great demon sensed that something was wrong, a Buddha figure rushed out from Mount Meru and quickly flew towards the great demon. Which evil demon dares to trespass on Mount Meru? A distance of a few hundred li was nothing to an almighty expert. They could cross it in an instant. The powerful Buddha figure closed in. This great demon was not a benevolent person, nor did he come from the chaotic dragon cave. He was a loner, and after living for so many years, no one dared to yell in front of him. Bang! The newcomer immediately unleashed a huge golden palm towards the great demon below. The golden Buddha's palm enveloped the entire heaven and earth, emitting a terrifying Buddhist power. You're courting death. Although the great demon had some misgivings, he was not a weakling that could be bullied. He directly clawed upwards and a green claw shot out from his hand. Boom! The Buddha's hand and the sharp claws collided, causing the void to tremble. The newcomer was sent flying by the great Yao's attack while the great Yao was forced to take a step back. Up on Mount Meru, the Buddhist disciples who saw this scene were all shocked. What a good demon! The Buddhist expert shouted, and his body surged with Buddhist aura, emitting a dazzling golden Buddhist aura. He stabilized his body in the void, and then rushed back towards the great demon. However, at that moment, another figure rushed out of the spatial passageway. Roar! An earth-shattering roar sounded. The one who rushed out from the spatial passage was neither a human nor a demon, but a fierce beast. Moreover, it was an ancient fierce beast. Scarlet scales like divine flames, a ferocious head, and a body the size of a small hill. This was an ancient beast that looked like an ancient divine beast, the Fire Qilin. This ancient beast did not come from the Beast King Mountain. In its body there was the blood of the Fire Qilin. Moreover, the bloodline of an ancient divine beast had been activated, causing this fierce beast to show signs of atavism. Fire Qilin? When the great demon saw this fierce beast, he could not help but be shocked. This fellow was even more ferocious than him, and its baleful aura made the great demon's heart palpitate. At this time the Buddhist expert had already stopped. With the arrival of the Fire Qilin, the situation became very unfavorable for the Buddhists. The arrival of 2 powerful ancient beasts and ancient demons caused the experts on Mount Meru to become nervous. Swish! Silhouettes flashed and 3 beams of Buddhist light rushed out from Mount Meru. Each beam of Buddhist light wrapped around a figure, and a Buddhist Vedanta rushed out. However, just as the ancient Fire Qilin beast came out of the space tunnel, another figure appeared in the space tunnel. Another powerful being rushed out of the space tunnel. The experts of the Buddhist sects felt their hearts turn cold. The fiends that came out from the spatial passage were more ferocious and powerful than the previous. All of them had the strength and cultivation of almighties. These were the lonesome old-timers of the wildlands. One by one they emerged from the spatial passageway, and before long, more than a dozen terrifying figures appeared in the area. All the Buddhist experts on Mount Meru were dumbfounded. More than 10 almighty experts. Such a force was enough to run amok in the entire human realm. The target equals _blank. Chapter 1530. Chapter 1538. The Indestructible Martial Saints Attack. Gu Fei and He Tian moved the exit of the spatial tunnel to a place several hundred kilometers away from Mount Meru. The old-timers of the wildlands rushed out of the spatial tunnel one after another. More than a dozen almighty experts appeared at the same time, their combined might filling heaven and earth as if they were facing an army of thousands upon thousands of men and horses. What's going on? Where did so many experts come from? The experts guarding Mount Meru were flabbergasted. The ancient beasts and primordial demons that had appeared earlier had given them a sense of crisis, but now the enemy's experts were attacking the base of Mount Meru. Rumble. A powerful fluctuation of Buddhist energy erupted from Mount Meru as a golden dragon rushed out from the top of Mount Meru. The powerful pressure caused the group of almighties from the wildlands to be startled. When the golden dragon came close, the dragon's shadow dissipated, and a figure emerged from the Buddha's light. It was a powerful figure, bare-chested. with an enormous golden dragon coiled around his body. The dragon's head was in front of his chest, and Buddhist light swirled around it. The image of a dragon subduing Arhat was faintly discernible. The Buddhist schools. The old-timers from the wildlands were both shocked and enraged. Back in the day, it was the ancient Buddhist lord who had trapped them in the wildlands. Never in their wildest dreams would they have guessed that the Buddhist schools in the wildlands had long since declined, but the Buddhist schools here were flourishing. Even the legendary Mount Meru was right in front of them. The sight of the 3 Buddhist weapons hovering in the air above Mount Meru struck fear into the hearts of the old-timers. However, to their slight relief, the Beast Emperor Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Caverns forces were fighting and restraining the 3 Buddhist armaments. Kill. After learning of the current situation, the dozen old-timers charged at the 2 Buddhist experts, their ferocious auras filling heaven and earth. Rumble. The combined auras of a dozen old-timers caused heaven and earth to shake, as if an army of thousands of men and horses were charging at them. The Arhat subduing dragon let out a roar of rage as the golden dragon imprinted on his body flew up and transformed into an enormous golden dragon that lunged toward the dozen old-timers. It's just a dragon soul. One of the greater demons rushed forward and unleashed a great mystic art. Boundless demonic chi spread out, and within the demonic chi, a gigantic shadow of a beast rushed out, devouring the incoming golden dragon in a single gulp. This great demon's original body was a sky tyrant beast. It had the power to spit out the heavens and cultivated the alive slain method. It was incomparably powerful. However, that huge beast image exploded with a boom, and a golden dragon image rushed out from the body of the sky tyrant beast. This great fiend Badian was sent flying and spat out a mouthful of fiend blood. He was actually defeated right from the start. That golden dragon soul was not ordinary and could injure the fiend race's supreme beings. Swoosh. The Arhat subduing dragon rushed forward in an attempt to kill great fiend Badian on the spot. His golden fist emitted boundless Buddhist power, as if a golden sun was blooming. However, the ancient fire Qilin rushed forward and directly punched out, colliding head-on with the Arhat subduing dragon. Both experts were sent flying thousands of feet away by the force of their opponent's attack. Preposterous. Great fiend Badian's entire body was filled with a mighty demonic chi. He had just suffered a blow, but his injured body was rapidly recovering. In an instant he had returned to his peak state. He had been careless just now and had severely underestimated the combat strength of the Arhat subduing dragon. The great fiend Badian's killing intent soared to the sky as he directly pounced toward another supreme being of the Buddhist clan. He used the alive slain method and endless demonic chi shrouded the surroundings. The shadow of a beast appeared in the void. Dominate the heavens and earth. Great fiend Badian roared angrily. The huge beast that had appeared from the demonic chi immediately opened its mouth and swallowed the supreme being of the Buddhist clan. Swoosh. The supreme being of the Buddhist clan immediately retreated. He clearly did not have the combat strength of the Arhat subduing dragon. It would be difficult for him to fight against such a great demon. What caused the supreme being of the Buddhist clan to despair was that there were more than 10 powerful existences like great fiend Badian. Several great demons rushed forward and used the alive slain method to intercept the supreme being of the Buddhist clan. There was no suspense. There was only one ending for the supreme being of the Buddhist clan, and that was death. Golden Buddha blood sprinkled from the sky and dyed the ground golden. Several ancient beasts and great demons attacked together and directly killed the supreme being of the Buddhist clan on the spot. Although the supreme being of the Buddhist clan on Mount Meru saw this scene, it was already too late to save him. Everyone has the right to punish the heretical demons. Fellow Buddhists, let's do it. A Buddhist chant rang out from Mount Meru. Then an old monk with a glowing face walked out. The old monk stood at the peak of the mountain and raised his hand. A ball of Buddhist light flew out from his hand and instantly enlarged, turning into a transparent light shield that shrouded the group of old antiques. A wave of saint-grade fluctuations spread out from the transparent Buddha light shield. Crap, it's a holy weapon. None of the old antiques that had lived in the wildlands for countless years were simple fellows. As soon as they saw that the situation wasn't right, they rushed out in all directions in an attempt to avoid the Buddhist light shield descending from the sky. However, the Buddhist light shield in the sky seemed to be able to expand without limit. It enveloped the entire area, including the group of old antiques. It's that Buddhist weapon, the glazed Buddhist light shield. One of the old antiques recognized the origin of the holy weapon and was shocked beyond belief. How could this holy weapon still be passed down? The legends about it had long since been destroyed. Even the taming dragon Arhat was enveloped by the Buddhist light shield. Hurry up and let us out or we'll kill this bald donkey. A great demon roared. The dozen old antiques were both shocked and enraged. They surrounded the taming dragon Arhat, ready to swarm him at any moment. Being stared at by so many almighty experts would cause even a half-sage to shudder, not to mention that the taming dragon Arhat wasn't even a half-sage yet. His cultivation base and strength were at least at the 5th level. This was the strength of an almighty emperor. Sacrificing oneself to slay demons is the fearless spirit of our war Buddha. The old monk at the peak of Mount Meru clearly wouldn't agree to the request of the Wildlands old-timers. Very well then, let's do it. The taming dragon Arhat said coldly, then attacked. The other ancient beasts and primal demons followed suit, unleashing all sorts of deadly techniques to drown the taming dragon Arhat. The old antiques were very decisive. There was no way the Buddhists would let them go, so they might as well kill as many of them as they could. Dash. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1531. Indestructible Martial Saint. Chapter 1539. Buddhist treasure suppressing the ancient beast in Mount Meru. This elder Buddha clearly had a transcendent status. Heavenly Monk Dharma was the strongest expert of the Heavenly Buddhist sect. Following his disappearance, the rankings of the Heavenly Buddhist sect had changed. Although this old monk was so old that his brows had turned white, his blood and chi were still exuberant. Buddhist light shone behind his head, forming a light wheel. This was a phenomenon that would appear when one's cultivation reached a profound level. With a light wheel behind his head, it was equivalent to the Bodhisattva and Buddha of legends. This elder Buddha acted forcefully, using his Buddha light to envelop the group of old-timers from the Wildlands. He didn't even care about the life or death of the taming dragon Arhat. Rumble. The space that was enveloped by the Buddha light trembled as a dozen old-timers acted at the same time, directly dispersing the golden dragon spirit that had charged out of the Arhat. Then the taming dragon Arhat suffered a fatal blow. One of his arms was torn off by an ancient beast. Golden Buddha blood splattered everywhere, while the sharp claws of the ancient fire Qilin had already pierced through the taming dragon Arhat's chest. This group of old-timers did not immediately kill the Arhat. Instead, they chose to torture him slowly. The ancient fire Qilin beast even sealed Arhat taming dragon's primordial spirit, then plucked off Arhat taming dragon's head and coldly glanced at Elder Buddha on Mount Meru. The disciples of Buddhism will not die in vain. The Elder Buddha's aged voice came down from Mount Meru. This was akin to watching someone die, and it contradicted the teachings of the Buddhist sect. The experts on Mount Meru were all moved, but no one dared to question the Elder Buddha's decision. After all, if the foreign races were allowed to escape, it would be a huge problem for the Buddhist sect. Very good. The ancient fire Qilin was very straightforward. A ball of divine flame surged out from the right claw that grabbed onto the Arhat's head, and it directly burned the Arhat's head into ashes, destroying both his body and soul. From beginning to end, Arhat taming dragon didn't say a word, let alone beg for mercy. He seemed to be unafraid of death and was unusually calm. At this time, the glazed Buddha light shield was activated. Glazed Buddha fire emerged from the shield and several powerful beings of the alien races were burned by the Buddha fire. Roar! Those who were burned by the glazed Buddha fire cried out in pain. Then they fell to the ground and rolled around trying to get away from the Buddha fire. However, the Buddha fire seemed to have come from the bodies of these foreign almighty beings. It was impossible to extinguish it. Very soon, the bodies of these foreign almighty beings turned into ashes. Even their primordial spirits couldn't escape. Everyone was shocked. No one had expected that the Buddha fire would be so terrifying. Once they came into contact with it, they would be burned to ashes. Everyone immediately took out the weapons and magic treasures that they had refined to protect themselves. Fellow Buddhists, let's join forces to purge these demons. On top of Mount Meru, a few mighty figures of Buddhism who were standing behind Elder Buddha walked out. They used their Buddhist arts and activated the sacred weapon, the glazed Buddha light barrier. Rumble! The space within the shield shook as though doomsday had arrived. The glazed Buddha fire filled every inch of space. Elder Fu was really going to burn these foreign almighty beings to death. Saint-class Buddhist energy erupted from the glazed Buddha fire shield. This saint weapon of the Buddhist clan was displaying its supreme might, causing the foreign almighty beings to lose their composure. Endless glazed Buddha fire burned towards them. Roar! A scream rang out as an ancient beast's divine weapon was burned by the glazed Buddha fire. The surrounding glazed Buddha fire continued to burn, turning the ancient beast into ashes. What? The fact that the ancient beast's defensive weapons had been reduced to scrap metal caused all of the old-timers to tremble in fear. After all, Even the weakest of the old-timers here were 3rd or 4th stratum almighty experts. They had no choice but to circulate their strength to fight against the glazed Buddha fire. However, the Tao patterns of the Buddhist clan were faintly discernible within the flames, and the power of the great Tao was gathering. This was the power unique to saint weapons, as they were imprinted with the Tao patterns of the saints. However, the glazed Buddha light shield's power was unparalleled. Under the burning of the glazed Buddha fire, many of the old fogies' divine weapons and treasures began to dim. The spiritual energy within the divine weapons and treasures was constantly being erased. This wasn't a good thing. At this rate, they would be destroyed by the glazed Buddha light shield sooner or later. Their souls would be destroyed and they wouldn't even be able to become ghosts. The ancient fire Qilin beast's body was surging with energy as he circulated his Xian art. A scarlet light shone from his forehead, as though something was about to rush out from there. An aura that was not weaker than the glazed Buddha light shield emitted from the forehead of the ancient fire Qilin beast. This is, on top of Mount Meru. The group of Buddhist powerhouses were extremely solemn when they saw this. The ancient beast was too strong. Could it even shake the glazed Buddha light shield? The glazed Buddha light shield was the strongest Buddhist weapon in the Buddhist clan other than the Buddhist weapons of the extreme Taoists. It was rumored that it had been destroyed during the primordial era. However, no one could have imagined that this renowned Buddhist weapon, the strongest below the extreme Taoists, had always been in the Buddhist clan of the human realm. Boom! There was a huge tremor in the void, and an aura that seemed to come from ancient times rushed out from the forehead of the ancient fire Qilin beast. Within the scarlet flames there was an item floating. It was a blood-colored stone, emitting a terrifying aura. This stone seemed to contain an incomparably powerful energy. The blood-colored stone was only the size of a fist, but the strength it emitted was enough to repel the stained glass Buddha fire. When the old fogies saw this, they hurriedly moved closer to the ancient fire Qilin. I didn't expect there to be such an expert on Mount Meru. Far in the sky, there were 2 figures hidden in the void, witnessing the scene in front of them. The strength that the Buddhists had displayed was truly strong. The tables will turn very soon. He Tian, who was standing beside Gu Fei, said coldly. One had to know that these old fogies were only the first batch of experts to enter the heavenly Buddha sect. There were still many experts left in the wildlands. The 3 boundaries monument stood firmly on the ground. Countless ancient runes surged out from the monument, stabilizing the space between the heavens and the earth. It connected the wildlands to the wildlands, stabilizing the space tunnel. Some people on Mount Meru also noticed the abnormality and tried to destroy the space tunnel. However, all attacks directed at the space tunnel would be converted into energy to stabilize it. The more attacks were directed at the space tunnel, the more stable it became. The target equals _blank. Chapter 1532. The spatial passageway constructed with the power of the 3 boundary steel was extremely difficult to destroy. This was bad news for the Buddhist sect, because no one knew what kind of powerful existence was on the other side of the spatial passageway. Someone had broken through the barrier between the 2 worlds with immense power and attacked the heavenly Buddha path. This was something that had never happened before. Even in the darkest of times, no one could attack the heavenly Buddha path, because this was a world refined by the ancient Buddhist Lord. Rumble. The void trembled and a powerful movement came from the spatial passageway like a tidal wave. This caused the expressions of the Buddhist experts on Mount Meru to change. It's here. Far in the sky, Gu Fei and He Tian were hidden to the side watching the show. At this time the true experts had finally appeared, and Gu Fei could already sense a familiar aura. Even Elder Buddha couldn't help but be moved. There seemed to be a peerlessly powerful beast in the spatial passageway, and it was rapidly approaching from the other side. At this time, the group of old fogies enveloped by the Vajra light barrier had strange expressions on their faces. Although the Vajra light barrier was the #1 Buddhist weapon in the Buddhist sect, they didn't know what the blood-colored stone that had rushed out of the blazing Qilin ancient beast's forehead was, but it was able to block this Buddhist weapon. The blood-colored energy enveloped the rest of the old fogies, and no matter how much the Buddhist fire burned outside, it couldn't extinguish this energy. What is this? How can it be so mystical? Far in the sky, Gu Fei and He Tian were also shocked when they saw this scene. It was hard to imagine that a fist-sized stone could have such power. Could it be a divine stone that absorbed the blood essence of a sage? He Tian was a little uncertain. One had to know that the blood essence of a sage wasn't something that just anyone could come into contact with. A sage was incomparably powerful. Every drop of blood, every strand of hair contained terrifying power. If a drop of a sage's blood essence fell on the ground, it could turn an area of 1,000 li into a blood lake. If it hit a cultivator, even a demi-sage would be pierced through. That's possible. The blood-red stone was emitting waves of energy. It wasn't evil, but it wasn't the power of the demon race or the beast race either. It seemed to be the power of the human race. It was unknown where the ancient fire Qilin beast obtained such a divine stone and nourished its Niwen palace. This ancient beast valued this item very much. Boom. At that moment, the spatial passageway shook and a corner of an ancient city rushed out from the spatial passageway. Billions of runes flickered, and a terrifying aura that seemed to originate from the primordial era appeared in the heavenly Buddha path, causing the hearts of the Buddhist almighty figures on Mount Meru to tremble. It's a human. Within the ancient city, people could be seen bumping into one another. However, these were not the outsiders but the humans. This was an ancient city controlled by the humans, and it had actually been moved over. Buddhism, Mount Meru? A cold voice came from within the ancient city as a figure appeared. At this time, the entire ancient city was sealed by billions of runes. Even a sage would not be able to break out. However, a powerful battle intent that could cause the heavens and earth to lose their color rushed out from the ancient city. Surprisingly, this battle intent was directed at the Buddhist almighty figures on Mount Meru. Shit. The Buddhist almighty figure on Mount Meru could no longer sit still. From the ancient city that came through the spatial passageway, there was actually someone who was filled with hostility towards the Buddhism sect. Moreover, the cultivation of this person who was hostile to the Buddhist sect was so high that it was comparable to the great monk Fatian who had disappeared. That was the cultivation and strength of a quasi-sage. The appearance of the ancient city shocked all the Buddhist disciples on Mount Meru. This was too shocking. A huge ancient city was actually moved into the heavenly Buddha path. The entire sky was covered by the ancient city, and the heavens and earth trembled as a terrifying aura engulfed the area. The arrival of the ancient city caused both sides to feel the pressure. However, the experts from the Beast Emperor Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cave did not have any enmity towards the people in the ancient city. After all, these two powers were in a standoff with the Buddhism sect and could not afford to be distracted. The appearance of the human race at this time was definitely a variable. Even the ancient beasts and demons from the Beast Emperor Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cave did not expect that the gate of heaven and earth would open again. The experts from the Beast Emperor Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cave had already guessed that this must be the doing of Gu Fei and the rest, to attract more enemies to the Buddhist land. Mount Meru, the heavenly Buddha path, some of the ancient legacies knew what this place was. The heavenly Buddha path cultivated by the ancient Buddhist Lord was the supreme land of Buddhism in the legends of the Buddhist Gate. Those who could enter the heavenly Buddha path were all outstanding geniuses. The experts from the Beast Emperor Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cave knew that there was definitely a way to leave the heavenly Buddha path. Hence, these two powers had no choice but to seek help from the Buddhist sect. While the two powers were in a standoff, no one was willing to engage in a true battle. Otherwise, this Buddhist land would be destroyed. The appearance of the human race caused this battle to be filled with variables. Rumble. The ancient city moved across the sky, and everywhere it passed, the void trembled as though the heavens and earth were about to collapse. Formation runes began to recede. The ancient city moved towards the distance, not stopping for a moment. Tyrant Shin King is here, things are going to get lively. High up in the sky, Gu Fei and He Tian saw this scene, but they did not make any moves. This was all within their expectations. The more chaotic the heavenly Buddha path was, the more advantageous it was for them. Open for me. Within the Vaidurya Buddha light, the blazing Qilin roared, channeling all of its strength into the blood-colored stone in its hand. Immediately, a blood-colored light shot out from the stone, slamming into the Vaidurya Buddha light. Shwa. The blood-colored light successfully pierced through the Vaidurya Buddha light, and the blazing Qilin, along with the other antiques, rushed out from the gap, escaping with their lives. The antiques that rushed out of the Vaidurya Buddha light did not dare to linger any longer, all of them rushing towards the distance. Even the blazing Qilin Buddha light was no exception. Activating the mysterious stone just now had expended a large amount of energy. Moreover, with a saint artifact like the Vaidurya Buddha light, the Buddhist sect was already in an invincible position. Unless that person from before came, no one would be a match for the Buddhist elder on Mount Meru. Having lived for countless years, these antiques knew when to advance and when to retreat. Things that were impossible, they would not do it. They were decisive without any hesitation. At this time, Gu Fei and He Tian had already chased after the human race's ancient city. The target equals _blank. Chapter 1533. Rumble, the heavens and earth shook as an ancient city moved quickly in the sky. Everywhere it passed, all living beings were terrified. The aura coming from the ancient city was too powerful. It was impossible for such an ancient city to not attract attention. Countless Tao runes circled around and divine light constantly rushed out from the ancient city. The experts of the Yi clan were using all their strength to maintain the ancient city's array. This consumption was incomparably huge. However, the Yi clan's foundation in the wildlands was also incomparably deep. A large number of divine medicines and pills were brought out to replenish the experts of the Yi clan. Pieces of divine crystals containing a large amount of spiritual energy were embedded in various parts of the ancient city, providing the entire ancient city's array with an endless supply of spiritual energy. In the ancient city, there was heavenly Badian Shin King guarding it to ensure that nothing went wrong. Boom. At this moment, a Buddha figure broke through the layers of divine light and descended from the sky, wanting to enter the ancient city. It was a sloppy monk wearing a tattered kasaya. Scram. Heavenly Badian Shin King stood in the sky above the ancient city and shouted. The terrifying sound waves caused visible ripples to appear in the void. What? The sloppy monk felt a buzzing sound in his ears. He felt a sharp pain in his head and the Buddha light around him dissipated. He was sent flying several miles away. Just one loud roar had sent a peak powerful being flying over 10 miles away. This level of cultivation and strength had shocked everyone who was spying on the ancient city of the human race. There's a quasi-sage in the ancient city. Those who were spying on the ancient city all thought of this. Otherwise, that pinnacle expert of the Buddhist sect wouldn't have been sent flying so easily. The battle prowess displayed by the tyrant Sky Divine Emperor shocked everyone. Even the sloppy monk felt fear in his heart. Just now he was already injured. Golden Buddha blood seeped out of the sloppy monk's ears and his divine soul was shaken. Who is that? The sloppy monk didn't dare to step forward. The other party was definitely a quasi-sage. Where did these people come from? Up until now, the Buddhist sect still hadn't figured out who these people were who suddenly came out of the spatial passageway. The human race's ancient city flew for tens of thousands of miles in the sky before landing on a mountain far away from the battlefield. Just as the ancient human city disappeared into the mountains, another extremely powerful aura emerged from the spatial tunnel. Another ancient city rushed out from the spatial tunnel. Billions of divine halos circled around, and every inch of the void in the entire ancient city was filled with Tao patterns. A terrifying saint-level wave spread out from the ancient city. It was as if there was an ancient sage standing guard in the ancient city. Another ancient city. On Mount Meru, Elder Buddha felt his heart twitching. Who was it that had such a grand plan, to actually use such power to attack the heavenly Buddha Tao? Mobilizing this kind of power was not something that could be done in a short period of time. Could it be that someone had been plotting for countless years and only made a move against the heavenly Buddha sect now? Send the news to the Buddha palace. The red-faced Buddha elder said to a middle-aged Buddha beside him. He wanted to invite the Buddhist Vedanta who was cultivating in seclusion in the Buddha palace. Mount Meru. Within the ancient city, a cry of surprise rang out. Someone recognized the divine mountain that had existed since the archaic era and was incomparably shocked. It's really Mount Meru? An old voice came from the ancient city. Amidst the billions of divine lights, two figures appeared in the ancient city and looked at the mountain in the sky. The ancient city exuded an ancient aura. Through the divine light, one could see many powerful figures standing in various parts of the city. This was the terrifying power of a great saint-level expert. Heaven and earth seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Every divine light illuminated the world. Heavenly Buddha Tao, we have entered the heavenly Buddha Tao. The old voice was extremely excited. The heavenly Buddha Tao was the supreme land of Buddhism cultivated by the ancient Buddhist Lord. The Li clan's upper echelons did not expect that the other end of the spatial tunnel was actually the heavenly Buddha Tao. The ancient Buddhist Lord had disappeared for countless years, and this heavenly Buddha Tao had become a place without a master. The guys from the Beast Sovereign Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cave are fighting with the Buddhist sects. The Li clan in the ancient city quickly learned of the current situation in the heavenly Buddha Tao. The Beast Sovereign Mountain emitted the divine might of the extreme Tao, confronting one of the Buddhist weapons on Mount Meru. The Chaos Dragon Cave was even more astonishing. It actually withstood the two extreme Tao Buddhist weapons on Mount Meru with its own strength. The extreme Tao Dragon's might was vast and mighty, shaking the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Fortunately, this was only an extremely weak aura of the extreme Tao that leaked out. The 5 forces of the extreme Tao were restrained as much as possible, carefully maintaining a balance. If the five forces of the extreme Tao were to unleash their full power, even the heavenly Buddha Tao would not be able to withstand it and would be destroyed. Go! A loud shout came from the ancient city. Then the entire ancient city flew into the distance. The Li clan had to first establish a firm foothold here before they could compete with other forces. The dark ancient city flew across the sky. The pressure of a great saint-level expert deterred all directions. This ancient city was not as low-key as the Yi clan's ancient city. The great saint-level array formation did not restrain its aura at all. No one dared to have any ideas on this ancient city. One had to know that this was an ancient city protected by the power of a great saint-level expert. The Li clan's ancient city soon disappeared from everyone's sight. The group of Buddhist almighty experts on Mount Meru secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The human experts in the ancient city did not show any signs of attacking Mount Meru. Below the extreme Tao supremacy was the great sage. This was the strongest existence apart from the extreme Tao supremacy. If the human experts in the ancient city attracted the power of a great saint-level expert to attack Mount Meru, then the Buddhist sect would be in big trouble. The war was still going on. The Beast Emperor Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cave both had extreme Tao orthodoxies. Their origins were not inferior to Mount Meru. After being trapped in the wilderness by the Buddhist lords for countless years, the ancient beasts on the Beast Emperor Mountain and the ancient demons in the Chaos Dragon Cave were filled with resentment. The Buddhist sects in the wilderness had completely declined. The shadow of the Beast Emperor Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cave could be seen. Now that they had entered the heavenly Buddha Tao, it was time to settle the debt with the Buddhist sections. The Emperor of the Beast Emperor Mountain did not take action, but the ancient beasts under his command were slaughtering the four directions. In the Chaos Dragon Cave, the ancient demon Heavenly Pang and the ancient demon Qilin were watching and did not take action personally. Big brother, that Buddhist lord is really generous. He actually left the three extreme Tao Buddhist armaments behind. The ancient demon Qilin stood in the sky above the Chaos Dragon Cave and said while looking at Mount Meru, "Humph, the Buddhist lord is not simple. Could it be that he actually predicted today's events?" The ancient demon Heavenly Peng muttered to himself. If it wasn't for the three extreme Tao Buddhist armaments protecting Mount Meru, this primordial divine mountain would have long been conquered by them. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1534. The three Buddhist weapons hovered above Mount Meru, facing off against the Beast Sovereign Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cavern. The Buddhist Gate's sacred mountain was temporarily spared from the battle. However, the Buddhist temples in other regions weren't so lucky. Boom! An ancient ape as tall as a mountain destroyed a peak with a single punch. More than a dozen Buddhist temples on the peak were not spared. Several hundred Buddhist disciples turned into meat paste in an instant. There was originally a Buddhist almighty expert guarding this place, but that expert was already killed by this ancient ape. This ancient ape was extremely powerful, a desolate ancient species. After killing all the Buddhist disciples here, the ancient ape threw its head back and roared, pounding its chest with both fists like a war drum. The sound traveled for several hundred li, exuding an unparalleled ferocity. In another region, a golden peng stood on top of a mountain, opening its mouth and swallowing a Buddhist almighty expert into its stomach. Swallowing a Buddhist almighty expert alive, this golden peng was truly ferocious. The battles in various regions were intense, and countless Buddhist disciples were killed. Only a few powerful Buddhist almighty experts were still resisting, but the current situation wasn't optimistic for the Buddhist Gate. One had to know that those who came from the wildlands were old antiques that had lived for countless years, possessing unparalleled battle prowess. On the other hand, the Buddhist almighty experts in the heavenly Buddha Gate lived a peaceful life. It was precisely because of this peaceful and comfortable life of cultivating and comprehending the Tao that the heavenly Buddha sect's almighty Buddhists had no idea what a battle technique was. Although there was a Vajra Guardian on Mount Meru, its battle prowess wasn't that strong. The cultivation world was a cruel world where the strong preyed on the weak. There was no room for mercy. A true expert had to be able to withstand the baptism of blood, walking through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Only then were they qualified to be called experts. The Buddhist almighty experts were forced to retreat again and again. Buddhist luminescence shot out from Mount Meru from time to time, as Buddhist almighty experts went to reinforce the Buddhist almighty experts. Although the heavenly Buddha Gate was a supreme Buddhist land, much better than the wildlands, it still wasn't a true grand heaven and earth. As long as one had the ambition to enter the extreme Tao, they wouldn't be willing to be bound by a refined heaven and earth. What the wildlands old antiques wanted was a way to enter and exit the heavenly Buddha Gate. It didn't take long for the old-timers from the Wildlands to learn of the Heavenly Buddha Tao sect. On top of Mount Meru, there was an ancient formation that could communicate with the mortal world and the Tao of Buddha, allowing cultivators to enter and leave the divine land of bliss. As a result, the various forces that came out from the wilderness had no choice but to stop their attacks. The Heavenly Buddha Path's array formation was located on Mount Meru. Mount Meru was protected by 3 Buddhist weapons. No one could break through it. Unless the Buddhist gate was willing to cooperate, otherwise the Wildlands' major forces would be trapped within the Heavenly Buddha Path. The ancient forces of the Wildlands had all entered the Heavenly Buddha Tao. This force was not to be underestimated. Even the Buddhist sect had no choice but to restrain itself. The forces in the Wildlands were powerful enough to contend with the Heavenly Buddha Path's Buddhist gate. In the end, Gu Fei and He Tian put away the purple gold divine sword and the 3-world steel. The spatial passageway disappeared. Some of the forces that were still observing in the wild world lost their chance to come out. The appearance of the 2 human ancient cities caused the situation to change. No one knew who these forces would support. The war gradually came to an end. The Buddhist gate suffered heavy losses. 7 to 8 Buddhist experts fell. Yet, not a single ancient beast or demon died in the Beast Sovereign Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cavern. Such a result made the Buddhist experts on Mount Meru's peak palpitate. Buddhist experts, they were not ordinary Buddhists, yet they were killed so easily. We must suppress these heretical devils. One of the war Buddhists shouted out. The losses that the Buddhist sect had suffered this time around were simply too great. It was so great that it was hard for them to accept this. Can we suppress them? There were also voices from the Buddhist gate. The Beast Sovereign Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cavern were both inheritances of the extreme Tao. These 2 places were extremely powerful, having produced paragons before. What should we do? Do we allow these heretical devils to run amok in the Buddhist land? On Mount Meru there were different voices. However, the ancient beasts and demons of the Beast Sovereign Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cavern had the same goal. They all wanted to enter and exit the Heavenly Buddha Path's array formation. The war stopped, but the tension in the Heavenly Buddha Path did not ease. On the contrary, it became even more stifling. When night fell, Gu Fei and He Tian arrived outside the Yi family's ancient city. Amidst the mountains, the Yi family's ancient city was located in a valley shrouded in lingering spiritual energy. This was a temporary place to settle down. The Yi family had no plans to take root in the Heavenly Buddha Path. Overlord Shin King personally walked out of the ancient city, welcoming Gu Fei and He Tian into the city. At this time, the ancient city was already filled with people. The residents who had been taken into the Yi family's little world were all released. This ancient human city had a population of 1 million. Gu Fei saw that the people here were all busy with their own affairs in an orderly manner, as if nothing had changed just because they were in a different world. Sometimes, being weak and ordinary was also a kind of happiness. Gu Fei's heart stirred. Since he had embarked on the path of the strong, he was destined to be extraordinary, because the path of the strong was built with blood and sweat. Overlord Shin King directly welcomed Gu Fei and He Tian into the Castellan Manor, then sat down as host and guest. Brother Gu Fei, thank you for your reminder. Otherwise, my Yi clan would still be trapped in that small world. Overlord Shin King thanked Gu Fei. It's nothing. We were going to leave that place anyway. Before Gu Fei could reply, He Tian's voice sounded. At this time, this guy once again displayed his frivolous demeanor. He was clad in a divine robe woven from heavenly worm silk, a crown of purple gold and divine jade on his head, and a hand holding a folding fan. His face was handsome, but there was a trace of evil on his face. He was simply a lady killer. When He Tian's peach blossom eyes swept across the few beautiful maidservants, they all blushed and lowered their heads shyly. Soon they entered the main topic. May I know why Brother Gu Fei has come here? Overlord Shin King had lived for countless years, so he naturally knew that the arrival of Gu Fei and He Tian would not be simple. It was hard to say if they were planning something big. Old ancestor, these two are. At this time, a woman in white walked out from behind the screen in the hall. This woman had a graceful figure, and her face was covered with a white scarf. Her whole person had an ethereal aura, and her aura was oppressive. This young lady is? He Tian's eyes lit up at the sight of this woman. Gu Fei couldn't help feeling disdain when he saw He Tian's attitude. Why did this fellow seem like a completely different person after leaving the Wildlands? His attitude was like the second old turtle. The target equals _ blank. Chapter 1535. Gu Fei and He Tian arrived at the Yi clan's ancient city to pay a visit to Heaven Badian Shin King. Shen King invited them into the city lord's mansion. Just as Gu Fei and Sky Tyrant Divine Emperor were about to get to the main topic, a white-clothed lady with overwhelming spiritual energy walked out from behind the screen in the hall. "Greetings, old ancestor." The white-robed woman had a graceful figure. She bowed to Heaven Badian Shen King. Her voice was clear and melodious, lifting the spirits of those who heard it. There seemed to be some kind of magical power in her voice. The moment He Tian saw this woman, he became spirited. He fanned himself with a folding fan, pretending to be a gentleman. However, there was a trace of evil on his face. "Why did you come out?" Heaven Badian Shen King was surprised to see this woman. His tone was displeased. One had to know that he valued Gu Fei very much and was very grateful to Gu Fei. He didn't want any juniors to come out and provoke Gu Fei. This junior was proud and arrogant, never putting the geniuses of the Wildlands in his eyes. It would be bad if he offended them with words. "Honored guests, how could Yi Wu not come out to greet you?" The white-clothed lady's face was covered by a white silk scarf, so her appearance couldn't be seen at all. However, Gu Fei and He Tian both had divine eyes, so they could see through all illusions and point straight to the source. However, when Gu Fei and He Tian tried to see the woman's face, they were shocked. There seemed to be a layer of mist covering her face, preventing them from seeing through it. How is this possible? Gu Fei and He Tian were both a little surprised. One had to know that Gu Fei had cultivated the martial Dao Heavenly Eye, and He Tian had cultivated the Yin-Yang Divine Eye. But even after cultivating these two mystic arts, they still couldn't see through this woman's face. This was quite shocking. However, although Gu Fei and He Tian were shocked, they did not show it on their faces. "Yi Wu, you're the pearl of the Yi family." Gu Fei and He Tian couldn't help but take a second look at the woman in white. It was said that she was the pearl of the Yi family and had a natural affinity with the Great Path. It seemed that her reputation was well-deserved. This woman had an ethereal aura that faintly resonated with the Great Path of heaven and earth. Her spiritual chi was oppressive, and she could indeed be called a born Taoism aptitude. "So it's Miss Yi. Nice to meet you, nice to meet you." He Tian stood up from his seat and smiled at Yi Wu. However, there was a hint of a mischievous smile on his face. "And this is..." As Yi Wu spoke, she glanced at Gu Fei from the corner of her eyes. When she saw that Gu Fei didn't show any unusual expression, she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. The human martial Dao was extremely tyrannical. In the ancient city of the Yi family, the most talked about person in the Yi family was Gu Fei. This was because Badian Shen King had mentioned Gu Fei more than once in front of everyone. "Ah, well said. I'm He Tian, the darkness of the night and the sky of the day." He Tian waved his folding fan and shook his head, looking exactly like a bookworm in the human world. No one would have thought that such a person was a formation master in the cultivation world. Moreover, he was despicable and shameless. As long as he saw a treasure, he would drool and think of every way possible to get it. When he walked together with Old Tortoise, they were definitely a perfect match. "Hee, your name is really interesting." Yi Wu laughed. Although she already knew He Tian's name, she had to respond. "Miss Yi Wu, if we get to know each other for a long time, you'll find that I'm more interesting than my name." He Tian stared at Yi Wu and said. This guy wanted to pursue the pearl of the Yi family, and the pearl of the Yi family was an exquisite woman. How could she not understand the meaning behind He Tian's words? Cough cough. Just when Yi Wu was at a loss, Badian Shen King suddenly coughed twice. He then glanced at He Tian and said, "Xiao Wu, sit down too." "Yes, great ancestor." Yi Wu floated to the chair opposite Gu Fei and He Tian like a butterfly and sat down. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If this person continued to say some misleading words, she would make a fool of herself. This old thing? He Tian was a little annoyed. Badian Shen King was interrupting him from picking up girls. This guy was not a gentleman. A gentleman would help others achieve their dreams. "Come back and sit down," Gu Fei said impatiently. This guy was someone who had seen the world and experienced many storms, but he was still like this. This made Gu Fei feel a little embarrassed. Of course, He Tian was just playing around, so he didn't care about the looks of others. Although he returned to his seat, He Tian's eyes were still wandering around Yi Wu's body. "By the way, Brother Gu, you haven't told me why you're here." Badian Shen King looked at Gu Fei and said. He also wanted to know why they were here. One had to know that these two people's methods were really heaven-defying. They could actually connect the two worlds and open a spatial passage between the Wildlands and the Buddhist path. This was the gate of heaven and earth that connected the two worlds. What could a person who could break through two worlds not be able to solve? This made the tyrant divine emperor, an overlord of the barbarian wasteland, very curious. It's not a big deal. I just want to cooperate with you, tyrannical sovereign, and snatch the array on Mount Meru. Gu Fei's tone was incomparably calm. What? Badian Shin King was shocked when he heard this. The pearl of the Yi family, Yi Wu, was so shocked that she almost stood up from her seat. You want to obtain the array that allows you to enter and exit the Buddhist path? Although Badian Shin King was shocked, his eyes also lit up. At this time, all the forces that came out of the Wildlands already knew about the existence of this array. The Beast Emperor Mountain, the Chaotic Dragon Cave, and the other powerful tribes that had attached themselves to these two forces all wanted to obtain the array on Mount Meru. However, there were 3 supreme Buddhist weapons hovering above Mount Meru. With the power of the Supreme Tao protecting Mount Meru, no force could break through Mount Meru at this time. If they wanted to obtain the array, they would have to use their wits. Although the Buddhist path is good, it is ultimately someone else's territory. How can a true powerhouse be restricted by a place like this? Gu Fei said. Those with the heart of a supremacy couldn't stand being restricted by a place because their stage was the 3 realms and 6 paths. They had to conquer the 9 skies and 10 lands to become an ultimate supremacy. Yi Wu's eyes sparkled as she looked at Gu Fei. Could it be that Brother Gu already has a plan? Badian Shin King knew that these 2 people were really going to make a big move. Moreover, their target this time was Mount Meru, which was guarded by the 3 supreme Buddhist weapons. At this time, it was almost impossible to take anything out of Mount Meru because it was guarded by the supreme Buddhist weapons. Yes, you only need to bring us to Mount Meru, Gu Fei said calmly. As long as they could reach Mount Meru, he had a 90% chance of obtaining the array. Please share target equals _blank. Chapter 1536. Mount Meru, the legendary ancient sacred mountain where the Buddhas comprehended the Tao. Even in the ancient times, this sacred mountain enjoyed a great reputation, the supreme sacred mountain in the hearts of countless Buddhas. Gu Fei and He Tian had visited this sacred mountain long ago. They had already been there once, so they knew the location of the Heavenly Buddha Path's connection array. Knowing that Gu Fei and He Tian wanted to obtain the array on Mount Meru, Shin King and Ye Wu were shocked. After all, this was a sacred mountain protected by a Buddhist weapon. Shin King was in a difficult position. Both the Beast Sovereign Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cave's experts were keeping an eye on Mount Meru. Any strange movements at this time would be detected by these forces. Back when the humans had emerged from the Wildlands, they hadn't joined the war between Mount Meru, Beast Emperor Mountain, or the Chaos Dragon Cave, nor had they attacked Mount Meru. The matter with the sloppy monk could be said to be a misunderstanding. After all, the Buddhas on Mount Meru were also part of the human race. Thus, according to Gu Fei's calculations, if the human race took the initiative to form an alliance with Mount Meru, they would have a high chance of ascending the mountain. In the end, Gu Fei left the Yi family's ancient city. Boss, do you think this will succeed? Is the Yi family willing to take this risk? On a mountain peak 1,000 li away from the Yi family's ancient city, He Tian asked Gu Fei. Shin King is a person with the heart of a sovereign. Gu Fei said. I understand. He Tian nodded. At this time, his frivolous demeanor had disappeared, replaced with a solemn expression. Subsequently, Gu Fei and He Tian's figures disappeared from the mountain peak. Very soon, the Yi clan of the Wildlands made their move. Shin King of the Tyrant Heavens sent people to contact the Li clan of the Wildlands. The 2 major powers of the human race showed signs of joining forces. This caused the Buddhist sect, Beast Emperor Mountain and Chaos Dragon Cave to feel uneasy. The human race was a force that could break the current balance. Both sides wanted to rope in the human race, but both sides were hesitant. The Buddhists were hesitant because Shin King of the Heavens had once displayed his killing intent towards the Dharma Gate. That day he let out a furious roar that shook the 9 heavens and injured the sloppy monk. If it wasn't for the ancient city's array formation, the sloppy monk would probably have been killed by Overlord Shin King's roar. The Beast Emperor Mountain and the Primal Chaos Dragon Cave were also hesitating. It should be known that the human race of the Desolate Lands had always been at odds with the beast race and demon race. The beast race and demon race had more or less some grudges with the human race. Several days later, the human race sent an envoy to Mount Meru. Sure enough, the humans are going to ally with Mount Meru. The big baldy on Mount Meru is also a human, they come from the same bloodline. Looks like we have to be prepared for the worst. Beast Emperor Mountain and the Primal Chaos Dragon Cave were the first to know about the human race's envoy. The Beast Emperor, Heavenly Peng, and the other experts all felt the pressure. The human race of the Desolate Lands joining hands with Mount Meru was something they didn't want to see. I didn't expect Shen King of the Heavens to move so quickly. In an ancient temple at the foot of Mount Meru, Gu Fei and He Tian transformed into two young cultivators and were talking to a young monk who received them. The monk of Mount Meru was very clear about the current situation. If they could rope in the human race, Mount Meru would not be so passive. They could even turn from defense to offense and attack the Beast Emperor Mountain and the Primal Chaos Dragon Cave. Gu Fei and He Tian were the envoys sent by the human race. We want to see someone who can speak here. Erebus was very direct. He wanted to go to the peak of Mount Meru, because only the Baldi there had the authority to speak. Small characters like him wouldn't be able to do anything. Esteemed guests, please wait a moment. Allow this little monk to go and report. The young monk invited Gu Fei and He Tian to sit down and then left. This was a simple ancient temple without any fancy decorations. There was only a Buddhist statue hanging on the wall, and there wasn't even an incense burner table in front of it. Gu Fei and He Tian didn't talk and sat quietly. They knew that there were countless eyes watching them from the top of Mount Meru. If they weren't careful, they would be seen through. Although Gu Fei and He Tian weren't afraid of being discovered by the people on Mount Meru, if they could use their wits, then they would. They didn't intend to attack unless it was absolutely necessary. Not long after, the young monk came again with a decree from the top of Mount Meru, inviting Gu Fei and He Tian to go to the top of Mount Meru. How did things go so smoothly? Gu Fei and He Tian were a little surprised. Could it be that they were discovered by the monks on Mount Meru? With their current cultivation, not to mention other powerhouses, even half-step saints wouldn't be able to see any clues. They calmly followed behind the young monk and walked out of the ancient temple. Along the way there were many ancient temples everywhere. Mount Meru had existed for too long. The temples on the mountain were all ancient temples, and each ancient temple was covered with traces of time. There were also many Buddhist pagodas on Mount Meru. These were the burial places of the fallen Buddhist powerhouses. Of course, the majority of the fallen Buddhist powerhouses rarely found their remains. Not long after, Gu Fei and He Tian felt a vast and boundless fluctuation of Buddhist power. The Buddhist palace at the top of Mount Meru emitted a terrifying fluctuation. The three Buddhist weapons hovering above the Buddhist palace had some kind of connection with it. Gu Fei and He Tian didn't feel too much pressure since the aura of the extreme Tao had already been restrained. Soon, they were led by the young monk to the top of Mount Meru and arrived in front of the Buddhist palace. At this time, in the Yi clan's ancient city, a group of Yi clan's upper echelons had gathered in the main hall of the city lord's mansion. "Old ancestor, isn't this too risky?" the Yi clan's patriarch said. He was a middle-aged man with white hair and a stocky build, giving off a powerful feeling. "Nothing ventured, nothing gained." An old man with white hair and eyebrows said. This old man had a very high seniority. Even the Yi clan's patriarch had to call him granduncle. It's hard to say if that person really has a heaven-defying method. A young man spoke. This young man was Yi Wuji, the rising star that the Yi clan had high hopes for. In this kind of situation, only a junior like him had the right to speak. But offending a Buddhist sect that has a Buddhist weapon, the Yi clan's patriarch was still a little worried. One should know that there were 3 Buddhist weapons on Mount Meru. These Buddhist weapons had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Alright, there's no need to worry so much. It's best if those 2 overturn the entire Mount Meru. We'll just wait and see. Tyrannical Shen King said with a sharp glint in his eyes. Everyone in the hall could not help but be shocked. To see the first advertisement, please go. Please share. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1537. Date: November 7th. Gu Fei and He Tian used their identities as human race envoys to ascend Mount Meru. Although there were many Buddhist masters gathered on the mountain, none of them could see through their disguise. What baffled Gu Fei and He Tian was that the Buddhist masters in the Buddha palace did not receive them immediately. Instead, they arranged for them to stay in a temple next to the Buddha palace. The atmosphere on Mount Meru doesn't seem right. He Tian transmitted his voice to Gu Fei. Along the way they actually did not see a single almighty Buddhist. This situation was very strange. It should be known that all the almighty Buddhists were currently gathered at Mount Meru. I can't sense any Buddhist master's aura either. Gu Fei even suspected that they might have been seen through by the experts of the Buddhist sects. However, if they were really seen through, the experts of the Buddhist sects would have already taken action. Wong. At this time, a sudden rumbling sound came from outside. The void rippled, and a powerful Buddhist energy came from the direction of the Buddha palace. Gu Fei and He Tian dashed out from the temple. At this time, the golden Buddha aura illuminated the world. A golden pillar of light rushed out from the Buddha palace, piercing through the void above the Buddha palace and into the endless chaos. What are they doing? Gu Fei and He Tian were shocked. They could feel the boundless Buddhist energy coming from the golden pillar of light. This energy was comparable to the power of the extreme Tao. It's the power of the void. Could it be that the Buddhist masters are trying to guide something over to the heavenly Buddha path? He Tian was, after all, an array formation master. He quickly saw through the clues. Someone was operating a void array to connect the two worlds. Amidst the golden Buddha aura, mysterious ancient runes could be vaguely seen. This was a Buddhist grand array driven by Buddhist energy. The runes were branded in the void. These guys, they actually moved that magical formation into the Buddha palace. Both Gu Fei and He Tian's expressions changed slightly. Could it be that the almighty Buddhists on Mount Meru were guiding the Buddhists from the human world to reinforce them? In the battle against the Beast Emperor Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cavern, the Buddhist League failed to gain the upper hand. Other than the Mount Meru, all the Buddhist temples in the heavenly Buddha sect were destroyed. The ancient beasts and ancient demons wreaked havoc in the world, forcing all the Buddhist experts to Mount Meru. The Mount Meru mountain was on the weaker side, but if they could attract Buddhism masters from the human world to the blessed Buddha sect, the Buddhism sect's influence would increase greatly, enough to contend against the Beast Emperor Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cavern. Especially the current Buddha Lord of the human realm, his cultivation was peerlessly strong. Rumble, the void trembled as a wave of Buddha energy spread out, forming a black hole in the void. At the edge of the black hole, countless array runes could be vaguely seen. The phenomenon on Mount Meru was soon known by all the major forces. Boom. 10,000 li away, a huge mountain rose into the sky. An aura of the extreme Tao spread out from the mountain, shaking the entire blessed Buddha sect. It was as if the extreme Tao beast of the primordial era had awakened. In another direction, an aura of the extreme Tao dragon burst out. A huge shadow of a dragon condensed in the sky, exuding a majestic aura of the Chaos Dragon. What are those baldies on Mount Meru doing? On the Beast Emperor Mountain from the extreme Tao Beast Emperor Palace, a chilling voice came out. In the sky above Mount Meru, 3 Buddhist weapons hovered in 3 different directions, guarding the mountain. Buzz. The green jade ring saber was shocked. After sensing the aura of the extreme Tao from the Beast Emperor Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cavern, the deity inside the Buddha saber woke up. Dang. The Buddha bell rang, changing every inch of the void in the blessed Buddha sect. The Buddhist lullaby bell also woke up, vibrating with a peaceful Buddhist hymn. The 3 realms Buddhist lamp was the last to wake up. Although the lamp was only the size of a soybean, it emitted a tricolored Buddhist light that illuminated the entire world. The awakening of the 3 Buddhist weapons made the Beast Emperor Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cavern not dare to act rashly. Although the power of the extreme Tao was overwhelming, the terrifying pressure was completely retracted. Otherwise, the billions of lives in the heavenly Buddha path would suffer a calamity. Even so, Gu Fei and He Tian on Mount Meru still felt the great pressure. At this time, a powerful aura suddenly emerged from the pitch-black space passage. A peerless character was crossing over. When Gu Fei and He Tian felt this aura, they were shocked to the extreme. They never thought that the person could come out from that place. Could it be that not only could that formation connect to the human realm, but it could also allow people to enter and exit the 9 heavens? The ancient Buddhist palace on Mount Meru had 9 layers. Each layer was a world of its own. Hence, it was also known as the 9 heavens of the Buddhist palace. Even so, this was still a huge surprise to Gu Fei and He Tian. Rumble, the spatial passageway trembled. A powerful aura surged out from the black hole, shaking the heavens. This was an exceptionally powerful figure that was currently crossing realms to come over. Everyone in the Beast Emperor Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cavern could feel this aura coming from the space passage. How could there be such an existence in the Buddhist sect? The voice of the Beast Emperor was heard from the peak of the Beast Emperor Mountain. The expert crossing over had a cultivation base and realm that surpassed the half-step saint realm. This was a quasi-saint. A demi-saint has crossed over. An old voice came from the Chaos Dragon Cavern. At the same time, in an ancient human city in the mountains, a Shen king suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze seemed to be able to pierce through the void as he looked towards Mount Meru. A quasi-saint of the Buddhist sect? In the ancient human city, every disciple of the Yi clan heard this voice. This was the voice of their old ancestor. There was a quasi-saint in the Buddhist sect? The aura of a sage to be spread out in all directions from the peak of Mount Meru. The peaceful Buddhist power caused all living beings to have an impulse to convert. The aura of a quasi-saint spread out in all directions from the peak of Mount Meru. The peaceful Buddhist energy caused the hearts of all living beings to have the urge to convert. Things have gotten complicated. He Tian transmitted his voice to Gu Fei. Things have gotten complicated. Even Gu Fei was moved. He didn't expect that the Buddhist sect's supreme experts in the Buddhist palace were here to receive that person. This was a variable that even he didn't expect. What should we do? He Tian stared at the black hole above Mount Meru. That person's arrival had disrupted their plans. Given that person's cultivation base, they were in danger of being seen through. This was Mount Meru, a place where all the great monks of the heavenly Buddhist sect were gathered. If their identities were seen through, it would be a disaster for them. 4th floor. I immediately closed my eyes and sat down cross-legged, trying my best to comprehend. At that moment, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged into my body, gradually forming a huge sun character in my mind. It grew bigger and clearer. The true energy in my body surged. Traces of blood seeped out from the surface of my body. My lips parted and a bright blood-red F***CK character shot up to the sky. Soon after, a strong light shone from the horizon, tearing through the boundless darkness. After a long time, a clap of thunder resounded, and a F***CK resounded through the heaven and earth, echoing for a long time. The Xiantian and Xiantian Qi circled around my body for a long time. I waved my hand and the primordial chaos appeared. There was no sky, no earth, no light, only darkness. My eyes opened and shot out a golden ray. Within the golden ray there were 2 words, F***CK me. How long has it been? 10 years? 100 years? Or 10 million years? Finally, 4 words appeared in the darkness, comment successful. At this moment my heart calmed down. I sat in meditation for a long time. Unknowingly, I discovered that my cultivation had increased by quite a bit. I sneered and decided not to stay here any longer. Raising my head to the sky, I roared and waved my sleeves. With a step, I disappeared into the darkness, leaving behind the voices of all living beings. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1538. Date: November 0. Sage to be Buddhist expert had crossed over, causing Gu Fei and He Tian to be moved. They already knew who was going to enter the heavenly Buddha path, and they were very familiar with the terrifying aura coming from the black hole. The golden pillar of light froze the heaven and earth, and the ripples coming from the pitch-black spatial passageway were getting stronger and stronger. An extremely powerful existence was rapidly approaching. Boss, in front of the Buddha palace, He Tian looked at Gu Fei anxiously. Since he couldn't outwit them, he would just snatch it. Gu Fei stared at the black hole in the sky and said coldly. A powerful battle intent rushed out of his body. Swish. He directly opened up his inner world and a figure walked out from it. Boom. Sage-tier energy ripples exploded on Mount Meru, and a terrifying pressure swept out in all directions, startling all the Buddhist experts in the first heaven of the Buddha palace. What? Someone is coming up the mountain. Exclamations came from the first heaven of the Buddha palace, and some Buddhist experts immediately rushed towards the palace gates. It was not a small matter for someone to come up Mount Meru. Rumble, the tightly shut gates of the Buddha palace slowly opened, and at this moment, that peerlessly powerful figure had already rushed into the black hole in the sky. What? An aged voice came from the Buddha palace. The person who came up Mount Meru had actually entered the spatial passageway, and was going to kill the returning expert. Sage-tier ripples caused all the Buddhist experts to feel a chill in their hearts. One had to know that there were no more sages in this world. Could the world have changed? This person had become a sage. No one knew that the peerlessly powerful figure was Gu Fei's Immortal Tao Sacred Physique clone. The spatial passageway immediately emitted terrifying sage-tier ripples, and Gu Fei's Immortal Tao Sacred Physique clone was already fighting with that peerless expert who had crossed over worlds. Kill? Gu Fei didn't need to conceal his aura anymore, and the aura of a mighty sovereign burst out from the peak of Mount Meru. He took a big step forward and directly punched at the palace gates that were slowly opening. Bang! The door of the Buddhist palace shook violently as if it had been hit by a huge mountain. Even with the support of Buddhist power, the door was still smashed open by a huge force. A figure behind the door was sent flying backward, golden Buddha blood spurting out of his mouth. Gu Fei strode into the Buddhist palace in a domineering manner. His powerful blood and qi formed a huge dragon above his head, and the aura of primal chaos filled the air. His yin and yang true force transformed into chaotic true force. At this moment, although the chaotic true force in his body was not strong, it was still not a small matter. In terms of physical strength, no one in the same realm could compare to Gu Fei. He Tian followed behind Gu Fei and entered the Buddhist palace. He saw a magic array floating above the first layer of the Buddhist palace. The golden Buddhist light came from the magic array and broke through the first layer of the Buddhist sky, opening a spatial tunnel above Mount Meru. This magic array was the one that Gu Fei and He Tian wanted to obtain to enter and exit the heavenly Buddha path. At this moment, a terrifying Saint-class energy poured down from the spatial tunnel, and the entire magic array was shaking as if it would collapse at any moment. Humans from the wilderness. How dare you? An aged voice sounded, and the Buddha elder walked out and greeted Gu Fei and He Tian. The Buddha elder's body was circulating with golden light, and it was emitting a powerful aura. Moreover, the Buddha elder's body was faintly emitting a saint-class energy fluctuation. This old man wasn't a pinnacle almighty, but a half-sage. When He Tian sensed the aura from the Buddha elder, his expression immediately turned ugly. Lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. A Buddhist chant came from the Buddha elder's mouth. This was the Buddhist chant of exorcism, and it contained the supreme power of the Buddhist Tao. Gu Fei and He Tian immediately felt their divine soul trembling, and their souls were almost pulled out. Gu Fei roared, and his voice shook the entire first layer of the Buddha palace, suppressing the Buddha elder's Buddhist chant. When the Buddha elder saw that Gu Fei could suppress his Buddhist chant of exorcism with a single shout, he couldn't help being startled. This human almighty wasn't simple. Since you refuse to convert, then this old monk will have to subdue the devil. The aged voice didn't have the slightest emotion, and it was incomparably cold. In the Buddha elder's eyes, Gu Fei and He Tian had become demons that needed to be suppressed. Gu Fei didn't say much and directly punched at the Buddha elder in front of him. There were no terrifying fluctuations and no powerful astral energy surged out. It looked ordinary, but the void in front of the fist collapsed from the pressure. This punch that could turn something rotten into something magical had even moved the Buddhist half-sage. This kind of fist art was a method that evolved Tao energy for one's own use. It was ordinary, but it could unleash supreme combat power. Boom. Buddha energy surged from the Buddha elder's body, and a golden wheel emerged from his body. It interweaved with the power of the Buddhist Tao and blocked Gu Fei's fist. Bam. Gu Fei's fist collided with the golden wheel, and the void between the two was instantly torn apart. The golden wheel collapsed and the Buddha elder took 3 steps back. Meanwhile, Gu Fei's upper body only swayed a few times and he didn't take a step back. This shocked all the Buddhist experts that were rushing over. There was actually someone who could block Buddha elder's attack. Who was this person? Was he a human half-sage? How was it possible that he wasn't a half-sage? Very quickly, all the Buddhist experts were shocked because they sensed from Gu Fei's aura that Gu Fei wasn't a half-sage. He was only a 5th-layer almighty. How is this possible? Is too heaven-defying. A 5th-layer almighty was actually able to contend with a half-sage. What kind of concept was this? He was able to challenge someone of a higher level, and he even seemed to have the upper hand. This was simply a legend, something that had never happened before. It had to be known that the gap between a 5th-layer almighty and a half-sage was just too huge. It was so huge that it was impossible to bridge. However, this human almighty was challenging everyone's understanding. Do it. Gu Fei sent a voice transmission to He Tian. They didn't come here to have fun. They had to obtain the array to enter and exit the heavenly Buddha path. This was the reason why they took the risk to come to Mount Meru. Swish. A yin-yang divine light rushed out from He Tian's glabella towards the array in the sky. He used the yin-yang divine eye to scan the array and imprint it into his heart. As long as He Tian saw it once, he would be able to set up the array. This was the means of an array grandmaster. Quickly stop him. The Buddhist experts naturally knew what He Tian was doing. They immediately rushed over and attacked He Tian. All kinds of Buddhist artifacts immediately smashed at Gu Fei and He Tian from all directions. G target equals _blank. Chapter 1539. All kinds of Buddhist implements bloomed with the brightest Buddhist light. The entire world shook and was shrouded in Buddhist light. All the Buddhist powerhouses attacked together. Even He Tian could not help but be shocked. But he did not stop. The yin-yang divine eye between his eyebrows bloomed with divine light. The power of yin and yang intertwined to form the power of the great path. He carefully imprinted the runes of the spell formation in the sky into his mind. However, this spell formation that could connect the two worlds was not that simple. It had the shadow of the extreme path runes. It was a quasi-extreme ancient spell formation laid down by a supreme figure. Come at me. Gu Fei shouted. His fists bloomed with dazzling stellar qi. The law of chaos was vast and mighty. With just one punch, he smashed a Buddhist commandment blade into pieces. The golden fragments were like thousands of golden divine lights, shooting out in all directions. Even the nearby Buddha armaments were affected, unable to unleash their true power. Boom. A Buddhist seal dropped thousands of Buddhist qi pressing down from the sky. The void was collapsing, displaying a powerful suppressive force. This was a Buddhist weapon refined by a pinnacle powerhouse. The combat power of a pinnacle powerhouse was many times stronger than that of an ordinary powerhouse. This made Gu Fei very serious. Bam. Gu Fei displayed his martial arts combat skills. He simply and directly punched upwards, his fist directly colliding with the Buddhist seal that was pressing down from the sky. The Buddhist seal was sent flying high into the sky by Gu Fei's punch. Dense cracks appeared on the Buddhist seal, and it was almost shattered by Gu Fei's punch. The Buddhist treasure was closely related to one's body. The Buddhist seal suffered a great impact. The owner of the Buddhist seal also vomited blood and fell back. Kill? Gu Fei was unparalleled. He fought in all directions with his fists. The dozen or so Buddhist implements that were smashing towards him were either smashed on the spot or severely injured, almost crippled. What? The dozens of almighty Buddhists who attacked Gu Fei and He Tian were all shocked to the extreme. This man's combat power was truly heaven-defying. He was actually able to block the attacks of dozens of almighty Buddhists by himself. Rumble? Chaotic energy swirled around Gu Fei's body, making him look like a god of war who had emerged from the chaos. The powerful energy that emanated from his body caused the surrounding void to tremble. The power of chaos. Elder Fo's eyes narrowed. The person in front of him was incredible. He had actually cultivated chaotic force. Out of all the powers, it was the most difficult to grasp. Boom. Boundless Buddhist power surged out of Elder Buddha's body. A round of divine light emerged from behind Elder Buddha's head, and a Buddha shadow emerged from Elder Buddha's body. Great Buddha hand. Elder Buddha's hoarse voice sounded. Then, like an ancient Buddha of war descending, he directly stretched out his hand and pressed it towards Gu Fei. A powerful force that made one's heart palpitate surged out from Elder Buddha's hand. Bam! The Buddha's hand covered the sky and crushed down from the sky. The void was torn apart, and the terrifying fluctuation of Buddhist power destroyed everything. This was the power of a half-step saint. Gu Fei's eyes were like lightning. He rushed into the sky and directly used the heaven-covering hand. This was a confrontation between Buddhism and martial arts. The two forces collided in an instant. Boom. The entire world seemed as if it was about to collapse. A terrifying power surged out in all directions, causing the Buddhist almighty figures in the surroundings to be sent flying. Gu Fei and Elder Buddha clashed head-on. The power of a half-step saint was too powerful. The moment Gu Fei's big hand collided with Elder Buddha's great Buddha hand, the clothes on his upper body turned into flying ashes. Brr. The muscles and bones on Gu Fei's arms were vibrating, and the powerful physical power was released. The violent power directly broke through the great Buddha hand and hit Elder Buddha. What? Elder Buddha was shocked. He still underestimated the combat power of this person. An extremely tyrannical physical body coupled with the chaotic divine power. Such an opponent was too terrifying. Even a powerful Buddhist half-step saint was forced back by Gu Fei's punch. The almighty Buddhists who saw this scene nearby were all dumbfounded. A person at the fifth heaven actually forced back a half-step saint. All of this was so unreal. It was unbelievable, but they had to believe it because such a thing was obvious to all. The muscles and bones of Gu Fei's upper body vibrated, and a faint chaotic divine light wandered on his body. His whole body seemed to be made of chaotic divine iron, full of power. Buddhist half-step saint is nothing more than this. Gu Fei's long hair fluttered, and his battle intent was like a rainbow. He looked in all directions disdainfully. With his own strength, he shocked all the almighty Buddhists in the first heaven of the Buddha palace. Umph! A cold snort came from above. Elder Buddha, who was forced back by Gu Fei, attacked again. Around Elder Buddha's body, there were many Buddhist commandment blades condensed. These were Buddhist commandment blades condensed with supreme Buddhist power. Each Buddhist commandment blade emitted a powerful fluctuation of Buddhist power. Swish! As Elder Buddha waved his hands forward, countless Buddhist commandment blades floating around him immediately emitted a bright Buddhist light, turned into peerless blade light and slashed at Gu Fei. As a Buddhist half-step saint, he was actually forced back by a person who was only at the fifth heaven of the Almighty. This was definitely a humiliation for the highly respected Elder Buddha. Even Elder Buddha, who had cultivated for countless years, felt his face burning and ashamed. The other party's cultivation realm was not comparable to his, but the strength of the other party's combat power was faintly suppressing him. Gu Fei opened and closed his fists and directly rushed forward. Every punch could shatter dozens of golden saber chi. The shattered saber light turned into countless light rain and dissipated between heaven and earth. At this time, the saint-level fluctuation coming from the spatial passage in the sky became more and more powerful. Gu Fei's immortal path sacred physique avatar was fighting with the peerless figure who crossed the boundary. How can this be? The connection between Gu Fei and his primordial spirit had never been broken. He could feel everything that the immortal path sacred physique avatar could feel. The person in the spatial passage was wearing a Taoist robe, and it was this Taoist robe that protected the person. Otherwise, the immortal path sacred physique avatar would have killed this guy long ago. The situation is not good. Hurry up, we have to retreat. While Gu Fei was fighting with Elder Buddha, he transmitted his voice to He Tian below. The situation in the spatial passage was not optimistic. Although the Taoist robe on the person who crossed the boundary was not eye-catching, it began to emit the aura of the extreme Tao. It's almost done. He Tian replied. At this time, his yin-yang divine eyes had already been activated to the limit. Countless runes interweaved in his eyes, seeing through the source. All the runes that made up the spirit formation in the sky were forcefully imprinted in his mind. This was a secret technique that could temporarily remember anything he wanted to remember. The runes of the spirit design in the sky were too many and complicated. Only this secret technique could be used to completely memorize it. Please share target equals _blank. Chapter 1540. A spirit array that could cross between two worlds was definitely extraordinary. It was not something that an ordinary person could arrange. The spirit array on Mount Meru was not created by an ancient Buddhist lord, but by a quasi-supremacy of the Buddhist sect. Even a great sage would find it difficult to arrange such a formation, unless it was an extreme Tao supreme or a quasi-supreme. Although this formation was not an extreme Tao ancient formation, it was still a quasi-supreme ancient formation. Such a formation would make anyone's eyes red with greed, especially those ancient beasts and ancient demons trapped in the heavenly Buddha path, Beast Emperor Mountain and Chaos Dragon Cave. Only in the true great heaven and earth could one comprehend the flawless great Tao. In the heavenly Buddha path there was no flawless great Tao. Even if there was, it was only the Tao of an ancient Buddhist lord. An extreme Tao supreme could only be born in the true great heaven and earth. Damn it. At this time, He Tian's yin-yang divine eye had been operated to the limit. A stream of blood flowed down from the divine eye between his eyebrows, and countless Tao patterns intertwined in the divine eye. A quasi-supreme level formation was too mysterious and complex. He Tian had not reached that level of cultivation. Although he just forcibly memorized the formation patterns of the formation, his divine eye almost couldn't bear it. Boom. At this time, a terrifying fluctuation of Buddhist power came from the spatial passage, and a wisp of extreme Tao aura came out from the spatial passage. Bam. With a muffled sound, a figure fell from the spatial passage in the sky, and endless golden Buddhist light filled every inch of space in the spatial passage. The pitch-black spatial passage was illuminated by the Buddhist light. Inside, a Buddha figure emerged, exuding an endless auspicious aura, as if an ancient Buddhist lord had descended. Damn it. Gu Fei was taken aback. His immortal Tao sacred physique avatar was beaten out of the spatial passage, and that person actually had the cultivation and strength to resist the power of a sage. Go! Gu Fei shouted and directly punched Elder Buddha back, then rushed down. At this time there was no time to care so much. He had to retreat first. Success. At this critical moment, the yin-yang divine eye in He Tian's forehead finally managed to imprint the complete pattern of the formation in the sky into his mind. Where do you think you're going? Elder Buddha and a group of Buddhist mighty figures chased after Gu Fei. Roar. Gu Fei's immortal Tao sacred physique clone roared and burst forth with saintly power, sending the group of Buddhist experts flying. Even Elder Fo coughed up a mouthful of blood as he retreated. Gu Fei and He Tian followed closely behind as the clone of the immortal Tao sacred physique rushed out of the Buddha palace. The sound of Buddha's exorcism rang out from the spatial passageway in the sky. It was as if countless Buddhas were chanting sutras. The moment this Buddha's voice appeared, the entire world became peaceful. Even Gu Fei's battle intent was like a rainbow. After hearing this Buddhist chant, his battle intent actually began to subside, and his state of mind actually gradually became tranquil. This feeling surprised him. This kind of power was enough to turn evil into peace, and it could even enlighten demons. Gu Fei and He Tian weren't ordinary people. How could they be so easily enlightened? They directly soared into the sky and rushed out of Mount Meru. At this time, all the forces knew that a great change had occurred on Mount Meru. The experts of Beast Sovereign Mountain and Chaos Dragon Cavern had come, but with the 3 supreme Buddhist armaments guarding Mount Meru, no one dared to be presumptuous. I didn't think that the one who broke into Mount Meru was actually him. The experts of the various forces were incomparably shocked. Some of them recognized Gu Fei and He Tian. These two were the ruthless people who had turned the wildlands upside down, causing headaches for everyone there. Those big baldies on Mount Meru are going to be out of luck. Old Antique whispered. These old antiques had already experienced Gu Fei and He Tian's means. Moreover, Gu Fei also had a saintly avatar. Rumble? All of Mount Meru shook as Gu Fei and He Tian rushed out of Mount Meru. Fluctuations of saintly power spread out from the Buddhist palace. Soon after, a figure rushed out from the Buddhist palace. At this time, the peerless powerhouse that had crossed worlds finally appeared in the spatial passage. It was a monk dressed in sloppy monk robes. A powerful aura emanated from the monk's body. There was a faint aura of a sage lingering around the monk's body. A quasi-sage. Only half-saints and quasi-sages had the aura of a sage. Such existences had already surpassed the realm of almighty existences and possessed some of the aura of a sage. Outside of Mount Meru, the experts were alarmed. The appearance of a quasi-sage wasn't a good thing. One had to know that a quasi-sage represented invincibility. In a world where sages were extinct, quasi-sages were the strongest existences in the world. Gu Fei and He Tian, as well as the immortal Tao Saint Avatar, rushed out of Mount Meru and disappeared into the distance. The almighty existences on Mount Meru didn't dare to chase after them. One had to know that the immortal Tao Saint Avatar was bringing up the rear. Killing almighty existences was as easy as flipping one's hand. Chasing after them was the same as throwing their lives away. The monks on Mount Meru weren't that stupid. I didn't expect to see that monk Heavenly Dharma. Gu Fei and He Tian rushed out for thousands of miles before stopping. The battle just now was extremely tense. The monks on Mount Meru weren't asking for help from the mortal world, but to receive Heavenly Dharma. Shouldn't that guy be trapped in the wildlands? He Tian was astonished. He thought of a possibility.